Chapter 235. The reason why Yushu asked for Prince Xiang's horoscope was because she wanted to calculate the time and location of Prince Xiang's loss of the painting. At the moment, she only had the date, month, and day of his birth. The hour was unknown, so she could only increase the difficulty of her calculations. She combined the 24 hours and tested them one by one. Using the information of Prince Xiang's noble status and his recent illness, she could first confirm Prince Xiang's horoscope. This was not an easy task. When Yushu returned home, she immersed herself in her calculations. She only ate a few mouthfuls of lunch and immersed herself in her calculations until the evening. During this period, Zhao Hui secretly came over to look at her twice. She did not dare to disturb her and ordered the maids to prepare sufficient refreshments and to heat up the fire in the room. Jing Chen did not see Yushu for the whole day. After dinner, he left the courtyard and walked to Yushu's room. Seeing that her room was lit, he followed the light and walked to her window. He looked at her blurred figure on the paper window and stood for a while before leaving quietly. His memory had not recovered yet. He could not help her much now, but at least he could not cause her any trouble. For Jing Chen, ever since he and Yushu became what she called boyfriend and girlfriend in the woods that day, there didn't seem to be any obvious changes in his life. If there was anything different, it would be that he thought of her more than before. Jing Chen returned to his room and picked up the biography of Lu Yi on the table. He flipped to the page that he read before dinner. He had read this book many times. He was confused about the feelings of the dragon girl Lu Yi at the beginning, but now he had some understanding. In the book, Lu Yi went to the capital to take the imperial examination. On the way, he met a girl who was herding sheep in the ice and snow. He felt sympathy and found out that she was the third princess of the Dragon Palace of Dongting Lake. She was married to the son of the Dragon King of Jing River. Her husband did not like her and abused her, causing her to be herded in the snow. The surrounding waters were afraid of the Dragon King of Jing River and did not dare to send a letter home for the dragon girl. Lu Yi was righteous and pitied the dragon girl's hard life. He resolutely gave up the imperial examination and returned to her hometown to send the letter. In the end, after many twists and turns, Lu Yi and the dragon girl finally got married. Jing Chen liked this story very much because it was very similar to his and Xiaoyu's experience. However, Xiaoyu was more like Lu Yi, who saw injustice, while he was the person who was saved from danger by her. The sky gradually darkened. Jing Chen closed his book, washed up, and went to bed. Doctor He told him to sleep early and wake up early. Only then would he be able to recover his memory as soon as possible. In the dead of the night, the person behind the bed curtain suddenly spoke in his sleep. After chattering for a while, he became quiet again and no one heard him. At dawn, Shuirue, who had been lying on the small bed in the outer room for half a night, woke up with a start. He turned over and sat up, the quilt covering him slipping to the ground. "Young master? Is it a nightmare?" The maidservant, who was squatting beside the octagonal copper stove and adjusting the warm incense, turned her head and asked softly with concern on her pretty face. Shuirue pinched the bridge of his nose and said in a low voice, "What time is it?" "It's not yet 7. Why don't you lie down a bit more? Foreign hasn't woken up yet." The maidservant closed the incense burner and got up to walk to the small bed. She picked up the quilt on the ground and wanted to cover him. Shuirue blocked it with one hand. "I'm not going to sleep. Have someone get some water for me to wash up." "Yes." The maidservant responded and went out to give instructions to the servant outside the door. She then went back and poured some fragrant tea for him to rinse his mouth. She knelt on the low stool beside the bed and was about to help him put on his boots when a cough suddenly came from inside the room. The person on the bed moved and stepped on the ground in his white socks. He strode to the door and lifted the curtain to enter. "Mother." As soon as Shuirue entered the bedroom, he saw the woman on the bed being helped up by the maidservant to drink water. His expression was slightly excited, and he called out softly to her. He walked forward and took over the maidservant's position. He carefully helped her up and brought the teacup to her mouth with one hand. The maidservant outside followed him in. Seeing that the person on the bed had woken up, she exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Foreign has woken up. Now will go invite Zhou Longzhong over." With these words, She gestured to the maidservant in front of the bed and had her leave, leaving some space for the mother and son. The room was extremely warm. The woman had a jacket draped over her shoulders, and her eyebrows were drooping. Her pale and elegant face seemed to be in her early 30s, but the grizzled hair at her temples betrayed her age. After drinking a few mouthfuls of water from the cup, she lightly pursed her lips. Shui Rui understood and took the cup away, pulling the quilt over her body. Is it day or night? Madame Shui's eyes were half open, her eyes devoid of any spirit as she softly asked this question. Shui Rui's expression was pained. He turned his head to look at the window and replied, "It's almost daybreak. You've been back for a few days. Guard me every day. Don't make your grandfather unhappy. In a little while, eat breakfast and go back." Madame Shui leaned against her son's chest, her expression serene and serene. She did not seem like a patient who had been unconscious for several days. "Mother, be at ease. It was grandfather who allowed your son to attend to you during your illness." Shui Rui helped Madame Shui lie down, propping up a pillow behind her. He sat on the edge of the bed and lightly held her hand, his face filled with fatigue. At the end of last month, he had been dispatched from the capital to welcome the Prince of Xiang. Upon his return, he had heard the news that his mother had fallen ill. Madame Shui's health had always been poor, and this illness had been sudden. She had been unconscious for several days, and when she woke up and slept, Shui Rui had kept her company with all his might, making up for the 2 years he had been away from home and unable to fulfill his filial duties. "Your grandfather has always been strict, but he treats you extremely well. Ruier, listen to your grandfather's words. Don't let down the hopes he has placed on you once more," Madame Shui softly said, her breath faint. Shui Rui's eyes flickered as he obediently replied, "Mother, be at ease. Your son understands." The physician was quickly invited over, and the diagnosis made Shui Rui feel at ease. Madame Shui was no longer in danger, and all she needed to do was carefully nurse herself back to health and take supplements. Shui Rui accompanied her for the entire morning, and he watched as she finished drinking the medicinal soup and fell asleep before he left. Before he left, he repeatedly instructed the maidservants in her courtyard to immediately send someone to notify him if anything went wrong. Shui Rui returned to his courtyard. After bathing, he changed into his official's robe, preparing to make a trip to the Supreme Court. Before leaving the capital, he still had some official duties to complete, which he had delayed until now. He didn't know if they had been taken over by someone else. Leaving the Supreme Court at dusk, Shui Rui hadn't eaten much the entire day. He had the sedan bearers carry him to the restaurant he frequented. As he entered, he was recognized by the sharp-eyed shopkeeper who was doing the accounting and hurriedly called for a waiter. Shui Rui's mind was preoccupied, so he didn't pay attention to what the shopkeeper was saying. He went up to the private room on the second floor. When he pushed open the door, he found that it was full. Lu Jiong, Feng Zhaomiao, Qi Mingxiu, and Rui Lin were all there. Seeing Shui Rui, they were also very surprised. It turned out that they had arrived first. When the shopkeeper saw that Shui Rui had arrived, he mistakenly thought that they had arranged to meet together, so he had the waiter lead him upstairs. "Brother Rui," Feng Zhaomiao happily called out, then turned her head to complain to Qi Mingxiu. "Didn't you say that Brother Rui wouldn't come?" Qi Mingxiu spread out his hand and pointed at Shui Rui. "You can ask him. I sent someone to the Shui residence yesterday to deliver a message, but when he came back, he said that he was not free." Shui Rui smiled noncommittally and sat down in the seat that Feng Zhaomiao gave up. Lu Jiong poured wine for him and asked, "Where have you been these days? Since the day you sent my father back to the residence, I haven't seen you. I even went to the Supreme Court to look for you twice. I thought that you had gone missing. If it wasn't for grandfather not liking me, he would have gone to the residence to look for you this morning." Shui Rui shook his head. "My mother wasn't feeling well, so I stayed at home for a few days." There was a moment of silence. Lu Jiong was the first to react and said with concern, "Aunt is sick again? Why is the doctor in the residence so useless? She didn't get better after a long time of treatment. Did you go to the palace to see the imperial physician?" "She's fine now." Shui Rui didn't seem to want to talk about it and changed the topic. "Why are you all gathered here today?" Everyone present was perceptive. Seeing that he didn't want to talk about it, they went around it. Feng Xiaomiao moved a chair to sit next to Shui Rui and said excitedly, "We are talking about this year's grade examination. We are looking for Shi Ziyi to ask for information." Shui Rui didn't go out for a few days and didn't know these things. When he heard about the grade examination, he first thought of a person. Slightly distracted, he stopped drinking and turned to ask Lu Jiong, "What does the grade examination have to do with you?" Lu Jiong was about to answer when Feng Xiaomiao asked in bewilderment, "Why, you don't know?" "Know what?" Feng Xiaomiao muttered, thinking that day when Lian Fenggunyang came to ask him to enter the Xiang prince residence. He said that he was going to look for Rui Gu for help. Why did she not look for him? "Xiaomiao?" Shui Rui called his name again. "Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to say that you haven't heard of such an important matter." Feng Xiaomiao laughed and didn't mention Yushu at the table. He wanted to talk to Shui Rui in private later. After that, he started to talk about the topic of this year's Dian examination. Shui Rui listened attentively. He knew that the Prince of Xiang had lost something on the road, but he had only heard about it today when it became a topic of the Dian examination. Lu Jiong said, "I don't know what the Celestial Commissioner is thinking. My Fuang doesn't even know if the painting was lost or stolen, but they made it a topic of the examination. Now there is a large group of people outside the Wang residence every day. It's so annoying. It's so noisy that my Fuang pretended to be sick and moved to Dingbua Hall the next day, leaving the mess to his subordinates." Qi Huxiu interrupted. "The housekeeper of your residence must have received so much money in the past 2 days that his hands are tired." Lu Jiong laughed and said indifferently, "It's a rare opportunity. Let them make a fortune." They talked and laughed. Shui Rui seemed to be listening, but in fact he was absent-minded. After the meal, Lu Jiong proposed to continue drinking elsewhere, but Shui Rui refused. Feng Xiaomiao also said that he had something to do. The 5 people separated outside the restaurant. Lu Jiong and the others went to drink. Feng Xiaomiao stopped Shui Rui, who was about to get on the sedan. He looked around and pulled him to the side of the road. "Brother Rui, did Miss Lian Feng go to find you?" Hearing this, Shui Rui frowned. "No." "Why? Have you seen her?" Feng Xiaomiao nodded and told him about the day Yushu came to find him. In the end, he scratched his ears and cheeks in regret. "I saw that she didn't know that you came back, so I told her. I wanted her to find you for help quickly. If I knew that she wouldn't go to find you, I would have brought her to the Wang residence that day." Shui Rui's expression immediately changed. He asked, "When did she find you?" "The day before yesterday." Feng Xiaomiao muttered, "I don't know if she entered the Wang residence. It's been a few days." As soon as he finished speaking, there was no one in front of him. Feng Xiaomiao turned his head left and right. He only saw Shui Rui hurriedly get on the sedan. He didn't even greet him and left. Chapter 236. That night, Shui Rui rushed to Huixing Street and told the sedan bearers to wait by the side of the street. He walked into the alleyway, thinking about what to say when he saw Yushu's people. 1. To explain why he hadn't come looking for her in the past few days, and 2. To convince that stubborn girl to accept his help so that she could complete the strange arts exam. However, when he arrived at Yushu's door before he could knock, he saw a lock on the door. The sky was dark and he was unclear. Shui Rui touched the lock and felt a layer of dust on it. After a moment of hesitation, he realized that the people in the courtyard had moved away. How could that be? Didn't Zhao Miao say that she saw her the day before yesterday? Shui Rui didn't give up and knocked on the door, shouting a few times. However, the only response he got was the muffled sound of the door and the wind in the alleyway. Shui Rui's face was a little dark. He thought about the night before he left and Yushu's mindless words to him. He subconsciously thought that she quietly moved away because she was hiding from him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was he that scary? Standing outside the tightly locked door, Shui Rui felt a wave of defeat. He just happened to have a good impression of a girl, but before he could express anything, she was scared away. After standing in front of the door for a while, Shui Rui ignored the unhappiness in his heart and went to knock on the neighbor's door, wanting to find out where the family moved to. Unfortunately, the neighbor also couldn't explain clearly. Yu Shu and her brother seemed to have moved early in the morning without informing anyone. Oh, and that Jing. Thinking of that unknown Jianghu person, Shui Rui couldn't help but furrow his brows. First, he was worried, and second, he felt a little unfair. How could it be that they were both men, but that heartless girl could have completely different attitudes? She didn't have any suspicions towards that person, but guarded against him like she was guarding against a thief. Even though it was unfair, Shui Rui was not really angry to the point where he wanted to wash his hands of Yu Shu. He pondered over the fact that he still had to find her and bring her to meet Prince Xiang, so that she would have a higher chance of success in this case. Sitting on the sedan, Shui Rui temporarily returned to the Shui Manor. He thought about going to Baichuan Academy the next morning. Even if he couldn't catch the big one, he could still catch the small one. Moreover, Yu Shu spent 2 days and 2 nights to complete the incomplete set of 8 characters she got from the housekeeper of Prince Xiang's residence. Using the law of time of calamity, she deduced 2 pairs of birthdays that were most likely to be Prince Xiang's. Then, she substituted them into the calculation symbols and listed out the few times when Prince Xiang was most likely to have lost the painting. For the past 2 days, other than going to the toilet, she didn't even step out of her room. She had worn out 7 or 8 charcoal pens. Due to excessive calculations, her knuckles were also rubbed into water calluses. It hurt when she touched them. However, to Yu Shu, as long as she could make some progress on the exam, it was all worth it. Now, all she had to do was wait until tomorrow when she went to Xiang Wang's manor again, and asked the old housekeeper about the few times she had calculated. Then, she could basically confirm where he lost the picture scroll. Even though she wasn't 100% sure, but as the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Yu Shu admitted that she couldn't be compared to the almighty Ez from ancient times. Being able to calculate to this step was already her limit. She sorted out the notes that she had to ask tomorrow. In order to avoid any accidents, she made 3 copies. 1 copy was kept at the bottom, and the other 2 were kept in the pockets of the clothes that she had to wear tomorrow. After finishing her preparations, Yu Shu stretched her back and drank the remaining water in the teapot. She got up and left the study table to go outside to get some fresh air. It was late at night, and the courtyard was very cold. Zhao Hui and the rest had already gone to bed. A crescent moon hung in the sky. Yu Shu unknowingly walked to the entrance of Jing Chen's courtyard. She took a look inside and saw that the candles had already been extinguished. She didn't enter again. These past 2 days, she had been busy from dawn to dusk. Even though they were under the same roof, she didn't even have the time to look at him. She couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Let's wait until tomorrow. We'll have breakfast together in the morning, and then I'll ask him about the recovery of his memory. Yu Shu thought to herself as she returned to her room. As soon as she laid down on the bed, the exhaustion from the past few days hit her, and she quickly fell into a deep sleep. She didn't know how deep it was in the night, but a silhouette was cast on the frosted window. In the night, it slowly disappeared. It was late winter, and the morning was extremely cold. Yu Shu sneezed twice when she got up. She hadn't covered herself properly with the blankets last night, and had slept for an entire night. Her 2 feet were actually exposed. As she sniffled, Yu Shu quickly put on a cotton-padded jacket under the blankets. She turned around and got out of bed. Looking at the bronze mirror, she tied her hair into a scholar's bun and wrapped a handkerchief around it. She went outside to fetch water to wash her face. Zhao Hui's family had just settled down in Jing, and the residents hadn't added any servants yet. Thus, Yu Shu hadn't been assigned a servant girl to serve her. She still had to do everything herself. "Miss, you're up early." Zhao Hui's servant girl, Yindo, came out with tea. Seeing Yu Shu standing at the door and splashing water to wash her face, she greeted her. Yu Shu smiled at her. "Is Aunt Hui up?" Yindo said. "Yes, she's up." She was about to ask Newbie to see if you're up or not. "Miss, are you hungry? I'll go to the kitchen to see if breakfast is ready. Should I bring it in for you?" Yu Shu refused. "You do what you need to do, I'll go by myself." Yu Shu put the basin back in the room and went to the kitchen. Pei Jing had brought 2 chefs from Yangzhou. He Fengji was afraid that Zhao Hui's pregnant tastes wouldn't be good, so he asked to borrow one. Breakfast was a southern style, plain porridge and side dishes. Yushu chatted with the chef for a bit and found a food box in the cupboard. She filled it with 2 portions of breakfast and went to Jing Chen's courtyard, planning to eat breakfast with him. The doors and windows were closed and she didn't hear any movement in the room. Yushu found it strange that Jing Chen hadn't woken up at this time. She knocked on the door twice and the door opened by itself. "Tisk, did you not lock the door when you slept last night?" Yushu muttered to herself and simply pushed the door into the small living room. She put down the food box and took out the breakfast as she shouted towards the bedroom in the room. "Jing Chen, you still haven't woken up? Quickly get up, breakfast is ready, let's eat together." She placed the porridge and dishes, but there was still no response in the room. Yushu felt that something was wrong. She put down the chopsticks and turned to walk to the bedroom door. She raised her hand and pushed the door lightly. With a creak, the door slid inwards, revealing the scene in the room. On the bed, the bedding was still there, but there was no shadow. "Jing Chen." Yushu's eyelids suddenly twitched. She strode forward and lifted the quilt. At a glance, she saw a small lump of coagulated brownish red on the apricot yellow pillow. She panicked, grabbed the pillow and smelled it. It was really the smell of blood. Yushu's face changed greatly. She put down the pillow and ran out, shouting Jing Chen's name. She searched the house and asked if anyone had seen Jing Chen, but no one had seen him. Even the gatekeeper said that he didn't see him go out last night, and this morning. Yushu returned to Jing Chen's room with a livid face. When she entered his bedroom, she found that the rusted sword that he always hung on the bedside table was gone. His boots were not in the room, the quilt was no longer warm, and a biography of Lu Yi was on the desk. All the signs showed that he had left. Yushu clenched her teeth and clenched the book. She was annoyed and angry. She had no doubt that Jing Chen had regained his memory. Otherwise, how could he suddenly disappear? She was afraid that after he remembered, he would leave without saying goodbye. She had prepared a precaution in advance, tricked him into writing a contract, and coaxed him to express his feelings, but he still left without saying a word. Standing in the empty room, Yushu's heart seemed to have a fire burning. She felt wronged, angry, and worried. She turned her head and stared at the brownish-red blood on the pillow at the foot of the bed. Her face changed several times. In the end, she couldn't harden her heart to leave this treacherous guy alive. She turned around and walked out of the bedroom. As soon as she reached the door, Yushu met Zhao Hui and He Fangji, who had heard the news, and Yu Xiaoxiu. They had obviously heard from the servants that Jing Chen had disappeared. "Xiaoyu, what happened? I heard from the servants that you were looking for young Master Jing all over the courtyard. Is he not in the room?" Zhao Hui looked at Yushu with a worried expression. Yushu shook her head and showed the pillow in her hand to He Fangji. "Uncle He, look." Seeing the blood on the pillow, Zhao Hui let out a low cry. Yu Xiaoxiu was dumbfounded. He Fangji frowned, touched the dried blood, and sniffed it. After thinking for a moment, he said to Yushu, "It's extravasated blood. It seems that young Master Jing's meridians have been cleared. If I'm not wrong, his memory should have recovered. However, his body is still weak at the moment. I need to make another diagnosis to be sure. Xiaoyu, do you know where he went?" Yushu was upset and couldn't calm down. How could she have the mind to think about where Jing Chen went? She immediately said to them, "I'll go out and find him." As she said that, she stuffed the pillow into Yu Xiaoxiu's hands and ran out. Zhao Hui couldn't stop him and urged Dr. He to chase after her. Fortunately, He Fangji was rational. He patted Yu Xiaoxiu and told him to follow his sister. He turned to Zhao Hui and said, "Go back to the room and rest first. Don't worry. I'll arrange for the servants in the courtyard to go out and find him." Zhao Hui knew that she was pregnant and couldn't help, so she didn't want him to worry. She went back to the room with the servant and waited for news. Yushu said that she was looking for Jing Chen, but when she went out, she had no destination in mind. She stood at the door in the cold wind and sneezed a few times. She had been frozen last night, so when the wind blew, she felt a little dizzy. Yu Xiaoxiu caught up to her. Sis, wait for me." Yushu calmed herself down and pointed to the east road. She said to him, "Xiaoxiu, you go there and find him. I'll go to the other side. Your Jing Dage has never left the house and doesn't know the roads around here. Maybe he didn't go far. If you see him, bring him back for me." Yu Xiaoxiu nodded. He saw that Yushu's face was pale, and knew that she was worried about Jing Chun. He comforted her. Sis, maybe Jing Dage just went out for a walk. He'll be fine. Let's split up and look. Yushu didn't want this child to worry about her. She reluctantly nodded to him and patted his shoulder. Then she took the lead and went west. Zhao Hui's house was in the east of the city. There were residential houses nearby. 2 streets away, there was a bustling market. There were people doing business early in the morning. Yushu asked the passers-by along the way. Jing Chen's appearance was outstanding and easy to recognize. When he walked on the street, he should leave an impression. She thought that if someone saw Jing Chen, they would know which direction he went. Uncle, have you seen a man in white clothes? He is so tall and handsome. He is holding a sword in his hand. Auntie, did you see a young man with a sword? He's so tall, and he looks very handsome. After searching for an entire morning and running 7 or 8 streets, Yushu didn't find anything. Jing Chen seemed to have disappeared into thin air. No one saw him. Chapter 237. Shui Rui waited outside Baichuan Academy for the whole morning. Among the children coming and going to school, he didn't see Yu Xiaoxiu. The bell rang in the academy. Shui Rui didn't want to disturb him halfway, so he continued to wait outside. At noon, when class was over, he went to the Talent Institute to look for him, but he didn't expect to find him again. Yu Xiaoxiu? He didn't come to class today. Didn't come? Did he ask for leave? No, that child has always been good, but he was absent today. I don't know if he's sick or has something to do at home. Shui Rui was puzzled. He thanked the headmaster of the academy and went out to sit in the carriage. He felt that it was a coincidence and something was wrong. He couldn't find Yu Xiaoxiu, so he couldn't find Yushu. However, Shui Rui didn't give up. If it was any other time, he would go to Baichuan Academy again tomorrow. But now that he was in the middle of the Dian examination, he had to save as much time as he could. If he didn't find her tomorrow, he would have wasted another day. There were only 3 days left before he had to hand in his paper. But where could he find her? Halfway through the carriage, Shui Rui suddenly remembered something. He immediately asked the coachman to turn the carriage around and ordered, "Go to the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce in the south of the city." If he remembered correctly, the last time he chatted with the master of Tihan, he mentioned promoting a manager from Yiyang to work in the capital. That person happened to be Pei Jing, whom he had met once. Maybe Pei Jing had already come to the capital, and Yushu's sudden move might have something to do with him. Shui Rui suddenly had an idea. He turned around and went to the main branch of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce in the south of the city. He found the manager and showed his identity. After asking a little, he heard that Pei Jing had come to the capital. He found out which branch Pei Jing was working in, and got on the carriage again. Jing Chen didn't come back. Yushu ran home from the street, hoping to be lucky, but the result was disappointment. Zhao Hui was so worried about the children that she didn't even have an appetite for lunch. The few servants in the courtyard were all sent out to look for them. Only the cook and the maidservants were still there. Yu Xiaoxiu came back from outside first, and was pulled to the stove by her to warm his hands. Seeing that the child's face was pale from the cold, her heart ached terribly. Then, she saw that Yushu came in right after and her lips were actually blue and purple. She immediately asked the maidservants to bring a blanket and wrap him up. Then, she hurriedly called the kitchen to bring some ginger soup over. She held Yushu's icy hands and felt that this child was faintly trembling and almost crying. Then, she looked at her dazed look and remembered He Fangji's speculation. She knew that this child really had feelings for that Jing Chen. What are you doing? Young hero Jing is such a big person. How can he go missing? Maybe he will come back after a walk. Why do you need to go out to look for him in this cold weather? Zhao Hui coaxed Yushu. She was afraid that she would be so stubborn that she would run out later. Yushu didn't say anything. She looked at the stove by her feet and the dancing sparks. It was like her heart was burning. She didn't listen to what Zhao Hui said. She sat quietly for a while and drank the ginger soup that the maidservant brought to her. When her body was warm again and her throat wasn't so dry, she stood up and whispered to Zhao Hui, "I will go out to look for him again." Zhao Hui grabbed her and anxiously said, Do you really want to make a fuss until you fall sick? If he really left, would you be able to find him? Yushu's body stiffened. She turned her head and pushed Zhao Hui's hand away. She bitterly said, "If I don't look for him, he really won't come back." She thought about it for the whole morning, but she couldn't figure out why Jingchen would quietly leave without saying a word. She didn't believe that he didn't have any reluctance to part with her these days. Thinking about it, he was probably afraid that if he saw her, he wouldn't be able to leave. She didn't know where he was going or where he would go, but she had a premonition that if she left him alone like this, he might get into trouble again. Ignoring Zhao Hui's obstruction, Yushu went back to her room to put on a coat and a hat before leaving. Yu Xiaoxiu wanted to follow her, but he was scolded by Zhao Hui, so he could only stay in the room with his ears drooping. It was a surprisingly cold day. The water splashed outside the door in the morning had turned into ice, and the breath she exhaled was a cloud of white fog. Yushu changed her route and asked around along the way. This time, she went even further. She directly went from the east of the city to the south of the city, and even went to Huixing Street. Unknowingly, it was dusk again. There were fewer people on the street. In this cold winter, people had to close their stalls early and go home to their wives and children. Yushu walked half of the south of the city and blisters appeared on her feet. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, she had no choice but to turn back. The sky was getting dark, and the people on the street were rushing back home. She was the only one walking slowly. Before, she still had a glimmer of hope that Jingchen had just recovered his memory and couldn't accept it. He would go out for a walk and come back. But after she couldn't find any trace of him for a day, her heart was even more certain that he had really left. This couldn't help but make her think back to the last time they parted. It was in the alley of Yang City. He came to say goodbye to her, and calmly told her the reason why he was leaving. No matter how she tried to persuade him to stay, he still insisted on leaving. At that time, she could wave goodbye and send him off with a smile. But now, it was hard for her to let go. But this time he didn't even say goodbye. The wind blew past her ears. Yushu's eyes were a little dry. She looked down at the road. Her hands and feet were so cold that they couldn't feel them. Suddenly, a little bit of ice fell on the tip of her nose. She raised her head and saw that in the gray-blue sky, there were scattered specks of white and silver light. It was snowing. 1 or 2 flakes fell on her forehead and melted. She lowered her head and felt dizzy for a moment. She wrapped her clothes tightly around herself and continued to walk forward. This was the first snow of winter. In an instant, it was getting heavier. It floated on the ground, and the road under her feet gradually turned white. Her mind was in a mess, and she was a little dazed from the cold. Suddenly, she heard someone call her name. She raised her head and her eyelashes were covered in snow. She blinked her eyes and vaguely saw a white figure standing in the snow not far away. He was holding an umbrella, and in the white snow, he was walking towards her with large steps. The snow under his feet made crunching sounds. Her heart was filled with joy. She shouted Jingchen and rushed towards that person. But before she could run a few steps, her head felt heavy and she fell to the ground. Then her vision turned black and she lost consciousness. Ashu. Shui Rui was shocked when he saw Yushu fall down, and he hastily ran forward before tossing away his umbrella and squatting down to help her up. When he leaned against her chest to take a look, he saw that her face was livid, her lips were purple, and there was a layer of snow on her eyebrows and eyes. Her entire body seemed to have been frozen stiff, and she seemed to have fainted. Ashu, Ashu? Shui Rui shook her. He was a little flustered, so he reached out and touched her forehead. It was frighteningly hot, so he immediately tore off the fur cloak on his shoulder and wrapped it around her. Then, he carried her in his arms and turned around to run towards Zhao Hui's house. He didn't care if Zhao Hui recognized him as he barged into the house. Yushu still hadn't returned in the evening. Zhao Hui was worried and regretted not forcefully holding him back. Yu Xiaoxiu and He Fengji went out together to look for Yushu. She waited in the front hall. Suddenly, she heard someone shouting at the door from outside the courtyard. There was a series of footsteps and the curtain was pushed open from the outside. Ah! Seeing a strange man come in, the little maidservant Yundo cried out in surprise. Zhao Hui's eyes were sharper than hers. She saw Yushu in the man's arms and hurriedly got up. What happened, Xiaoyu? She looked up again and saw Shui Rui. Under the light, his face was very familiar. A light flashed and she blurted out. You. Shopkeeper Chow? Shui Rui hastily nodded. He didn't have time to explain more to her. He urged in a low voice. She's fainted from the cold. Quickly go and boil a bucket of hot water and a bowl of spicy soup. Where's the bedroom? Zhao Hui hurriedly ordered the maidservant to boil water and led the way for Shui Rui to Yushu's bedroom. Shui Rui placed Yushu on the bed. Together with Zhao Hui, they took off Yushu's damp jacket and covered her with 2 blankets, covering her tightly. They then turned around to find a fire in the room and moved it to the bed. They lit the fire and burned the charcoal. They did this without stopping. The maidservant brought hot water in. Zhao Hui was flustered and almost knocked over the basin. Shui Rui was the calmest. He didn't mind the heat. He soaked his entire hand in the boiling hot water and wrung out a towel. He wiped Yushu's face clean. When the chef brought over a ready-made bowl of spicy ginger water, he pinched Yushu's cheeks, pried open her mouth and forced her to drink half a bowl. Ahem. Yushu was half conscious. She groggily called out, Jingchen. Shui Rui's eyes turned cold. He pretended not to hear her, and wiped away the water at the corner of her mouth with his thumb. He put down the bowl and covered her with the blanket. He turned around and asked Zhao Hui, "What's going on?" Zhao Hui was at a loss. She didn't have time to think about why Chao Zixin suddenly appeared. She looked at Yushu on the bed and answered absent-mindedly, "Young hero Jing is missing. Xiaoyu went out to look for him the whole day." After answering, she remembered that Chao Zixin didn't know who Jing Chen was. She was about to explain when she heard him ask, "Jing Chen?" Zhao Hui was stunned. "You know young hero Jing?" Shui Rui nodded. He didn't look happy. "I know him. I've seen him a few times. What do you mean by he's missing?" When Zhao Hui heard this, she knew that Yushu had seen Chao Zixin before. Because they had been neighbors in Yiyang for several months, she knew Chao Zixin's character. Although she was puzzled, she didn't hide it. She answered, "Young hero Jing used to live in the courtyard on the west side. When he woke up this morning, he suddenly disappeared. Xiaoyu was worried that something had happened to him, so she went out to look for him the whole day. No matter how I tried to persuade her, she wouldn't listen." Alas, Shui Rui was a shrewd person. As soon as he heard this, he sensed that something was wrong. With a few words, he found out that Jing Chen had lost his memory from Zhao Hui. Then he understood why he had stayed in Yushu's house for a long time and couldn't leave. After he understood this, Shui Rui turned around to look at Yushu, who lay on the bed with a dazed and ghastly pale countenance, and besides feeling heartache, he couldn't help but feel depressed. He actually didn't know when this little girl had become a good person. Why was she so heartless to him? Chapter 238. When it was dark, He Fangji and Yu Xiaoxiu came back. There was no one in the front yard. They didn't know what was going on. When they found Yushu's room, they heard someone talking inside. Yu Xiaoxiu went in first and saw a man wearing a snow cloak standing by the bed. He exclaimed, "Brother Shui." When he looked again, he saw Yushu lying unconscious on the bed. He was scared out of his wits and rushed forward. Sister. Zhao Hui hurriedly called Lang Zhong to come in and take Yushu's pulse. She didn't notice that Yu Xiaoxiu's call was wrong. It should be Brother Chao instead of Brother Shui. "Lang Zhong, come and take a look at Xiaoyu. Is it serious?" Yifangji had met Shui Rui twice in Yiyang City. It was when Yushu was beaten by Old Lady Ji for stealing fish and was chased out on a rainy day. Shui Rui went to invite him to see him at night. But later on he treated Zhao Hui. When they were close, Shui Rui had already left. After half a year, coupled with Yu Xiaoxiu's call, he didn't recognize him for a moment. He was pulled to the bed by Zhao Hui. Soon his attention was attracted by Yushu's pale face. When He Fangji saw Yushu's face, he knew it was bad. He hurriedly peeled off her eyelids and took out her wrist from the quilt to take her pulse. After checking, he saw that her hands and feet were stiff and her pulse was cold. He hurriedly said to the person beside him, "Quickly ask someone to boil a bucket of hot water. I'm afraid she will get sick if it's too late." Boil it. Yindo, quickly go to the kitchen," Zhao Hui urged. The maidservant hurriedly left. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiu was already lying on He Fengji's bed and crying. He was so noisy that He Fengji couldn't concentrate. Shui Rui saw that Yu Xiaoxiu was in the way, so he pulled him up and brought him to the side. He reprimanded him in a low voice before he finally stopped crying. The cook and the maid who was sweeping the floor carried the hot water into the room. Shui Rui helped to pour it into the bathtub. After adjusting the temperature of the water, he and Yu Xiaoxiu retreated to the door. He Fengji left, leaving only the woman in the room. Zhao Hui was also pulled out. Yu Shu was carried into the bathtub by the strong maid and soaked for half an hour. During this time, she would add more hot water from time to time. She was sweating profusely. Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu waited anxiously outside. He Fengji went back to the room to gather some herbs and personally went to the kitchen to boil it. Shui Rui stood in front of Yu Shu's door and didn't say a word. They tossed and turned like this until late at night. Yu Shu finally recovered and her limbs were no longer stiff. She was carried back to the bed. The movement was not small, but she didn't wake up. After making her drink the medicine, He Fengji carefully examined Yu Shu again. He was worried and put a few needles on her forehead. Finally, he let out a sigh of relief and said to the people around the bed, "She's fine. There's a bag in the kitchen. Xiaoxiu, go pour a bag of hot water and put it under your sister's feet. She'll be fine after a night." Yu Xiaoxiu hurriedly complied and went out. Zhao Hui's eyes were red. She pushed Dr. He away and sat by the bed. She touched Yu Shu's head. "Why isn't she awake yet?" "Don't worry. She just slept too deeply. She just drank the medicine. She'll sleep until tomorrow morning." He Fengji advised her. "You should go back to your room and rest. I'll keep an eye on her. If you get sick again, I don't know which side to take care of." How could Zhao Hui be willing to leave? However, she was a considerate person. She knew that if she made a mistake at this critical moment, she would only cause more trouble. After a day, her waist was slightly sore. She was worried about the child in her belly, so she thought about it and agreed. However, when she saw that Shui Rui was still in the room, she asked, "Shopkeeper Chow, where are you staying? The snow has just stopped and the road is slippery. It's dark outside. Why don't you stay at home for the night? I'll have someone prepare a guest room." When Shui Rui came, he had taken a carriage. The coachman was waiting at a nearby restaurant to avoid the snow. He could have returned at any time, but when he saw Yu Shu sleeping soundly on the bed, he hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Then I'll disturb you for the night." Zhao Hui then told him that she didn't have the leisure to reminisce with Chao Zixin after this incident. She had her personal maidservant, Yindo, stay in Yu Shu's room to look after her. She took the maidservant and followed her back to her room. If there was anything, they could talk about it tomorrow morning. He Fengji had already recognized Shui Rui. She had Yu Xiaoxiu and the maidservant guard Yu Shu in the room and led him outside to talk. After Zhao Hui returned to her room, she had a manservant bring a brazier over and serve hot tea and snacks. She wanted the men to have something to talk about. "When did shopkeeper Chow come to Jing City to make a living?" He Fengji asked. "Actually, my home is in Anling. I've been back for a few months." Shui Rui didn't answer in detail. He had been in Yang for a few months and shouldn't have been known by outsiders. He should have pretended not to know him, but in a moment of desperation, he exposed himself in front of Zhao Hui and the others and admitted Chao Zixin's identity. It was purely an accident. To prevent He Fengji from asking in more detail, Shui Rui picked up the topic. "Dr. He and Aunt Hui got married a few months ago. It's a pity that I wasn't there to drink a cup of wine. I'll make it up to you another day. I hope you won't blame me." With this, He Fengji couldn't refuse. She sighed with a smile and said, "It's all thanks to Xiao Yu's help that Hui Nyang and I were able to become a family." Shui Rui's face showed curiosity. "Why do you say that?" When He Fengji talked about the past, she couldn't stop sighing. She told him about how Zhao Hui had been injured by the Dou siblings on the streets. Zhao Hui had hit her head and was sent to his medical center. She even told him about how Yu Shu had kowtowed and begged him to save her life. At that time, she earned 500 taels for 2 days. It really shocked me. It could be said that Hui Nyang relied on Xiao Yu to save her life. Both of us, husband and wife, are grateful to her. However, Without her, we don't know where we would be. It was Shui Rui's first time hearing about this story. Even though he did not know how Yushu managed to raise 500 taels of gold to save someone in that kind of situation, he knew that it must have been an extremely difficult task. Hence, he regarded her as someone who valued friendship and righteousness even more. She was not a fickle and untrustworthy person. However, when he heard the gratitude in He Fangji's words, Shui Rui actually felt a little proud of himself for having a good eye for people. It's true that Yushu is usually mischievous, but in critical moments, she is the most reassuring person. What happened next? He Fangji didn't need to tell Shui Rui. Yushu thought that he didn't know about her helping Zhao Hui to fight the lawsuit. In fact, he watched the whole thing from the side, and only left after it was over. He Fangji said, "I haven't asked, where did shopkeeper Chow meet Xiaoyu?" Shui Rui said, "Before I left the capital, I didn't know where the siblings moved to. Coincidentally, I met Mr. Pei from the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce, so I went to ask for directions. I came to look for Ashu because I have an urgent matter. I didn't expect to see her fainting in this world of ice and snow." So long as Shui Rui was willing, he wouldn't have to put on airs as a young master, and he would be able to get along well with anyone. The two of them chatted like this, and before they knew it, half a night had passed. During this period of time, He Fangji had entered the room to take Yushu's pulse twice, and when she saw that her condition had stabilized, she consoled Yu Xiaoxiu before inviting Shui Rui to the guest room to rest. After they left, Kim Bao crawled out from under the bed and climbed up Yu Xiaoxiu's trousers to the bed. It squatted beside Yushu's pillow and whispered. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't pay attention to it, so Kim Bao stopped making sounds and obediently lay down. Its dark eyes looked at Yushu, as if it was worried about her. The ground was covered with snow and the sky turned white early. Yushu woke up in the morning. Yu Xiaoxiu and Yin Do took turns to sleep for half the night. He just got up and was about to put a water bag under her feet when he saw Yushu's eyelids opened. He was so happy that he hurriedly said, Sister, you're awake." Yushu's lips moved, her voice was weak, but she asked, "Is Baochen back?" Yu Xiaoxiu's smile froze and he gently shook his head. Yushu then closed her eyes again, as if she was asleep. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't dare to speak carelessly, fearing that he would make her sad. He touched her forehead and saw that it was still hot, so he softly said, "Sister, I'll go ask Uncle He to come over." After he finished speaking, he ran out. The room was quiet. Yushu took a deep breath and violently coughed. Kukuku. After a while, the bedroom curtain moved, as if someone had come in. She didn't have the strength to open her eyes. At first, she thought that it was Dr. He, but then she heard a familiar male voice. "Are you awake?" Yushu's eyelashes trembled, but she didn't move. "I'll say a few words to you before leaving. You just need to listen." The voice was warm and there was a hint of comfort in it, but it didn't seem to be happiness. "If you want to find someone, I can help. You can rest in peace for a day. Tomorrow morning, I'll come and take you to Dingbo Hall to see Xiang Wang. You don't want to accept my favor, I know that. But I'm willing to help you. This is my matter, so you owe me one. As for the rest, after the Dayan examination, we'll talk again. I'm leaving, take care of your body." After he finished speaking, the steady footsteps sounded again, as if he stopped in front of the door for a moment before leaving. On the bed, Yushu slowly opened her eyes and turned her head to look in the direction of the door. Her haggard face had all sorts of emotions. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yu Xiaoxiu brought He Fangji in, and Zhao Hui followed behind. Seeing that Yushu had really woken up, she hurriedly ordered someone to bring water and soup over. He Fangji diagnosed Yushu once again. Under the worried gazes of the adult and child, he nodded. "The cold has subsided, you just need to take care of yourself." Zhao Hui thanked the heavens and earth and sat by the bed, stroking Yushu's head. She warmly said, "You scared us last night, so don't be silly and stay at home." She paused again and used the words she discussed with Dr. He last night to coax her. "Dr. He will go find your Uncle Pei later, and ask him to help look for young hero Jing. Don't worry, he's an adult and won't go missing. Maybe he'll come back tomorrow." Just now, before shopkeeper Chow left, he asked about the situation. It sounded like he wanted to help find out more. With so many people watching, you don't have to worry. Yushu listened wearily. She didn't want to worry, but what else could she do? In her current state, if she ran out again, she would really die. Yesterday, she was impulsive and stubborn, implicating everyone in the house to work for her. Remembering that Jing Chun had internal energy and wasn't afraid of the cold, Yushu could only comfort herself that nothing would happen to him. She nodded at Zhao Hui and said softly, "Aunt Hui, you didn't sleep well last night, right? Quickly go back to your room and rest." "I'm tired, I'll sleep again." After coaxing Zhao Hui away, Dr. He also returned to his room. The maids and servants all went to work. Only then did Yushu beckon Yu Xiaoxiu to the bedside and asked, "Why is your brother Shui here so early in the morning?" "Last night. He was the one who sent you back." Yushu's head hurt. She vaguely remembered that last night, in the heavy snow, she saw a figure holding an umbrella. Gradually, it actually matched with the rainy day. Chapter 239. Yushu lay in bed for a whole day, with He Fangji, who was an expert in the apricot forest, keeping an eye on her. She didn't suffer much. After 3 bowls of medicine, her fever subsided, and she was able to get out of bed. However, her hand joints had grown 3 or 4 frostbites overnight. They were red and swollen and looked terrible. There were signs of cracking. Even after applying medicine, they didn't get better in a short time, which made Zhao Hui very distressed. Dinner was eaten by a big family. The dishes on the table were light. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu each had a bowl of wonton and chicken soup in front of them. They tasted too and recognized the taste. When they stayed at Zhao Hui's house that day, they ate a lot of wontons made by her. It turned out that Zhao Hui was afraid that Yushu would lose her appetite after drinking the bitter medicine for the whole day. Thus she personally cooked, mixed the stuffing, and made wontons for her. Of course, Yu Xiaoxiu's share was not left out. Yushu knew her intention, and felt warm in her heart. She couldn't help complaining that she shouldn't cook because she was pregnant. Seeing that she could eat, Zhao Hui was satisfied and said, "The skin was cut by the chef. I didn't use the knife. I only made a plate of the stuffing. Eat it while it's hot. There's more in the kitchen if it's not enough." Holding a bowl of porridge, He Fangji gently knocked on the spoon to attract Zhao Hui's attention. She coughed lightly and said, "Madam, since there's more in the kitchen, why don't you give me a bowl as well?" Zhao Hui said, "I didn't make it for you." He Fangji's face fell. Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't help laughing. Yushu knew that they were trying to make her happy. She smiled and lowered her head to eat the bowl of wonton, but there was not much taste in her mouth. After dinner, Yushu mentioned to Zhao Hui that she had to go out tomorrow. Before she finished, Zhao Hui rejected her and said, "You just recovered and you want to go out? No, you stay at home and don't go anywhere." Yushu patiently explained, "There are still 2 days left. The day after tomorrow, I will have to hand in this exam paper. Tomorrow, I must go to the prince's residence to find out more, so that my hard work these days will not be in vain. Aunt Hui, don't worry. Brother Chow said he would pick me up tomorrow. He will send me there. I won't run away. I will go home after I finish my business." As soon as Zhao Hui heard Chow Zixin's name, her attitude softened. She knew that shopkeeper Chow was reliable and wasn't afraid of letting him take care of Yushu for a day. After hearing Yushu's promise, she took the opportunity to relax. "Then you must come back before dark. If you're outside at noon, remember to eat. Tomorrow, when you go out, you must wear thick clothes so that the wind doesn't blow." Yushu agreed one by one. Seeing that it was late, she asked Zhao Hui to return to her room. Yundo brought hot water for her to wash up. Yushu had just taken off her clothes and was sitting on the bed to soak her feet in hot water when Yu Xiaoxiu came in from outside. "Older sister." Yushu patted the side of her body for him to come and sit. Last night, she was frozen stiff. It must have scared this child. Yushu held Yu Xiaoxiu's hand. When she looked down, she saw the sore on the back of her hand. She quickly let go of him but was caught by Yu Xiaoxiu. "Older sister, does it hurt?" Yu Xiaoxiu carefully touched the frostbite on her hand. He felt uncomfortable and couldn't help but feel resentful towards Jing Chun for leaving without telling him. Yushu shook her head and changed the topic. "You haven't been to school for the past 2 days. Are you all right?" Yu Xiaoxiu said. "I don't know. Tomorrow, I will go to the school and apologize to the headmaster. If he wants to punish me by copying books, I will accept the punishment. Yushu said, then don't go tomorrow. Sleep at home for a day and go to the academy the day after tomorrow. Remember to ask when the holidays will be. It's almost the end of the year, and there will probably be a snowfall. It's best not to go out. Yu Xiaoxiu lowered his head and said, then why are you going out? Yushu touched his head. I'm going out to do something important. You don't want to see me fail and not make it on the list, right? The siblings sat and chatted for a while. The water used to wash the feet was cold. Yindo took it out and poured it away. She passed on Zhao Hui's message to them to sleep early. Yu Xiaoxiu dawdled and didn't want to leave. Older sister, can I sleep with you tonight? I can't sleep alone. Yushu wanted to refuse, but when she saw his little face and the hope in his eyes, she couldn't help but soften. She tapped his head and said, go to your room and bring the quilt over. I don't want to fight with you for the quilt at night. Okay. Yu Xiaoxiu happily ran out. After a while he came back with the quilt. Yushu wanted him to lie inside, but the child didn't want to. He wanted to sleep outside to shelter her from the wind. Yushu was helpless and could only let him go. The two of them climbed into the quilt and covered their heads with another quilt. Only then did she let Yindo blow out the lamp and close the door. The siblings laid on the bed with their heads together. They casually chatted for a while. After a while, Yu Xiaoxiu didn't make a sound. Yushu thought that he was asleep. But when she closed her eyes, she heard a small voice beside the pillow. The voice had a trace of fear and uneasiness. It also sounded like a crying voice. Older sister, don't let anything happen to you. If something happens to you, I'll be the only one left. I'm scared. Yesterday the weather was so cold and it was snowing. Her hands and feet were frozen, and her body was trembling. Yushu didn't think of crying. But at this moment, when she heard the child's words, she wanted to cry. Her hand reached out from under the quilt and reached for the other cup. Then, she felt Yu Xiaoxiu's hand and held it. Don't be afraid. Older sister will always be with you. In the morning, when breakfast was just ready at Zhao Hui's house, Shui Rui came to the door. Yushu was still combing her hair when she heard Yu Xiaoxiu shouting outside the door, Brother Chao is here. This was what she told him last night. Although Shui Rui didn't say it, she thought that he didn't intend to reveal his identity to Zhao Hui. So for the time being he was still shopkeeper Chao. She tied her hair up and put on her hat. The person in the mirror had a yellowish complexion. Originally it was just a pretty face, but now, it looked even more ordinary. Fortunately, it didn't look sickly, so it wouldn't be annoying. Yushu put the small bag of talismans that was exposed around her neck into her lapel. Yesterday she asked Zhao Hui for it because the yellow frost stone inside made her feel slightly at ease. As soon as she left the room, she was pulled by Yu Xiaoxiu. When she came to the living room door, the curtain was lifted and she saw 3 people sitting in the living room, talking. Yifangji, Zhao Hui and Shui Rui. Shui Rui, who was wearing a smoky green soft robe and a silver sand dune on his head, deliberately wore simple clothes. He didn't have the usual exquisite, rich and reserved look. Sitting in this simple and crude living room, he didn't feel out of place at all. When Yushu saw him he seemed to sense it and turned his head. The two of them looked at each other. Both of them were a little slow. However, the first one to speak was Yushu. She smiled and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu forward as if nothing happened. Brother Chao, you came really early. Just in time for breakfast. Shui Rui probably didn't expect her to be like this. His eyes flashed, and he was willing to accompany her and pretend that nothing happened. He smiled and said, You've seen through me. I purposely came to freeload for breakfast. As he spoke he looked at her complexion. Knowing that something was wrong, the smile on his face faded. He pointed to the seat next to him and said, Sit. Yushu didn't hesitate and sat next to him. Yu Xiaoxiu sat next to her on the other side. Zhao Hui ordered the kitchen to serve breakfast. Egg drop porridge, stir-fried tofu, stir-fried red and white radish, a basket of sesame steamed cakes, and a plate of pickled mustard greens. Yesterday Zhao Hui heard from Lang Zhong that Chao Zixin's family should be one of the wealthiest in the capital. She forgot to specially prepare breakfast. Now that a table of vegetarian dishes had been served, she was embarrassed and said to Shui Rui, "We haven't moved here for long and don't often know what to eat in the capital. Please don't dislike it." "What dislike? Didn't we eat like this in Yang?" Shui Rui's words made Zhao Hui feel better. He first picked up a steamed cake from a bamboo basket that was placed a little far away and placed it in Yu Xiaoxiu's bowl across Yu Shu's. He said, "Are you going to school today?" Because Yu Xiaoxiu was familiar with Shui Rui, he didn't thank him and spoke as usual. "Not today, I'll go tomorrow." Shui Rui said, "Go today and tidy up the things you left behind in the academy. I'll send you there later. I've asked Academician Song. Today is the last day. Tomorrow you'll be on leave." Yu Xiaoxiu made an sound and hurriedly asked, "Did they say when are we going to rest?" "After the new year, after the Lantern Festival in February next year." Shui Rui also helped him ask. As the two talked, Yu Shu sat in the middle and ate quietly. She didn't interrupt. Other than occasionally putting food into Yu Xiaoxiu's bowl with her chopsticks to prevent him from talking and not getting enough to eat. Zhao Hui and He Longzhong would occasionally interrupt and ask a few questions. Breakfast could be said to be a happy meal for both the host and the guest. During the meal, Shui Rui actually didn't say a word to Yu Shu, and no one at the table noticed that something was wrong. After the meal, Yu Xiaoxiu went back to his room to change his clothes. The courtyard was icy, so Zhao Hui didn't come out to see him off. He Fengji walked the siblings to the main door and bowed to Shui Rui, saying, "I've troubled shopkeeper Chow." Shui Rui nodded and led the siblings to the carriage parked on the side of the street. The sun was up in the sky and the ice and snow on the road showed signs of melting, but it was still very slippery. Shui Rui first let Yu Xiaoxiu into the carriage, then turned his head and extended his hand to Yu Shu, indicating that he wanted to help her into the carriage. Yu Shu couldn't pretend that she didn't see it, so after a moment of hesitation, she borrowed his arm and stepped into the carriage. Her hand rested on the crook of his arm, and the back of her hand was red and swollen against the smooth silk. It was very unbearable. When Shui Rui was eating breakfast, he saw the frostbite on her hand. Now that he saw it more carefully, he frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. "Let's go to Baichuan Academy in the north of the city first." After sending Yu Xiaoxiu to the academy and arranging to pick him up in the afternoon, the carriage turned around and took Ma Yingrui and Yu Shu to take care of business. Dinghua Hall. The atmosphere inside the carriage was a little strange. The two of them were sitting very casually with tea and warm beds. There wasn't the slightest bit of awkwardness in their expressions, and each was more natural than the other, but they didn't say anything. Probably sensing that the atmosphere was not right, Yu Shu cleared her throat and spoke first. "Thank you for sending me back the night before yesterday." Shui Rui poured tea in his hand, and without raising his eyelids he said, "If you want to thank me, then strive to pass the examination this time." Of course, not to mention other things, Yu Shu was very confident in this subject of magic. After calculating for 2 days and 2 nights, as long as she met Prince Yang today, and asked all kinds of inside information, she would be able to confirm where the painting was lost. She didn't know whether it was because Shui Rui's attitude was normal, or because the carriage was warm, but Yu Shu gradually felt uneasy in her heart. She took the initiative to ask, "It's just that, Prince Yang is currently sick. Is it inappropriate for us to go and ask to see him so rashly?" Shui Rui handed a cup of hot tea to Yu Shu, and said, "Prince Yang is not sick. He just used the excuse that he doesn't want to see outsiders to hide in Dinghua Hall." Yu Shu was stunned for a moment, and her expression suddenly changed. "Prince Yang is not sick." Chapter 240. Shui Rui saw that Yu Shu's expression was strange and asked her, "What's wrong?" Yu Shu could not help but smile bitterly. "I realized that I have done a stupid thing." Previously, when she was estimating Prince Yang's 8 characters calamity, she was based on Prince Yang's noble birth and his recent illness as the signs. From the 60 sets of 8 characters, she picked out a few that matched and calculated again. Who knew that Prince Yang's illness was just an excuse, and the result that she painstakingly calculated would all be overturned. Her time calamity law base formula was complex number calculation. And in complex number calculation, A small mistake would cause a huge deviation in the result. Then all the wrong data that she had used to calculate the possible period of time when Prince Yang might have lost the item was not valid. When she saw Prince Yang today, she was prepared to ask him to confirm which of the few times was accurate, and from there determine where Prince Yang lost his item. But now it was all for naught. She had to hand in her papers tomorrow, and there was less than a day's time. If she met Prince Yang, even if she was lucky enough to get the accurate 8 characters, she would still need to do careful calculations to be able to deduce the time when the item was lost. But she only knew the time and not the location. She still had to meet Prince Yang again. If she was able to calculate the time in the middle of the night, where would she meet Prince Yang? If there was another day, at most she would shamelessly beg Shui Rui to come again tomorrow. The crucial point was tomorrow was the deadline, and all the examinees had to return to Taiching Department to hand in their papers. This was the Dayan examination, and no matter how unfair it was still a proper examination. It was not easy for Shui Rui to arrange for her to meet him, but she missed the opportunity. One day, there was only one more day. What stupid thing? Shui Rui asked puzzledly. Yushu shook her head and raised her hand to wipe her face. She sighed and said, "This year's Dayan examination, I might have to return empty-handed. I made a wrong calculation, and even if I meet Prince Yang, it would be useless." In the subject of Yi, she could only cope with the subject of astrology. In order to frame Ji Xingxuan, she did not consult it. She bet all her bets on the subject of art of Yi in order to win the title of Teacher Yi. In the end, she made a mistake and dug her own grave. Yushu suddenly remembered that day in Pei Ren Guan, when Xiao An's words, "drawing water with a bamboo basket." Could it be that he was referring to her now? Shui Rui did not know why Yushu was troubled, but when he heard what she said, there was actually a hint of discouragement in her voice. She did not look as confident as she was earlier at all. He frowned secretly. He wanted to ask her in detail, wanted to persuade her, but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he changed his mind and said, "It's not like you to talk about defeat before you've even succeeded." His tone didn't carry a trace of mockery or contempt, but Yushu could hear a trace of disappointment in his words. "Then tell me, how is it like me?" She raised her head and asked, "Not giving up until you reach the Yellow River. Not shedding tears until you see the coffin." Shui Rui looked at her with a faint smile on his face. Yushu's heart was moved and she was silent for a moment before saying, "It is not to the extent of giving up and shedding tears, but it is true that there is nothing I can do." Shui Rui said, "Then think of a way. There is still time. Aren't we handing in the examination papers tomorrow? If you have not thought of what to say or ask when you see Prince Yang, we will stop at the entrance of Dingbo Hall and wait for you to think before going in to greet him." Yushu said gloomily, "I am afraid I cannot think of another way in such a short time." "Don't be in a hurry to be discouraged." Shui Rui took the cold tea from her hands and changed it for a hot one. He gave it to Gui and said, "Think about it. You will definitely have a way." Yushu looked at Shui Rui, who was speaking with a firm tone. She did not know where he got his confidence from, but after hearing his words, her impetuous heart calmed down. She held the hot cup and cupped her hands, and her brain started to work normally again. Other than the law of the time of calamity, she had no way to solve this problem. Could it be that she had to use the 6 lines to tell Prince Yang's fortune? Forget it. It was not as accurate as her blind guess. Really, if she had been more cautious from the start and did not judge Prince Yang's health because of the rumors and excuses from the residents, she would not be in such a passive position and forced herself to this point. Shui Rui saw that she was spirited again and relaxed. He did not persuade her anymore and let her imagination run wild. The more one wanted time to slow down, the faster time would run. The carriage came to the street in front of Dingbo Hall. Yushu was still at her wit's end. Shui Rui did not rush her, and let the driver stop by the side of the road. He took out a book from somewhere and opened the window to read it to pass the time. After waiting for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he heard Yushu say, "Let's go." Shui Rui put down the book. "Have you thought of it?" Yushu shook her head like a hoodlum and said, "No, let's see Wang Yi first. Compared to sitting here and not using my brain, maybe I will have an idea if I personally ask about the situation." Shui Rui laughed and said, "All right." The two of them got off the carriage and walked a few steps to the front of Dingbo Hall. Shui Rui let the gatekeeper go in to inform them. There was no need to queue up, and there was no need to hand over an invitation. Not long later, a steward came running out of the snow and greeted with a smile. "Eldest Gongzi Wang Yi, please come in and wait. Lead the way." Shui Rui lifted the corner of his robe and stepped over the threshold. He did not seem to be polite to this steward. Yushu was not as comfortable as him and nodded to this steward with a smile. Yes. It was so easy to see him. This really made Yushu's heart sigh. She wanted to see the old steward of Xiangwangfu, but she spent 400 taels of silver and waited for 3 days. Now she wanted to see the Xiangwang with just a few words. No wonder Feng Xiaomiao wanted her to find Shui Rui for help. This was called having connections. This Dingbo Hall. Yushu had once come with Shui Rui. She could still remember that day when eldest Shui Xiao and the 7th prince had a dispute, gambling with wine and parting on bad terms. After a heavy snowfall, this garden was very different from the last time she came. There was no spring green all year round. Wearing a silver dress, it looked simple and elegant. It was a different kind of viewing pleasure. The steward led the way in front and did not walk in silence. He even turned his head to talk to Shui Rui. Eldest Gongzi came at the right time. The Junju is also here and came a little earlier than you. She is sitting in the incense grinding hall, waiting for Wang Yi to wake up. Shui Rui's footsteps paused. The Junju is also here? Yes, someone came to report earlier. When the Junju heard that you came, she was very happy and urged this one to quickly bring you to the incense grinding hall to talk. Yushu was curious as she listened at the side. The Junju? Was it the Junju of Xiangwangfu? Shui Rui seemed to know her doubts. He turned his head and said to her, "Shiwen is the daughter of Wang Yi. She is the daughter of my aunt. She is the younger sister of the same mother." Yes. Shui Rui asked the steward who led the way. "Is the Junju alone or did she bring someone else?" The steward said, "She brought a young lady with her." Shui Rui and Yushu looked at each other. They both knew that this must be the same as them, coming through the back door. As they spoke, they passed a slightly longer flower path and saw a hall with 3 rooms side by side in the middle of the veranda. The snow in front of the road was swept clean. The red curtain on the door was open, and there was a silver plaque with 2 words "incense grinding" hanging on it. In front of the door, under the eaves stood 2 maidservants. They wore pink silk coats and fur coats, looking very obedient and clean. Before they could walk to the door of the hall, they first saluted and greeted them. Then one of them rolled up the curtain, and the other lifted the corner of the curtain. They announced their arrival and invited them in. "Junju, eldest young master, is here." Yushu followed behind Shui Rui and entered the room. She turned her body sideways and fixed her gaze on the interior of the room. The 2 women in front of the tea table stood up leisurely. Yushu felt that the pretty and delicate young lady who was welcoming them with a smile on her face looked familiar, but before she could take a closer look, her attention was drawn to the young lady behind the young lady who was wearing a green veil over her face. This was some kind of fate. She came to Dingbua Hall twice and was able to meet her again. "Brother Rui, I haven't seen you for a while. How have you been?" Junju Shiwen stood in front of Shui Rui with a smile. The pink fox scarf around her neck made her look very delicate. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. She smiled innocently and innocently. "Yes, I rested at home for a few days." Shui Rui didn't intend to mention Madame Shui's illness to others. He also saw Ji Xingxuan in the hall. His eyes flashed and he was about to ask when Shiwen turned her head and introduced, "Brother Rui, this is the daughter of the Celestial Commissioner, Judge Ji. She is the 4th daughter of the Ji family. We are very good friends. Xingxuan, this is me." "Junju, I have seen Lord Shui." Ji Xingxuan softly interrupted Shiwen's introduction. She walked forward and bowed to Shui Rui first. Then she explained to the confused Shiwen, "Previously, when Lord Shui was handling a case in Taisher Shu Garden, we met a few times." Hearing this, Yushu thought that it was interesting. Ji Xingxuan and Shui Rui knew each other, but they didn't know each other because they were investigating a case. Instead, They had already met each other in Yang because of that fraudulent marriage. At that time, she was also fortunate enough to be present as one of the parties involved. However, before she could think further, Ji Xingxuan turned her head again and bowed to her. She said, "Hello, Miss Lianfang." Yushu was puzzled. Did this Ji Xingxuan eat the wrong medicine? It wasn't as if she didn't know her. Why was she calling her by that fake name? When Xiwen heard this, she turned her attention to the person behind Shui Rui. She saw that it was an unprepossessing young man, but when she heard Ji Xingxuan call him Miss, she couldn't help but frown. She turned to ask Shui Rui, "This is a friend," Shui Rui answered briefly. He swept his eyes over Ji Xingxuan. Like Yushu, he was puzzled as to why she had called him that. Oh. Earlier, when a servant had come in to report, Xiwen knew that Shui Rui had also brought someone to see her imperial father. She had also guessed that it was because of the examination. She hadn't expected that he had actually brought a woman with him. Miss Lianfang, this name sounded familiar. Wait, she remembered. Xiwen looked at Yushu a few more times. Without waiting for Shui Rui to notice anything, a servant came in from outside the door and said, "Junju de Gongzi, Wangya has woken up. He invites you to the Eastern Pavilion to talk." "I know," Xiwen replied. She turned her head to Shui Rui and said with a smile, "Today, I came first. Everything is first come, first served. You should wait for a while. After we have seen Imperial Father, you can bring this Miss Lianfang over." Shui Rui thought for a moment. Seeing that Yushu didn't seem to care, he said, "That's fine. You go first." Chapter 241. Princess Xiwen brought Ji Xingxuan out of the reception hall. On the way to the East Pavilion, Xiwen suddenly turned her head and asked, "Lianfang Gongzi, is it the female guest that my Rui Biaoga brought to the Dingbo Pavilion a few months ago?" Ji Xingxuan nodded her head and said, "She is also the one that won me in the wine bet." Xiwen chuckled. "She does have some ability." Ji Xingxuan did not say anything more. The two of them arrived at the East Pavilion. Because Xiwen was accompanying them, there was one less layer of security, and they directly entered the building. Prince Xiang had just woken up and was lying on his side behind the bamboo curtain. Xiwen accompanied Ji Xingxuan and sat on a chair. Separated by the curtain, she chatted with her father for a while before turning to business. Previously, she had brought Ji Xingxuan here, so there was no need for introductions. After coming and going, Ji Xingxuan asked what she wanted to know, so she bowed and said her goodbyes. Xiwen suddenly stood up and ran behind the bamboo curtain. Ji Xingxuan stood there and quietly listened to the conversation between father and daughter. "Father, this child has a favor to ask of you." Prince Xiang yawned and said, "Say it, what do you want?" "Rui Ji will be bringing people over later for this year's Dian examination. Don't answer him seriously and try to fool him." Xiwen knelt in front of the bed and massaged Prince Xiang's legs. Prince Xiang said with a smile, "How did Shui Rui offend you? You've been praising him all day long. Yet now you're trying to trip him up behind his back?" "I am not trying to trip him up. It is not like he wants to take the examination. Father, please agree. Please agree." Xiwen shook Prince Xiang's legs and acted like a little girl. Prince Xiang could not stand her pestering and waved his hand. "I know. Go and play. Hee, father is the best." Then Xiwen will leave. "I will come and see you tomorrow." Not long after, Xiwen walked out from behind the curtain with a smile on her face. She waved at Ji Xingxuan, and the two of them walked out. Before long, Ji Xingxuan asked, "Your Highness, aren't you?" "Isn't that what?" Xiwen interrupted her words, turned her head and winked at her, saying mischievously, "Didn't she win against you last time? This time I won't even give her a chance to win. Isn't that great?" Ji Xingxuan looked at Xiwen's blushing face and smiled quietly, not saying anything. Royal Princess, Xiwen sent a servant to the incense grinding hall to inform Shui Rui. She didn't show herself in front of Shui Rui and left with Ji Xingxuan. On the way to the East Pavilion to see Prince Xiang, Shui Rui said to Yushu, "His Royal Highness is a kind person. There's no need for you to be too reserved when you speak. With me around, you can ask whatever you want to ask openly. There's no need to worry about offending him. If you really say something wrong, I'll help you smooth things over. Being about to meet a distinguished person like His Highness, Yushu wasn't very nervous. Part of the reason was that Shuerue was present, and part of the reason was that she had already finished worrying about everything on the way here. Now, she was holding on to the thought that things will eventually sort themselves out, and there was nothing to be afraid of. The East Pavilion was right in front of them. It had 3 floors and there wasn't a plaque outside. A quiet-looking servant girl stood in front of the door and waited for the servant inside to respond before inviting them in. As soon as Yushu entered the pavilion, her whole body warmed up. She first smelled the faint scent of sandalwood, and then her eyes became dazed. She saw that there were 3 exquisite screens set up inside the pavilion. One was the full moon flying immortal, the second was the immortal crane offering birthday, and the third was the 8 immortals crossing the sea. A 3-legged incense burner squatted in the middle, and smoke curled up in spirals. There was a thick crimson silk curtain that separated the two. After entering the second door, she saw a pair of boys with their hair combed into a bun, red lips and white teeth. They held a horsetail whisk in their hands, and stood under a green bamboo curtain. It gave her the illusion that the people who came in to pay their respects were not His Highness, but some family's immortal guests. Shuerue and his friends pay their respects to His Highness. Shuerue bowed and saluted. Yushu followed behind him and bent her waist 90 degrees. She secretly raised her eyes and glanced at the silhouette behind the curtain. But it was a pity that the curtain was too tightly covered, so she couldn't see anything. Commoner Yushu pays her respects to Prince Yang. Long live His Highness. Prince Yang laid down behind the curtain and used his arm as a pillow to size up the person behind the curtain. After a while he called out, "Sit." Hearing his voice, it didn't sound strict. Yushu saw that Shuerue had sat down and didn't decline and sat down as well. Shuerue said, "Yesterday I sent a letter to His Highness, recommending a friend who can help His Highness solve your problems and find the lost item. That friend is the one beside you." When Yushu heard her mentioned, she hurriedly stood up and clasped her hands in greeting towards the curtain. Prince Yang gave a light, hung sound behind the curtain and said, "It's obvious that you are the one who has something to ask of me and still dare to act obedient in front of me. It's not easy for the Celestial Commissioner to find the painting that I lost. Otherwise I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to create an examination question to make things difficult for this year's Dian examinee. This junior that you brought along must be for this year's examinations, and you still want to deceive me." Yushu could hear the displeasure in Prince Yang's words and her heart was beating fast. She was worried that Shuerue would overreach himself and make this prince unhappy. However, Shuerue's expression didn't change and said, "His Highness is perceptive. Since you already know everything, then please do me a favor." Hearing that, Prince Yang blew his beard behind the curtain. He could tell that this kid was purposely trying to get information from him and save him the trouble of explaining. He was instantly angry and happy. His hand pinched the string of incense and twirled the beads on it. He squinted his eyes and said, "If you have something to say, quickly say it. If you have fart, quickly say it. Once done, scram." 1. Yushu knew that her expression must be very strange right now, and hurriedly lowered her head. Shuerue smiled and turned his head to Yushu and said, "His Highness is right here. If you have anything to ask, just ask." Shu swallowed her saliva and cleared her throat slightly. She took out a pen and paper to record, and opened her mouth to ask about Prince Yang's birth and 8 characters. Prince Yang was still cooperative and told her the truth. Yushu hurriedly noted it down and confirmed it twice before continuing to put on a respectful attitude and asked, "May I ask His Highness, when did you discover that the painting was lost?" "On the way back." "Do you remember which days it was exactly?" "I can't say for sure. Ever since the painting was obtained, Ben Wang kept it under the horse carriage. Other than staying overnight, Ben Wang would take it out a few times to admire it on the way. It was only when we were about to reach Enling did we discover that it was missing." When Prince Yang said these words, his voice had a tinge of annoyance. It was obvious that he was very unhappy about losing the painting. Yushu asked again, "Has anyone else seen that painting before?" Prince Yang replied with certainty, "No, it only passed through Ben Wang's hands." He paused before continuing, Ben Wang also suspected that it was stolen by someone, but after interrogating the entourage and searching their bodies, there was nothing. It seems that it was Ben Wang who was careless. Yushu secretly nodded her head. It was best that it was not stolen. Your Highness, where did you get the painting that you lost? This question was asked by Shui Rui. There was a moment of silence behind the curtains. This time Prince Yang did not reply so readily. Yushu secretly praised Shui Rui for asking a good question. She also wanted to ask this question, but she was afraid that it would provoke Prince Yang's taboo. Think about it. A painting that was neither expensive nor valuable, and was still kept by his side. If there was no secret, who would believe it? Ben Wang is tired. If there is nothing else, you can leave. Who knew that Prince Yang did not reply and actually chased them away? Yushu was secretly disappointed. She saw Shui Rui shaking his head gently at her, and using his eyes to ask if there was anything else she wanted to ask. She nodded her head and secretly showed him a finger. Shui Rui understood and said, "There is one more thing. Will your Highness hold it for a moment?" "What is it?" Yushu said. "Would like to request for your Highness to write a word for me." Behind the curtains, no one spoke for a long time, but there was the sound of clothes being worn. Not long after, a child was summoned into the room, and came out with a piece of paper. He presented it to Yushu, and on it was the word worry written in ink. Yushu blew the ink dry and kept it in her bosom. After asking everything that should be asked, Shui Rui then brought her up and bade farewell to Prince Yang. "We dare not disturb your Highness' rest. We will take our leave now. And go. When you have time, make a trip to Prince Yang's residence to visit your aunt. There is no need for Ben Wang to waste my saliva on you today." Shui Rui complied and bade farewell to Yushu before following the maid outside the door out of the East Pavilion. Once they left, Prince Yang sat up from the couch and twirled the string of beads in his hands. He sighed and muttered to himself, "The things that I have lost, you guys can go and find them. Why do I need to deceive anyone?" After a while, a report came from outside the door. "Your Highness, there is a message from the palace. His Majesty has given an order to invite you to the imperial study to meet with the Emperor." Prince Yang frowned and laid back down. He tilted his neck and said, "Go and tell him that Ben Wang is ill and is afraid that I have offended the dragon's body. It is not convenient for me to enter the palace for the time being." Back to Yushu. Shui Rui did not speak a word the entire journey. Only when they reached the entrance of Dingbo Hall did Yushu open her mouth and thank Shui Rui. "Thank you for accompanying me on this trip." Shui Rui did not reply to her words and said, "How was it? Just now when you saw your Highness, did you have an idea?" Yushu sighed. "I thought about it a few times, but it was not on the right track." Shui Rui said, "There is no rush. It is only noon now. Why don't we find a place to have a meal first? You can think of a solution later." "No." The words of rejection were at the tip of Yushu's tongue, but she did not say it out. Did he think that she was so heartless? Not to mention whether Shui Rui still had that kind of feelings for her. Just the fact that he was running around everywhere for her was enough to give him face. Moreover, there was still the matter of finding Jing Chen that she needed to trouble him. This was the main point. Thinking of Jing Chen, Yushu was slightly distracted. She reached out her hand and touched the amulet hanging on her chest. She did not know that Shui Rui saw her expression, and guess what she was thinking? He felt a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart. He drank a mouthful of cold tea to suppress it and said, "If you do not want to go somewhere else, I will send you home." Yushu came back to her senses and thought for a moment, then said, "I still have a place to go, but that place is chaotic and not quiet. Are you willing to go with me? We can have a meal together. I will treat you." Shui Rui happily said, "Where to?" "To Perrin Hall." She wanted to find someone. Shui Rui did not ask much and directly told the driver, "To Perrin Hall." The carriage started to move. Yushu was thinking about something. On the way, she slapped her thigh and whispered, "I remember." Shui Rui looked at her startled expression and was puzzled. "What do you remember?" "Today's Princess Shiwan. I remember where I saw her. She said that such a beautiful little girl. She seemed to have seen her somewhere." Shui Rui was about to ask her where she saw her, But he suddenly remembered that Yushu used to set up a stall in the tavern outside. She often went there, so he said, I know you saw her at Sunji Tavern. And it was that time when I smashed your head with my money bag. So you still remember. Chapter 242. Yushu and Xue Rui arrived at the human cultivation hall. It was already noon, and many examinees were eating in the front building. The doors and windows were closed to prevent ventilation due to the cold weather. The moment they entered, they could smell the mixed smell of all kinds of food and people. It was suffocating to their noses, and it was crowded and messy. The sound of people talking was even more like entering a bustling market. The waiter was so busy that he did not have the time to entertain the guests, so Yushu brought Xue Rui around the first floor and went up to the second floor. Xue Rui could tell that she was looking for someone, so he did not ask much and only followed behind her. Occasionally he would raise his hand to protect her shoulders and back to prevent her from being bumped into by some blind person. Xue Rui's handsome appearance soon attracted people's attention. Those with good eyesight knew that he was a rich man, so they couldn't help but look at him. Even Yushu, who was walking with him, took a few glances at him. Someone shouted, Hey, that guy, aren't you from Wenxiaoan's hometown? Yushu turned her head and saw a rude man shouting at her. She recognized him as the rude man who asked for money from Wenxiaoan and beat him up. She smiled and said, Yes, you still remember me. The man was holding a small bowl of wine and said loudly, You are looking for Wenxiaoan, right? That guy doesn't have money to eat, so he is hiding in his room to cultivate. Little brother, go and give him some food and drink, in case he really becomes an immortal and flies away. Haha. The people around burst into laughter. Xue Rui raised his eyebrows. Seeing that Yushu wasn't angry, he didn't say anything. Well, I will go and find him. Enjoy your meal. Yushu smiled and pretended to be kind, but in fact Wenxiao and had nothing to do with her. If this man was laughing at Yu Xiaoxiu, let him try. It would be strange if she didn't knock out his 2 front teeth. The two of them went downstairs and asked the waiter which room Wenxiao and was staying in. They picked up a few steaming meat buns from the counter and placed them on a plate, bringing them over to Wenxiao and's room. Standing outside a room on the second floor, Yushu knocked on the door with a plate in one hand. Mr. Wen, is Mr. Wen in? I'm Yushu. I'm here to visit you. After calling several times, there was finally some movement in the room. As soon as the door was pulled open, a cold face appeared. He scanned the people outside the door from head to toe. When he saw the steamed bun in Yushu's hand, he paused for a moment, then turned around and entered the room. He didn't let the guests in, nor did he refuse them. Yushu consciously followed Xue Rui into the room and closed the door behind her. She quickly looked around the inner room. The bed, tables, and chairs in the room were arranged in a cramped manner. The various types of furniture were only half new. It was obvious that this was an inferior guest room. When Xiaoan was sitting at the square table, his face was thinner than when Yushu saw him the other day. Why are you looking for me? Yushu signaled Xue Rui with her eyes. The two of them walked over and sat down. She placed a plate of meat buns in front of him. Yushu took one for herself first and took a bite. As she ate, she passed one to Wen Xiaoan, who swallowed it. She said, The buns in Perrin Hall have a lot of fillings. They're indeed more delicious than the ones sold outside. When Xiaoan looked at her, his eyes flashed a few times, but he still took the bun. He lowered his head and took a bite. Although he was really hungry, his actions were still slow. He chewed carefully and swallowed slowly. His table manners were more elegant than Yushu. After eating 2 buns, Yushu wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and said, I'm here today to ask you to test my character. When Xiaoan said, 5 silver taels. Before Xue Rui could smile and say that he finally met someone who cared more about money than Yushu, he heard Yushu said, For silver taels. You just ate the 2 buns I bought. When Xiaoan raised his head and said slowly, Is a bun worth 5 silver taels? Why don't you count it? I came to you. Yushu rolled her eyes. Did he think she would be so kind to give him food? What do you want to ask? In the end, when Xiaoan compromised, Xue Rui was happy. He knew that this girl was not so kind. She still wanted to take advantage of him. Yushu folded her hands on the table and took the opportunity to ask, What did you see? Future, fate, good or bad luck, life or death. Yushu looked doubtful. Is it so powerful? Shui Rui was also suspicious of the young man in front of him. But since Yushu came to him, she must have her reasons. He just needed to wait and see. When Xiao and had some professional ethics. He told the truth. It can be seen from the words, but my skill is not good enough. If I want to say accurate, it would be my future and helping people solve their problems. Yushu nodded and took out a piece of paper from her sleeve. She put it on the table. It was the one she asked Prince Xiang to write at Dingbo Mansion. When Xiaoan pressed his hand on the paper, he did not open it and said, I can only ask one question. You go first. Yushu pondered deeply for a short moment before she turned around to look at Shui Rui. And then she said to Wen Xiao, then help me take a look. What troubles does this person have in his heart, and how should it be resolved? Wen Xiao nodded and closed his eyes to rest for a while before opening the note in his hand. He stared at the paper and a bright light flashed in his eyes. After a while he pushed the paper to Yushu and said, the word worry on this paper means that this person has an unresolved matter on his mind before autumn. Before autumn is summer, and there are many worries in summer. Fire is in the heart, and it burns on top. When the fire attacks the heart, it cannot be released. There are other secrets to this matter, and it is not for outsiders to know. Look at this the next stroke is mu. When wood and fire meet, there is bound to be a disaster. If you are not careful, you might bring trouble upon yourself. This is not something that an ordinary person can meddle in. I can see that this person's writing style is a sign of wealth and splendor. I guarantee that he will not harm himself. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to meddle in other people's business, you should first weigh your own worth. No one knew if it was because he was bribed by the 2 steamed buns, but this time his explanation was very detailed. After he finished speaking, Wen Xiao looked at Shui Rui who was beside Yushu. It was obvious that he thought this word was written by Shui Rui. He did not even think that this word was personally written by Duke Xiang. Yushu wanted Wen Xiaoan to misunderstand and did not explain. She wrote down everything Wen Xiaoan said and kept the paper. She took out some money and gave it to him. She cupped her hands and said, "Thank you." "No need." Wen Xiaoan stood up and sent them to the door. Before he closed the door, he suddenly called out to Yushu, "I will not be staying here for a few days. Don't come here to look for me." Yushu wanted to ask him where he was moving to, but she saw that he looked cold and did not like to pester her. She smiled and nodded. "Then take care. Goodbye." The two of them left. When they went downstairs, Yushu turned her head and asked Shui Rui, "What do you think of this person?" Shui Rui was thinking about other things. When he heard her question, he replied, "He is not a pretentious person. He is a capable person." Yushu said, "A few days ago he helped me to read a word. He is very accurate. Especially the sentence, drawing water with a bamboo basket." She was right. Shui Rui asked, "Did you learn anything from his words?" "I learned something, but it did not help much in answering the question." Yushu made a tisk sound. She thought to herself that she could not use trickery. Even her law of calamity could not easily predict the location of Xiang Wang's lost item. How could she expect others to be able to read a word? Shui Rui could not help her with the matter of Yizhong, so he did not ask further. He changed the topic and said, "Where are you going? I will send you home." "There is no hurry. I said that I will treat you to a meal. It is too messy here. Let's go somewhere else." Since they have missed the opportunity, there was no point in rushing. The two of them left the Perrin Hall and found a clean restaurant nearby. It was rare for Yushu to be so generous as to reserve a private room. She ordered 2 meat dishes, 3 vegetables, a soup, white rice, and a pot of wine. When the dishes were served, Shui Rui, who had been thinking along the way, suddenly asked, "What is the name of the gongzi you met today?" Yushu said, "He said his surname is Wen and his name is Shaoan." "Is it Wen Rui or is it a scholar's writing?" "I do not know. Do you want to find out later?" Shui Rui already had a plan in mind. He shook his head. "That is not necessary. You should hurry home after the meal." When the dishes were served, Yushu poured wine for each of them. Because the weather was cold and the wine was warm, Shui Rui did not stop her from drinking. After 2 or 3 cups, Yushu's stomach was warmed up. She used the wine to raise her cup towards Shui Rui. "Brother Shui, let me give you another cup. After drinking this cup, I have a presumptuous request. I hope you can agree to it." For her to open her mouth for a request, Shui Rui had already guessed what it was. He quietly raised his cup and clinked it with hers. He tilted his head back and down the wine. The spiciness passed through his throat and he said in a low voice, "Speak." Yushu's expression changed and said, "I want to ask you to help me find Jing Chen's whereabouts." Sure enough, when Shui Rui heard her directly use the word beg for the sake of another man, even though he had already expected it, his chest still felt stuffy for a moment, and he couldn't laugh. When had he ever felt defeated in front of a woman? Yushu carefully looked at Shui Rui's expression. She felt helpless. If there was a better way, she would not ask Shui Rui to help her find Jing Chen. It was too insensible and too unreasonable. "Didn't I already promise you? Don't worry, I already sent someone to ask around yesterday. Young hero Jing's appearance is very easy to recognize. As long as he doesn't hide on purpose and is still in Anling City, I promise you that you will see him within a month." Shui Rui was not a person who went back on his words. Since he promised her, he would not make things difficult for her. What was the point of being a narrow-minded person? Yushu was grateful and felt ashamed at the same time. She said thank you was not enough, so she took a sip of wine. Her heart was burning and she suddenly thought of something. She said in a low voice, "If you need me in the future, just tell me and I will not be afraid of anything." At this time, Shui Rui's face was a bit pale. He softly said, "N." The atmosphere at the table returned to the morning before they left. It was not salty, not bland, not cold, not hot. After the meal, Shui Rui sent Yushu back. On the way, he went to Baichuan Academy to pick up Yu Xiaoxiu. He sent the siblings to Zhao Hui's house and did not go in to say hello. He only said that the carriage would be sent tomorrow morning to pick up Yushu and left. Yu Xiaoxiu vaguely felt that there was something wrong with the two. When he entered the door, he whispered to Yushu, "Sister, what happened to you and brother Shui? Did you quarrel?" Yushu felt a headache and said, "No, don't guess blindly." Just as he was about to walk to the backyard, Yin Do, the young maidservant, came out from the front hall and stopped him. "Miss and young master, you're back. Mr. Pei is here. Please come over and have a few words." Chapter 243. When Pei Jing found some time to visit Zhao Hui's home, he mentioned that a few days ago, Shui Rui went to the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce to inquire about their residence. At that time, Shui Rui claimed to be Chao Zixin. Because Pei Jing had seen him once, he did not suspect that it was a fake name. Now that he asked Shui Rui's business in the capital, Dr. He and Zhao Hui could not explain clearly. Coincidentally, Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu came back, so they went to the room to ask. Yushu knew that Shui Rui wanted to conceal his identity, so she did not mention that he was from a government official's family. She vaguely said, "It seems like he is also doing business, but I did not ask about it in detail." Since Pei Jing knew about Jing Chen's departure, he accepted the request of Dr. He and his wife. He said to Yushu, "The shops under my name have been informed. If anyone sees someone who looks like Jing Gongzi walking on the streets, they will inform you early in the morning." Yushu expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Pei, for your concern." Yushu was pulled away by Zhao Hui to talk to her for a bit, asking her if she felt uncomfortable. After Dr. He took her pulse, she let her go back to her room to drink her medicine, leaving Yu Xiaoxiu to sit with the adults. Back in her room, Yushu did not delay much. She sat in front of her desk and took out a paper, pen and abacus. She began to study the Xiang Wang Ye's 8 characters that she obtained today. Right now, Yushu's thinking was very simple. She could not ask for perfection, but she would calculate as much as she could. Even if she could answer the time and location of Xiang Wang's lost item tomorrow, it would be better than handing in a blank paper. She had inquired about it at the People Training Hall. Although each subject had 100 yuan, it was not guaranteed that 100 people would pass. In other words, the Directorate of Celestial Surveillance wouldn't take the second-best candidates to make up the numbers. Instead, it was necessary to gather 100 candidates. The selection of the 100 yuan was very strict. Usually, only 20 to 30 people would pass the astrology subject. The rest of the places would be left empty. Therefore, there were at most 500 places for a Master of Change each year. The number of people who passed was less than 100. As for a great Master of Change, it was even more difficult. Therefore, handing in a blank paper or making up the numbers was a dead end. Yushu was busy calculating and didn't even notice that someone had sneaked in. Zhao Hui told Yindo to heat up the stove in Yushu's room and keep an eye on her so that she wouldn't freeze if she sat for too long. When the sky turned dark, Zhao Hui personally came to light the lamp and watched Yushu eat and drink her medicine. She walked around the room and went out to get someone to bring a mattress. She temporarily nailed a curtain outside the window facing the desk to block the wind. Several times Yushu went to the toilet. She was muttering to herself. There was one time when she forgot to bring toilet paper. She helplessly squatted in the pit and called for help. This made Zhao Hui not know whether to laugh or cry. Yushu didn't put down her pen until the gong struck the third watch in the street outside. She opened her sore eyes and picked up a few pieces of papyrus marked on the table with her dark fingers. She frowned when she checked the number of disasters calculated on them. What's going on? Did I miss it? Under her cautiousness, she calculated the time of calamity for the Prince of Xiang's journey back to the capital from the 8th month to the 12th month of this year. In order to prevent any omissions, she made a total of 120 calculations and repeated them. But in these 4 months, the time of calamity showed that the Prince of Xiang only had 2 minor illnesses. One was drowning and one was bleeding. Unexpectedly, there was no sign of losing anything. It was obvious that the Prince of Xiang lost something. What was going on? Could it be that the thing was lost after he returned to the capital? Yushu thought for a long time. She picked up the pen and calculated again. She planned to include December. Another 2 hours passed, and the gong sounded at the 4th watch of the gong. She put down the pen again and checked the dense data line by line. Gradually she frowned. Still nothing. Not believing it, Yushu collected all the messy toilet paper on the table and checked them one by one. She did not miss a single day for more than 130 days. She made sure that she did not miss any day. This made Yushu worried. Her time of calamity nomological code had never failed until today. What was wrong with it? Why couldn't she predict it? Yushu knocked her forehead with one hand. Her scalp was itchy, and she thought hard. Unknowingly, the sky outside gradually brightened, and the remaining candle on the candlestick went out with a puff sound. She suddenly raised her head, grinned, and chuckled evilly. No one knew how terrifying this crazy red-eyed look was. She didn't sleep for the entire night. The next morning, however, Yushu walked out of the door in high spirits while carrying her bookcase. She sat on the carriage that had been waiting outside the door for a long time. Shui Rui didn't come. He only asked the coachman to bring a message to her. After she handed in her papers, he told her to leave the Taiching Bureau and go to another place to meet him. He didn't say where. Shui Rui's carriage was warmer than the sedan, so Yushu did not feel cold all the way. She got off the carriage and wrapped herself tightly in a cotton-padded jacket. Then she followed the crowd into the examination room for female visitors. The process of entering the examination room was simple. It was the same open-air venue as the examination of Ili. Only a small half of the seats were filled. After the bell rang, Yushu quickly sharpened her mosey and answered on the examination paper given by the Celestial Commissioner. She also marked her birthplace and name on the side. Then she dipped the paper in cinnabar and pressed her fingerprint. She handed in the paper early. Today Yushu did not purposely look for Ji Xingxuan to sit. She handed in her papers and left with the servants. She lowered her head and dutifully left Taiching Si. Standing outside the door, she let out a long breath of turbid air. Her mood suddenly became much more relaxed. No matter what, this subject was finally over. Regardless of whether she passed or not, she just had to wait for the last subject, arithmetic. It was her absolute strength. Yushu made up her mind. She felt very sullen in this uncanny arts exam. She was so depressed that she could not speak. She made up her mind that she would not hold back in arithmetic. She must get into the top 3. If she could not become a great fortune master, she would first take the exam to become a great fortune master. The snow on the road melted and there were ice shards everywhere. Yushu picked up the clean road and walked to the side of the street. She got on the carriage and said to the coachman, "Go find your master Shui." The carriage drove to a bustling street in the northern part of the city, and it stopped outside a building. Yushu got off the carriage and stood on the street that was bustling with people, and she raised her head to look at the imposing two-story building before her. There was a plaque above the door, and it wasn't open for business. She thought in her heart, could this be the restaurant that Shui Rue mentioned opening earlier? "Excuse me, are you Miss Lotus?" Yushu looked back and saw a man coming out of the door. He was of medium height and had a round face. He looked like he was in his 30s and had a simple smile. "Yes, it's me." The man looked at Yushu and immediately led her into the restaurant. He smiled and said, "I am Lin Fu. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Please come in." The outside of the restaurant was brand new. The interior was bright and spacious. The walls were green. The floor was made of redwood and sandalwood. Tables, chairs, and flower vases were placed in their respective positions. There were no lack of tea plates, tea bowls, chopsticks, and so on. Facing the door was an 8-foot square counter with a jade qilin head on top of it. Behind it was a row of colorful banners and signboards. The windows were separated into 4 groups on the north and south sides. 2 rows of glass screens with flowers, birds and fish were placed on the east and west sides of the first floor, forming 3 groups. On the east side, there was a staircase that led to the second floor. Every 3 steps, there was a flower pot that carried small holly. On the north side, there was a door that led to the backyard. Yushu looked up, down, left, right, west, north, and south. She couldn't help but admire the master who arranged the feng shui. This place was really good at attracting wealth. If she was the one cleaning the place, she would not be able to do it so well. It was not resplendent, but it was exquisite and pleasant, especially the glass screen. Yushu had seen the green glass window in old mistress room at the Ji residence, so she knew that there were already people who made glass in the An dynasty. However, it was not as arrogant as Shui Rue, who used 12 whole sides of glass to make a screen. Lin Fu was not in a hurry to bring her to see Shui Rue. He allowed Yushu to walk around the restaurant and asked, "Where is your boss?" "He is resting at the back. He asked me to show you around the restaurant. Do you want to go up to the second floor?" Yushu was too lazy to climb the stairs and said, "Not for now. Bring me to your boss." "Yes, this way please." Lin Fu brought Yushu to the backyard and saw another well-built building. It had 2 floors and a corridor. 3 sides of the building blocked the light from the yard. One side was cool while the other side was sunny. It was a combination of yin and yang, and the weather was good. They walked to a house in the northeast corner. Lin Fu knocked on the door and said, "Master, Miss Lianfeng is here." A voice could be heard from inside, "Come in." Lin Fu pushed the door open and invited Yushu to enter alone. There were no curtains on the door, but the windows were made of glass. Unlike other houses, the windows were made of paper, and the room was very warm. Shui Rue was sitting in front of a round table under the east window, reading the accounts. There was a cup of tea in his hand that emitted a sweet fragrance. He wore a brownish-green silk gown and a black suede armor on the outside. The pair of topaz buttons on his neck were extremely eye-catching. When he saw Yushu coming in, he put down the account book and asked with a smile, "Are you done with the exam?" "Uh-huh." Yushu was used to his changing expressions. Last night, when she saw him off, she was too lazy to talk to him. Now he was smiling. She tried to figure out if he was in a good or bad mood. She walked up and sat opposite him. She picked up an empty cup and poured some tea. She said, "Is this the restaurant you said you wanted to open a while ago? It's quite ostentatious." "Not bad. Let me know in advance on the opening day. I'll come to support you." Shui Rue shook his head and said, "I'm not looking for you to support me. Take a look at this contract. If there's anything you don't like, tell me." He took out a piece of paper from the account book and handed it to her. Yushu took a look and her face changed. She couldn't swallow the tea in her mouth. Strictly speaking, this was a contract, an employment contract. She was hired to be the manager of this restaurant, responsible for the accounts and personnel. The price was clearly stated. She would be paid 80 taels of silver a month, plus 5% of the restaurant's profits. The contract would last for 3 years, and it was a death contract. What? You don't want to sign? Who was the one who swore yesterday that if anything happened to me, she would be fearless with just a word? This didn't make you go through a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, but you're afraid? Do you want to go back on your words? Shui Rui looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. This time, Yushu was in a difficult position. Looking at Shui Rui's face and the atmosphere in the room, if she dared to say no, he would be angry the next moment. So she braced herself and said, "Last time, didn't you say that if I failed the Dian exam and couldn't get into the Taisher library, then I would help you?" Shui Rui said, "I did say that, but I didn't think that you would only take the Li and Uncanny Arts exams. Arithmetic wasn't one of them. There are so many people who talk too much about their words in the Li, so you definitely won't be able to enter the rankings. Even if you get the Uncanny Arts, you'll at most be a Li teacher. The Imperial Historian Library won't accept you unless you can get into the top 3 in arithmetic. Then you might have a chance." Yushu was not convinced and said, "How do you know that I can't get into the top 3? Shui Rui said unhurriedly, "I heard that Mr. Han Wenguang's disciples are going to compete in mathematics this year. The chances of you getting into the top 3 are slim." Han Wenguang? Yushu thought the name was familiar. She suddenly remembered and took a deep breath. The old man who taught the 3 mathematicians. Chapter 244. Words that were said were like water that was spilled. Yesterday, he had personally promised that he was not afraid of anything. Seeing that Yushu was holding the indenture contract in her hand, he could not refuse no matter how thick-skinned he was. Listening to Shui Rui's analysis of the fierce competition in mathematics this year, Yushu hesitated for a while, then smiled and said, "It's not that I can't sign it, but I have to add one more condition." "What?" Yushu flicked the contract in her hand. "If I can enter the Taisher library after the Dian examination next year, then this contract will be invalid. What do you think?" Shui Rui pondered for a moment when he heard this, and then he nodded and said, "All right. So long as you're able to enter the Imperial Historian's library, then everything written here is invalid. But before this, you have to help me in the restaurant after the Grand Yen examination." "No problem." Yushu agreed readily and handed the contract to him. She asked him to add such a condition at the end. The dead contract would become a living contract, which would not be bad for her. Honestly speaking, Shui Rui's conditions were very good. She knew that he had good intentions, but compared to doing business to earn money, she was indeed more interested in going to the Imperial Historian's library to study. If she had this opportunity to study, she didn't want to waste 3 years. If she didn't have this luck, then she could wait for another 3 years. After Shui Rui added, he showed it to Yushu. Yushu felt that there were no loopholes, so he asked her to sign it. He brought the cinnabar clay for her to put her fingerprint at the end. Yushu was about to put her fingerprint on it when she suddenly stopped and asked him, "Is there only one contract? Are you not going to make a copy for me?" In ancient times, the contract papers had always been kept by the employer. Since when had the workers ever mentioned keeping a share? Thus Shui Rui only wrote this one. When he heard her question, he pondered for a moment and knew that she was being petty again. He snorted lightly and said in displeasure, "Are you afraid that I'll extort you? It's not like this is the first time I've hired you." He was referring to when he opened the ink shop in Yang City. He had hired Yushu to work for him. At that time, he also signed a contract with her. At that time, he did not hear that she wanted to keep a copy. Now she was more and more cunning. Yushu also understood the meaning behind his words, but she pretended to be ignorant and said, "I was afraid that you would lose this piece of paper. Didn't you give me a copy? Just write another one. It's not a big deal." Shui Rui ignored her craftiness. He casually found an empty piece of paper on the table and made another copy of the deed. He signed his name on it, stamped his seal on it, and passed it to her. Yushu signed both copies and kept the one he wrote. She saw that his expression was not good, so she took the initiative and said, "What are you going to do now? How about I help you to check the account?" You can go and do what you need to do. Shui Rui said. Let old Chui send you back. The restaurant will open next month. There is no hurry. Yushu was feeling sleepy. She quickly got up and said, Then I will go. If you need anything, you can send someone to find me. See you. Shui Rui did not have the intention to send her off. He continued to look at the account book. When he heard the door open, he looked up. When Yushu came out, she saw Lin Fu waiting for her outside. She thought that in the future she would be the manager of this restaurant, so she wanted to get to know him first. She asked, Uncle Lin, what are you responsible for in this restaurant? Lin Fu hurriedly said, Miss can call me Lin Fu or Old Lin. I am the manager at the front. In the future, I will need Miss to guide me. When Yushu heard this, she knew that Shui Rui had told his subordinates in advance. She couldn't help but feel strange in her heart. She always felt that she was being calculated by him. Was he not afraid that she would not sign the contract? What guidance? I am younger than you. I don't know a lot of things. Old Lin, you should take care of me. Yushu spoke modestly, but in her heart, she was thinking that she was now an executive. Other than Shui Rui, the people in this restaurant had to listen to her, and she was the next in line. However, her age was there, and she was the one who interfered. If there were people who were dissatisfied with her, the person below her would be the manager. She saw that Lin Fu was easy to talk to, so she first tried to get close to him. If he was dishonest in the future, she would punish him. When they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, old Chui was waiting for her outside. Lin Fu took 2 medicine bags from the waiter and gave them to Yushu. Yushu asked, What is this? Lin Fu smiled and said, It's a secret formula of licorice flower. When you go back, boil it in water. It can prevent frostbite when you wash your hands. There is also a bottle of snake oil ointment. You can apply it to your hands. Young master asked me to prepare all of these. Yushu looked at the red and swollen frostbite on the back of her hands. She took the 2 medicine bags. She didn't ask Lin Fu to thank Shui Rui. She just turned around and got on the carriage. Seeing the carriage went far away, the waiter went to the manager in front of him and asked, Old Lin, is she the manager that your master asked? Yes. The waiter curled his lips and said, She doesn't look like much. She doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. She is just a little girl. I thought she is a fairy. How can she control us? Lin Fu squinted at him and said, What do you know? Don't let me hear what you said. I will punish you to swim 2 laps in the moat. Even if you freeze to death, no one will save you. The waiter shut his mouth and glared at him. He put the rag in his hand on his shoulder and turned around to enter the restaurant behind him. 2 days passed as they talked. After the magic exam, there was a notice posted in front of the teaching department. The math exam was scheduled for the 28th of the 12th lunar month. It was only a few days before the new year. The atmosphere in the city suddenly rose. Every family was busy preparing for the new year. Zhao Hui's family was no exception. Pei Jing sent enough New Year's goods. She asked Dr. He to add some more. The kitchen cured meat and killed chicken. The courtyard was cleaned inside and out. Taking advantage of the sun, she asked the servant Shen Mama and the maid Yundo to take out the quilts from each room to dry. Yushu was sitting in her room writing a formula. She was going to take the math exam tomorrow. She had studied the subject for more than 20 years in her previous life, so there was nothing to prepare for. She planned to take some time to sort out some math formulas and make them into a book. On one hand, she was afraid that there would be more and more things in her head. On the other hand, she wanted to teach Yu Xiaoxiu a deeper level of math knowledge, so that she could be prepared. Yu Xiaoxiu was on spring break at Baichuan Academy. He didn't need to go to school and stayed at home. For the past 2 days, Yushu didn't have the energy to care about him. She let him play, sleep, or go out with Dr. He to tidy up the clinic or do some chores for her son. Dr. He and Zhao Hui both liked children. Yushu was a girl, so it was fine. Yu Xiaoxiu was a boy he liked. He was sensible and obedient. He wasn't naughty or lazy. He also knew how to speak and read. He could write and calculate. On the surface, Fangji didn't treat him as kindly as Zhao Hui. But in private he would always praise Pei Jing. He wished that Yu Xiaoxiu was his son. So when he took him around the clinic, he taught him how to recognize a few medicinal herbs and talked about their effects. The next day, he still remembered it clearly. Inevitably, Yifangji had other thoughts. So he didn't say anything about it for now. The night passed peacefully. The last subject finally came. Yushu had a good sleep last night. In the morning, she got on the carriage with high spirits. Lao Chui took her to Taiching Division. Coincidentally, when she was waiting in line for the inspection in front of the door, Yushu saw Ji Xingxuan. Because there were several people in front and behind her, Ji Xingxuan didn't notice her at all. Yushu thought that Ji Xingxuan could be considered an all-rounder. Among the 6 subjects of Dian, she didn't seem to be good at any of them. Yushu had to admit that she didn't have the energy. Otherwise, she could totally try her luck at feng shui. Yili, feng shui, astrology, physiognomy, qigong, and arithmetic. Among these 6 subjects, how many subjects could Ji Xingxuan pass? Apart from arithmetic, if one pass 100 yuan in one subject, one would be a master of E. If 2 pass 100 yuan in 2 subjects, one would be a master of E. And if 3 subjects, one would be a master of E. It was said that Ji Xingxuan was good at physiognomy and astrology. 3 years ago, she stood out in the Dian test with astrology. Now that she had been studying in Taisher Library for 3 years, she must have made some progress in other subjects. This time, she must be aiming for the Master of E. Otherwise, why would the old man of the Ji family take the risk to steal the questions? But will it be what they want this time? Looking at the back of the girl who stood out among the crowd, Yushu's eyes became serious. She thought that it was really hard to say. On the 28th of the 12th lunar month in the 13th year of Zhaoqing, there were more than 2,860 male and female examinees in the Dian calculation subject. There were 47 questions in total. The test started at 3:45 in the morning, and the examinees were handed in at 5 o'clock. There were 11 assistant officials. The examinees were sealed and sent to the West Yard. This year's Dian test was over. When Yushu entered the exam room, she was relaxed. When she left the exam room, she was even more relaxed. When she returned home at dusk, the courtyard in front of the door was lit with yellow lights, waiting for people to return. Yu Xiaoxiu stood in the living room and looked around. When he saw Yushu walk in with a bookcase, he lifted the curtain and ran out to take the bookcase from Yushu. "Sister, is the exam over?" Yu Xiaoxiu, this child, usually liked to circle around Yushu. But during the days when she was taking the exam, he didn't even dare to talk to her. He was afraid that if they were noisy, she wouldn't be able to focus on preparing for the exam. Now that Yushu was done with the exam, he was the first to be free. Yushu smiled and nodded. She put her arm around his shoulder and walked into the living room. Zhao Hui, Yifangji, and Pei Jing were all there. "Pei Yu, you're here. Looks like you did well. I told you not to worry." Pei Jing pointed at Yushu and said to Yifangji and Zhao Hui with a smile. Then he asked her, "How many questions were there this year?" Yushu said, "There were a total of 47 questions." Pei Jing was surprised. "So many? In previous years, it was already amazing if there were 40 questions. This year there were 7 more questions. How many did you answer?" Zhao Hui and Yifangji also looked at Yushu curiously. Yushu looked relaxed. "I answered all the questions that I know how to solve." "That's good. You won't be able to run away with 100 yuan." Pei Jing looked at Yushu. His eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "You will only be 16 after the new year. How many 16-year-old great mathematicians are there in Enling City? Amazing, amazing." Yushu looked at his expression and found it interesting. She thought that as a businessman, Pei Jing couldn't be so passionate about learning. No wonder he was so rich now. Zhao Hui and her husband were also very happy, but they weren't as excited as Pei Jing. As the saying goes, people who don't share the same interests won't understand the fun. Chapter 245. Late at night, after a day of exams, Yushu did not stay in her room to rest, but sat in the west wing of the small courtyard. The candle on the table had just been lit, and the yellow light shone on the person sitting in front of the table. Yushu was holding a biography of Lu Yi in her hands. After a while, She was still reading the same page that she had just opened. Jing Chen disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Every day, when Yushu woke up, she couldn't help but think about where he went. After the Dian exams, Yushu was able to calm down and think about this question. She had never been to Enling City before, and she only knew a few places. Huixing Street, Qiuguifang Perrin Hall, and the area near Zhao Hui's house. She had looked for him, but no one had seen him. Since people wouldn't disappear into thin air, then he must have deliberately hidden himself so that she wouldn't find him. Thinking of this, Yushu gritted her teeth. This idiot, no matter what difficulties he had, leaving without saying goodbye, he shouldn't expect her to forgive him. When she found him, she would see how she would deal with him. In the past she treated him too well, so he had the courage to run away. Closing the book and smoothing out the wrinkles, Yushu thought that she would go to Huixing Street tomorrow. Holding the candlestick, she slowly walked back to her room. On New Year's Eve, Yushu didn't sleep because she was going out. As usual, she woke up early. As soon as she left the room, she was stopped by the little maid, Yindo. "Miss, Madam wants you to come into the room." After setting up a stall for a living for many years, Zhao Hui had developed the habit of waking up early and sleeping late. She had changed her habit, but waking up early didn't change. She woke up at dawn and didn't sleep for even a moment. Yushu had to turn around and go to Zhao Hui's room. She met Dr. He, who was dressed neatly and was about to leave. "Uncle He, where are you going? Aren't you going to eat breakfast?" He Fangji said, "Your Aunt Hui has a bitter taste. I'm going out to buy some persimmons for her, and a few pounds of sweet candies for you and Xiaoxiao. I forgot to buy them before. Is there anything else you want? I'll bring them back." He Fangji treated Zhao Hui very well. After Yushu and her brother moved in one night, Yushu came out of the bathroom to use the toilet. She thought a thief had broken in when she saw the light in the kitchen at the corner of the courtyard. She walked over and saw He Fangji cooking eggs in syrup. He said that Zhao Hui wanted to eat it. Yushu asked him why he didn't wake the chef up. He Fangji was too embarrassed to tell him. Zhao Hui didn't like the food cooked by the chef. It turned out that this was a dish he learned when he was taking care of Zhao Hui before they got married. "There's nothing to say. Go quickly." Seeing He Fangji leave, Yushu followed Yindo into the house. Zhao Hui sat on the small couch in the living room. She was fiddling with the new clothes on her knees. She looked up and waved at Yushu, saying, "Come and try this dress." Yushu looked at the dress in her hands. It was obviously a woman's dress. She smiled and said, "When did you make clothes for me? Why didn't I hear you say anything?" Zhao Hui gestured at the dress in front of her body and explained, "I hired a tailor outside. He was very efficient and sent it here the day before yesterday. I saw you were busy reading, so I kept it first. Here, put it on quickly." Yindo added a few more pieces of charcoal. Although Yushu disliked the dress because it was troublesome and awkward to wear, but a girl would always be very happy to receive new clothes. There were 3 women in the house. She untied the old cotton-padded jacket and robe in the small living room, and put on the new clothes one by one. This was the second time Zhao Hui made clothes for her. It must be said that Zhao Hui had a good eye. This winter dress was divided into 3 pieces. The red dress was thickly pleated, the plum red jacket was pinched at the waist, and there was a white sleeveless waistcoat. She looked delicate and spirited. Yushu fastened the buckle on her collar, and turned around in front of Zhao Hui. She asked happily, "How is it? Does it look good?" Looking at her with a scholar's head and wearing a dress, Zhao Hui had a strange expression on her face. Yindo covered her mouth and snickered. Yushu asked her, "What are you laughing about?" Yindo was young, only 11 or 12 years old. She didn't have a good mind. She said honestly, "Miss, it looks like a man wearing a woman's clothes." Yushu felt strange and said, "Is that so? I'll go take a look." She went into the house to look in the mirror. When she looked in the mirror, she really looked awkward. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was great. After dressing up as a man for so long, he didn't look like a woman in a dress. God knows, she just thought it was more convenient to dress up as a teenager. She didn't have the intention to change sex and become a man. Zhao Hui was supported by Yindo into the house. She looked at Yushu, who was staring at the mirror, and said, "Don't be anxious. Sit down and let me comb your hair. You'll look beautiful if you change your hairstyle." Yushu obediently sat by the dressing table. She let Yundo untie the towel and comb her hair. Zhao Hui guided her from the side. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zhao Hui opened a brand new jewelry box on the dressing table. She took out a pair of sparkling yellow pearl flowers and placed them on Yushu's hair bun. She then dipped her little finger in a little rouge and placed it on Yushu's lips. The person in the mirror immediately looked different. Looking at her again, no matter how you looked at her, she was a delicate girl. She was far from being as beautiful as a flower. However, her eyebrows were curved and her eyes were bright. She was still good-looking. Zhao Hui patted Yushu's shoulder in satisfaction and said, "This is good. In the future, dress like this. Don't run around in gowns. A girl must look like a girl. Next year, Aunt Huai will ask people to make a few more clothes for you to change into and a few sets of jewelry to wear. Is that okay?" Yushu looked at the unfamiliar young girl in the mirror. She recalled before she transmigrated to Dan Dynasty. What did the face that she had seen for more than 20 years look like? Slowly there were some similarities. The same almond-shaped eyes, but they were not beautiful. The same tall nose, but it was not ostentatious. The same thin chin, but it was not refined. Yushu raised her hand and touched her face. She felt that after half a year, she seemed to look more and more like herself. Oh, this was a good sign. Yushu raised her neck and smiled at Zhao Hui. "Aunt Huai, are you raising me like a daughter?" Zhao Hui's face was gentle like water. "Why not?" Yushu was silent for a moment and suddenly said, "Aunt Huai, if you are willing, can I be your goddaughter?" The reason why Yushu said this was not a spur-of-the-moment idea. Back in Yiyang City, she had this idea. She helped Zhao Hui with the lawsuit because she wanted to be her goddaughter. However, after offending the Ji family, she had no choice but to leave her hometown. She was afraid that she would implicate Zhao Hui, so she never mentioned the matter of recognizing her as her goddaughter. Now it was different. They were together. Zhao Hui went to a foreign place for her and settled down in Enling. Zhao Hui took care of her food and clothing. She appreciated the elders' love, but she had no right to show her filial piety. It was the best time to recognize her as her goddaughter. Zhao Hui was stunned for a moment and suddenly pinched Yushu's shoulder. She was surprised and her voice trembled. "What did you say just now? You want me to be your godmother?" Yushu nodded and did not hide the admiration on her face. "Aunt Huai, are you willing to recognize me as your daughter?" Zhao Hui took a deep breath and tears appeared in her eyes. She held Yushu's hand and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes." Then she cried tears of joy and bent down to hug Yushu. She cried, "This day only happened in my dream. Aunt Huai has long treated you as her own daughter. However, when you went to court to complain on my behalf, I waited for you. Who knew that you never mentioned it again, and said that you wanted to go to the capital? You left as you said. Aunt Huai couldn't stop you no matter how reluctant I was. Xiao Yu, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Aunt Huai felt that we were mother and daughter in our previous life. If we meet again in this life, how can we not kiss each other?" Yushu heard the sincerity in her words and felt sorry for herself. There were tears in her eyes, but she held them back. She patted the emotional Zhao Hui's back and smiled. "What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. Don't you think we'll lose out if we don't become mother and daughter?" Hearing her teasing, Zhao Hui smiled through her tears and pushed her away. She lovingly cupped her face and said, "Yes, let's do this as soon as possible. We'll send someone to inform your Uncle Pei. Tomorrow, we'll hold a banquet with incense and candles. We'll officially recognize each other." Shouldn't we ask Uncle He first? Maybe he'll agree. Recognizing relatives had always been buy one get one free. Zhao Hui and Dr. He were husband and wife. If Yushu recognized Zhao Hui as her godmother, she would give Dr. He as her godfather. Zhao Hui said, "There's no need to ask. He'll agree 100 times." Coincidentally, He Fangji came back from outside and heard Zhao Hui's last sentence. He entered the room and asked, "What did he agree to?" He looked at Zhao Hui's teary eyes and hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief. "Why are you crying again? Last night, I said that crying is bad for the body. Have you forgotten? With Yushu and the maidservant present, seeing Yushu's teasing gaze, Zhao Hui blushed at Hifengji's thoughtfulness. She was too embarrassed to show off their affection. She took the handkerchief and wiped her own tears. She said, I want to recognize Xiao Yu as my daughter. She's asking if you agree. Dr. He looked back and forth between the two of them in surprise. Then he clapped his hands and laughed. This is a good thing. Isn't it just what you wanted? Let me go inform my sworn brother, and choose a good day to do this. Madam, the one in your stomach hasn't even been born yet, and we have a son and a daughter. Excellent, excellent. When Yushu heard this, she coughed and interrupted. Uncle He, don't miss here. I said that I want to recognize my godmother, but not Xiaoxiu. He's the only son of the Yu family. My mother is still alive, so if I really want to recognize him, I have to get her permission first. Yushu didn't make such a decision on her own. Because she and Aunt Chui had nothing to do with each other, it was fine to recognize Zhao Hui as husband and wife. However, Yu Xiaoxiu was different from her. No matter how unreliable Aunt Chui was, she was still his mother. How could he casually become someone else's son? Wouldn't that be unfilial? Xiaoxiu was young, but he was very moral. A look of disappointment appeared on Physician He's face. Zhao Hui quickly patted him and pulled Yushu aside, saying, You're right, we can't be so hasty. We have to listen to little Xiu's opinion, and get your mother's approval. Thus, she had Yindo wake up Yu Xiaoxiu, who was still sleeping, to come to the room to talk. Although Yu Xiaoxiu envied Yushu for having an elder, he sensibly shook his head and said, It's good that older sister has recognized him. In my heart, I treat Aunt Hui as a relative. Because mother is still alive, I'm the only son in the family, so it's not appropriate to recognize another relative. Zhao Hui patted his head and sighed. Good child, you're so obedient. Aunt Hui also treats you like a son. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded. I know. Yushu saw the disappointed expression on Dr. He's face, and thought that it was because he couldn't recognize a son. She kindly comforted him. Uncle He, don't be anxious. You and Aunt Hui love each other very much, so there's no need to worry about not having a son to raise. I think this child is enough. If it's not, there's still another child. Chapter 246. Pei Jing brought a cook and a manservant to help. Hifengji set up a banquet on New Year's Eve and offered incense and candles in the courtyard. Together with Zhao Hui, they happily accepted Yushu as their goddaughter. From then on, they called them godmother and godfather. Even Pei Jing got a ready-made uncle, and was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Zhao Hui was very satisfied and drank the tea that Yushu offered to acknowledge her as her family. On the spot, she gave a jade bracelet that had been passed down in the Zhao family to Yushu and didn't allow her to refuse. Yushu had no choice but to accept it, thinking that in the future when Zhao Hui had a daughter, she would give it to her. Pei Jing generously gave Yushu a golden abacus. It was unknown where he got it from, but every bead on the abacus was coated with a layer of real gold powder. When used, it sparkled with golden light and looked very beautiful. Hifengji bought 12 jars of Huadia wine, and sealed them in the cellar. The adults didn't favor one and discriminate against the other. Yu Xiaoxiu also received a few gifts. He didn't feel unhappy because Yushu acknowledged him as her family, because he understood that even if Aunt Chui didn't treat him well, she would still occasionally act like a loving mother and secretly give him money to spend. On the other hand, his sister had been beaten and scolded by her mother since she was young, and had never been treated kindly. Therefore, with the love of a mother like Zhao Hui, he felt happy for his sister. At the dining table, the whole family ate and chatted happily without the taboos of a rich family. Pei Jing's wife, Madame Qin, couldn't go to the capital with them because she was sick. Like Grandma He, she stayed in Yang to celebrate the new year. After Hifengji and Pei Jing settled down in the capital, they sent a letter home together, asking them to pack up and come to Anling after the new year. They had to wait until March before the whole family could reunite in the capital. As a result, there were a few family members missing at the table. As the mood for drinking rose, it was inevitable that there would be a lot of booing. Fortunately, there was Yushu, who was a lively person, to lighten the mood. Only then did they have a peaceful and happy New Year's dinner. The banquet lasted until the second watch of the night. After that, it was replaced with soup and desserts, rice cakes, crystal dumplings, plum flour flatbreads, candied fruits, lotus sweets, 100-fruit dumplings, longan seeds, and a bowl of bird's nest porridge. Pei Jing, on the other hand, was fine as he had been eating all day. Yu Shu and her brother, on the other hand, hadn't had many good days and had never seen such exquisite tea and snacks. Tonight, they ate to their heart's content and their stomachs were full. Kim Bao had been gluttonous for a long time and was lying by the stove to digest the food. Zhao Hui asked Mother Shin to clean up the guest room and laid out a clean bedding. She asked Pei Jing to stay the night so that he wouldn't be alone when he returned in the middle of the night. Keeping vigil on New Year's Eve was a custom that the people of the Yin dynasty followed. They had to stay up until the third watch of the night to ensure a year of peace. However, before the third watch of the night, Yu Xiaoxiu was already yawning. When Yu Shu saw him dozing off, she asked He Fengji for a few firecrackers. She grabbed 2 handfuls of candied seeds and stuffed them into Yu Xiaoxiu's pocket. Then she brought him outside to set off the firecrackers. Zhao Hui hurriedly asked Yun Do to carry a lantern and follow them so that they wouldn't bump into each other in the middle of the night. On the streets, there were a few families' children who came out to play. The street was bustling with activity. Just as one spark went out, another one lit up. This was Yu Shu's first time playing with these ancient firecrackers. When she looked closely, she saw that it was gunpowder wrapped in paper. It was made from thin hemp stems and tied together. The longer ones had 100 of them, while the shorter ones only had 40 to 50 of them. She had seen He Fengji light it twice in the morning and afternoon. Seeing that it wasn't very powerful, it was like throwing a firecracker. She was so bold that she didn't even pick up a bamboo stick. She used the incense to light the fire and twirled it twice in her hand. When the sparks flew, it scared Yu Xiaoxiu so much that he cried out in pain. "I'm going to throw it away." "Don't be afraid. I'll hold it for you." I don't want it." Yu Xiaoxiu was really a quiet child. How could he be as naughty as her? Being chased by Yu Shu in her new dress, he ran all over the street with his head in his hands. In the blink of an eye, he was no longer sleepy. Later, after playing for a while, the children in the neighborhood gathered together. Yu Shu was the oldest, so she deserved to be the king of the children. She led a group of little farts to set off firecrackers and catch ghosts. They competed in running and jumping, and also gave out candies. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and ran all over the street. It wasn't until the middle of the night when all the families came out to look for each other. Only then did they disperse and return to their homes. "Xiao Xiao, you come home." Hearing the shouts of Zhao Hui and He Fengji, Yu Shu lit up the last firecracker and threw it far away. She loudly responded to them, pulled Yu Xiaoxiu's hand, and quickly ran to the door with the lantern hanging in the distance. Amidst the sound of firecrackers, Yu Shu ushered in her first new year in the prosperous Dun city. It was the spring festival, but many of the Celestial Commissioner's officials could not go home. They lived in the West Courtyard with more than 20 great masters who came up with this year's questions to mark this year's examination papers. The same paper needed to pass through the hands of 3 people. One person would make a mistake, the second person would correct it, and the third person would review it. In order to ensure fairness, the examiners were divided into 3 groups. They didn't live in the same room and didn't meet each other. This year was a bit special. The answers to the Uncanny Techniques section would be sorted out by the officials and presented to the Great Tiandao for a look. Then, someone would be sent to inform the Xiang Wangfu to send servants to various places to search for the Xiang Wangfu. In addition, the astrology section was personally set by the Great Tiandao. This section's papers were all sent to the Taishi Palace for the Great Tiandao to personally review and select the top 300 yuan. There was no need for others to interfere. On the first day of the new year, there was a banquet in the palace. The Great Tiandao returned from the palace in the middle of the night. Riding on an 8-person green silk carriage, he was escorted back to the Taishi Palace by the palace guards. Just then, a sealed scroll was delivered from the West Courtyard. 2 officials bowed and waited outside the building. They reported to the inside, reporting to the imperial secretary, The Uncanny Techniques section's papers have been sorted out overnight. After screening, there are a total of 27 places that need to be sent to. There are also a few other topics that require your attention before making a decision. The lights in the Taishi Palace lit up. In the middle of the empty main hall, there was a silver table that was 6 feet long. Beside it were thousands of lotus candles. Bamboo scrolls and books were arranged neatly from the east to the west. Behind the table, there was a person dressed in a moon robe with purple shoulders and a black ribbon. He held a long scroll in his hands as he listened to the report from outside the hall. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a voice came from outside the hall. Imperial Secretary, the junior supervisor requests an audience. Let him in. Not long after, a man dressed in embroidered robes entered the hall with his head bowed. The person behind the table waved to him. Qi Ming, come and take a look. Yes, Imperial Secretary. Standing in front of the table, the great Tiandao pointed the scroll in his hands to the person. He pointed to a line on it and laughed softly. Look, there are actually a few people with keen senses in this year's examinations. The person took a look and his expression did not change. He said, Imperial Secretary, what do you want me to do? Do you need me to go to the Dingbo Hall to see Xiang Wangfu? There's no need. Since Xiang Wangfu wants to hide it, it's useless for you to investigate further. If he says that the painting is gone, then it's gone. Yesterday, I took advantage of the time when the 7 stars were intersecting to reveal the secrets of the heavens. I observed the sky and saw that the great disaster is in Enling. I will enter the palace to report to His Majesty and ask him to be patient. The year of the great disaster is at its heaviest, and he will bring disaster to his family and friends. Let him hide for a while. After the year of the upper year, when the moon is full and the power of Kidu star has weakened, we will then put up an imperial notice in the city to find the great disaster. The person said, there is no painting and we don't know his face. How can we find him? The great Tiandao shook his head and rolled up the scroll in his hands. He was calm and composed. I have long predicted this day. 3 months ago, I have already asked His Majesty to invite the 9th prince to return to the court without alerting anyone. Calculating the days, he should be here by now. Why worry about not knowing the great disaster's face? The person sighed and said, Grand Secretary has great foresight and foresees things like a god. Haha, I am tired of hearing such flattery. Spare me some peace and quiet. The great Tiandao put down the scroll and asked, I asked you to mark the astrology paper. How is it? The person's expression turned serious and his brows showed some disgust. He walked to the table and bowed. He said in a deep voice, reporting to Grand Secretary, in this year's Diyan examination, someone leaked the questions. The person on the table was shocked and asked, Oh, which subject is it? It is the astrology subject. During the new year, they had to visit their relatives and friends. He Fengji also had a few old friends in the capital. They used to write to each other. Because Zhao Hui was not well, she asked her to stay at home, and took Yu Xiaoxiu to visit them. Yu Shu used the excuse of visiting a neighbor on Huixing Street. Under Zhao Hui's repeated warnings, she went out alone. On the first few days of the new year, there were almost no stalls on the street. There were no sedan carriers, so Yu Shu walked. She had received 2 packets of medicine from Shui Rui, and used it to soak her hands and feet every day. She then applied the snake oil ointment. The effect was strange. After 3 or 4 days, the frostbite on her hands and feet disappeared, and she did not feel pain when she walked. When she arrived at the small courtyard on Huixing Street, Yu Shu opened the door and walked around. She did not find any signs of people being here. She retreated and was locking the door when she heard someone behind her ask, Miss, who are you? Why do you have the key to this house? Yu Shu turned her head and saw Auntie Sue opposite the door. She was wearing new clothes and holding a basket. She stood at the door and looked at her. Judging from her expression, she did not recognize her. In the past few days, she had changed into a dress, combed her hair in the morning, and put on some rouge. She looked like a girl, so the neighbors in the alley always thought that she was a young woman. No wonder Auntie Sue could not recognize her when she dressed like this. Yu Shu thought of Zhou Fangfang, so she softened her voice to avoid being recognized by Auntie Sue, and thinking that they had not moved out of the capital. Hey, this courtyard was sold to my father. I am here today to take a look. Auntie Sue believed her and nodded. She asked, then do you know where the Yu brothers who lived here moved to? I am not sure about that. Yu Shu smiled at her, and turned to leave. She heard Auntie Sue murmur, how can this be good? I can't find someone to pass the message. Yu Shu was suspicious, so she turned around and asked, Auntie, what did you just say? Auntie Sue was a straightforward person, so she didn't hide it. It's like this. A few days ago, a madam came to visit and claimed that she was the mother of the Yu brothers. I don't know if it's true or not, but I saw that madam's anxious face, so I wanted to pass a message to the Yu brothers. I don't know where they moved to. When Yu Shu heard this, she guessed that it was the Ji family who came to look for someone. She didn't come, so she pretended to be curious and asked, what did that madam say? Auntie Sue curled her lips and told her in a low voice. She looked very well dressed, but she kept cursing. I didn't hear what she said, and then she left. Yu Shu was now sure that Aunt Chui must have come. She tried to get Auntie Sue to say a few more things. Seeing that there was nothing more to say, she left. Chapter 247. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, Yu Shu went to Huixing Street and strolled around Autumn Osmanthus Square. She went to the Fuan escort agency in the village to pay a visit. Zhao Qinghui's uncle and nephew were both there. When they heard from the front yard that Mr. Yu had arrived, they hurriedly came out to invite him to the living room to talk. Knowing that Yu Shu had participated in last year's examination, Boss Zhou asked about her situation with concern. Yu Shu said, I did well. I will tell you the good news on the day the results are released. Boss Zhou saw that she was relaxed when she spoke, so he knew that she had done well in the test. He quietly asked someone to withdraw 50 taels of silver from the cashier. He was afraid that Yu Shu would be embarrassed to ask for it, so he found an excuse. I will talk to Qinghui about this marriage. Can I trouble you to check the horoscope of both parties? Are you free now? Since Yu Shu was here, she was embarrassed to not help, so she said, yes, let me have a look. Boss Zhou asked the servant to put the paper and ink on the table. He went to get the horoscope and gave it to Yu Shu. There was a marriage between a man and a woman in the 8 Gates life and death art. Although Yu Shu was not proficient in it, it was enough for her to see through it. It was not a problem for her to see through it. She calculated it on the spot and told Boss Zhou one by one. Boss Zhou took out a bag of silver and gave it to her, saying that it was a red envelope and a monthly payment. Yu Shu hesitated but still accepted it. They stayed for lunch and went back after dinner. Zhao Qinghui asked his uncle, I couldn't find Mr. Yu before. Didn't you ask someone to check the horoscope? Why do you want to check it again? Boss Zhou laughed. This is the way of the world. It will be good if you learn it. With a bag of silver in her hand, Yu Shu didn't go anywhere else. She went straight home. When she was near the door, she saw Lao Chui waiting by the roadside with a carriage. Yu Shu passed by him, but Lao Chui didn't recognize her. Yu Shu laughed and stopped to greet him. Lao Chui, what are you doing here? Only then did Lao Chui recognize her. Seeing that she was wearing women's clothes, he hurriedly gets down from the driver's seat and shouts. Mississippi, he then said. I am waiting for Miss to return. Eldest young master invites you to the north of the city. Please get on the carriage. Yu Shu thought that she was going to the newly opened restaurant, so she went home and told Zhao Hui that she was going somewhere else. She put the money in the room and went back to the carriage. As expected, Lao Chui took her to the restaurant. Yu Shu gets off the car. Just like last time, the owner, Lin Fu, comes out from the door and invites her to the backyard. He pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he turned his head to the left and right, he saw Shui Rui sitting by the glass window and drinking tea. Shui Rui turned around, and he was slightly astonished when he saw Yu Shu's delicate and clean female attire. He took a few more glances before he returned to his senses, and he smiled as he said, I almost didn't recognize you. Why are you suddenly wearing a dress? Yu Shu heard the teasing in his words. Seeing the smile in his eyes, she felt a little uncomfortable. These 2 days, Zhao Hui stared at her while she was wearing a skirt. She just got used to it. So, she didn't want to change back. What? Can't I wear a skirt? Yushu retorted. Shui Rui shook his head and said, No, this is good. The corners of Yushu's mouth twitched lightly. She didn't take Shui Rui's truth seriously, so she asked him about the proper business. Didn't you say that this restaurant will open after the Lantern Festival? I saw that the signboard outside the door is empty. Have you thought of a name yet? Don't worry. The plaque is ready. It is placed on the second floor. It will be hung on the day before the restaurant opens. Shui Rui suggested. Shall I take you to have a look? Okay. Shui Rui put down his teacup, stood up, and led Yushu out of the backyard. When they arrived at the front building, Lin Fu and the waiter were chatting idly by the counter. When they saw Shui Rui walking towards them, they hastily turned around and stood properly. There was a respectful expression on their faces. Shui Rui pointed at them and asked Yushu, Have you recognized them? Yushu said, I recognize old Lin. I have seen this waiter before. I don't know his name. There was no need for Shui Rui to speak when he heard this when the young attendant stood out, and he smiled as he said, Miss, I'm called Lu Gui. Because I'm the sixth in my clan, you can call me Gui Lu, Gui Lu. Yushu nodded and asked Shui Rui. Is there anyone else? Shui Rui said to Lin Fu. Find everyone downstairs. I will see them later. Lin Fu agreed. Shui Rui then led Yushu to the second floor. There were 2 rows of private rooms. Shui Rui opened the door and entered the first room. Yushu followed behind him. The decorations of this private room were extremely ingenious. There was a screen, an immortal table, a soft stool, a flowery shelf, calligraphy and paintings. There was even a soft couch placed against the wall for people to rest after getting drunk. However, the person lying on the couch was not a person but a heavy plaque. It was covered with a red cloth. Both ends of the plaque could be seen. Shui Rui walked over and stretched out his hand to lift off the red cloth. Yushu moved forward to take a look, and she saw a large, long and mute yellow horizontal wooden plaque that was polished to the point of merging into one. And the words Forgotten Mystery Pavilion were carved on it. And it was handsome and clear. Wangji Pagoda, Yushu muttered. She felt that the name wasn't bad and that there must be a story behind it. However, she didn't know much about literature and only knew how to use an abacus. She asked him, Is there a story behind it? Shui Rui said, In Taoism, Wangji Lu means to be indifferent to worldly affairs. There are no worldly worries and no competitive thoughts. It was taken from the Tang Dynasty poem Li Bai. Passing by Mount Zhongnan, the man of Mount Huzi. There is a line in the poem, When I am drunk, I am happy. I forget about my plans. But I ask for wine to follow my heart. Yushu nodded her head and pretended to be enlightened. However, she was muttering in her heart. She did not know how many people would be indifferent to worldly affairs when this restaurant opened. After looking at the plaque, Shui Rui and Yushu went downstairs. Lin Fu was already waiting with more than 10 people. There were men and women. Yushu originally thought that this restaurant only had a shopkeeper and a few waiters. Who would have thought that there would be so many people? She was surprised at first. After thinking about it, she realized that it was true. With such a big restaurant, it would be hard to serve everyone if there were not a lot of people. Young master, young lady, everyone is here. Shui Rui brought Yushu to find a table to sit. Lin Fu called everyone forward and introduced them to Yushu. Other than the waiter, Gui Lu, the other 2 waiters were his brothers. One was Gui Qi, and the other was the chef. The leader was a woman around 30 years old. Her name was Xiuqing. There were 2 accountants. One was surnamed Kai and the other was surnamed Fu. There were 2 maids serving wine and dishes. They were Xiao Dai and Xiao Qing. There were 2 rough workers who swept the floor and washed the dishes. They were Ah Xiang and Ah Ping. There were 2 zither players, a man and a woman. The man's surname was Gong and his name was Wan. The woman was Bai. They were husband and wife. Including Lin Fu, there were a total of 15 people. This time, she was not a commander without an army. After Lin Fu finished the introductions, Shui Rui looked at Yushu's expression and said, There is no rush. I will remember their names later. He took another sip of tea and said to the group of people, This is Miss Lianfang. She is a good friend of mine. Since you have met her today, remember her carefully. In the future, if anything happens in this restaurant, if I am not present, listen to her instructions. Do not think of slacking off or deceiving others. Do you all remember?" The people in front of him replied in unison, "Young master, we all remember." "Good." Shui Rui turned his head and asked Yushu, "Do you have anything to say?" Yushu secretly rolled her eyes. He did not even say a word before pushing her out. Fortunately, she was mentally prepared on the way here. Clearing her throat, she smiled and said, "I have been entrusted by your owner to take care of this restaurant. I have been paid to do the job, so I am the same as you all. In the future, we will meet every day. I am a straightforward person and do not like to beat around the bush. If I have done something wrong, feel free to tell me. If you have done something wrong, I will tell you directly. Let us not regard each other as outsiders." Finished speaking, Lin Fu took the lead and replied, "Don't worry, Mississippi. We understand." On the first day they met, Yushu did not talk much nonsense. Seeing that this group of people were obedient, she did not intend to show them her strength and walked over in a friendly manner. Shui Rui was very satisfied as he listened from the side. Yushu was steady in handling matters. Even though she was young, she had a sense of propriety when she spoke, and her methods were sufficiently ruthless. He wasn't worried that she would be put in a difficult position when he handed this group of miscellaneous people over to her to manage, but he was afraid that someone would fall into her hands. Returning to the backyard, Shui Rui took Yushu up the building. From the west staircase, he pointed to the backyard for her to see. "Later, I will give you the key to the restaurant. During the day, if you think the front is messy, you can enter from the back. I have prepared a guest room for you upstairs. When you come here, you can rest here. You can read or sleep. If there is anything, let them report to you." You've really thought it through. In fact, Yushu did not mind showing her face in public. As a female customer, she was different from the girls who were waiting to be married. What she wanted was not to help her husband and teach her children, but to learn how to change. Therefore, people would not be harsh on them. In fact, they would even look up to them. Of course, she was more than happy to have a dedicated office. She did not need to work at the counter outside. This was a room with 2 rooms. The layout was more comfortable than the private room in the front building. In the outer room, there was a tea table and a bookshelf. In the inner room, there was a bed, a wardrobe, and the window was also sealed with glass. What caught Yushu's attention the most was the small glass screen in front of the bed. In the green water plants, a group of golden and red fish swam happily. Yushu stood under the screen and touched the cool glass with her hand. She joked, "This restaurant doesn't waste money. If you can't pay me later, you can use this screen to pay me back." As soon as he raised his head, his eyes met with a pair of pitch-black eyes in the crystal glass. Shui Rui was standing at the side of the screen since an unknown time, and he was looking at her with a gaze that seemed familiar to her, causing Yushu's heart to jerk, and she instantly stood up straight in vigilance before taking 2 steps back and saying embarrassedly, "It's getting late, I should return." Shui Rui took back his eyes and said, "Don't rush. Stay for a while. I will take you to try the signature dishes of this restaurant." Yushu hesitated, "But I did not tell my family that I will eat outside tonight. They will be worried if I go back late." Shui Rui was clearly aware that this was her excuse, yet he didn't expose her, and he said in a very reasonable manner, "All right, I'll ask Brother Chue to send you back, and you can come back tomorrow. You have to look through the accounts of this restaurant in detail first." Chapter 248. At night, alone in the room, Yushu moved a small stool and squatted by the stove. She really has no way to burn the turtle shell. In the blink of an eye, Jingchen has been missing for more than 10 days. She has searched everywhere he could have gone, but she could not find him. Although she has Shui Rui and Pei Jing to help her inquire, she still can't rest assured. She does not know Jingchen's date of birth and 8 characters, so there is no way to calculate his safety. She can only use the most ancient divination method to see if he is safe or not. The method of turtle divination is very simple. Fire burns the turtle shell, and from the cracks on the shell, you can see good or bad luck. No matter what kind of wish, purpose, or request, you can get a revelation. The book Turtle Strategy says so. It seems easy, but if you really want to do divination, the key is to look at the quality of the turtle shell. The shell on the back of an ordinary turtle is almost impossible to use. It needs to be at least 20 years old for it to have a little bit of accuracy. After every 10 years, it will be more accurate. White-headed turtle, red-tailed turtle, and yellow-footed turtle are the most accurate. Usually, a 20-year-old turtle shell can be sold for hundreds of taels of silver. After burning it once, it becomes useless. If you are not rich, you really can't play with this. Therefore, although turtle divination can predict everything, few people rely on it. After all, a 100-year-old turtle is much harder to find than a master. The turtle shell that Yushu bought is about 30 years old, but relatively speaking, it is not easy to burn. She carefully roasted it for almost an hour before she saw a crack, making a pu-pu sound. Using a pair of pliers to hold the burnt turtle shell under the lamp, Yushu carefully observed the lines on it. It is not difficult to see the hexagram. She distinguishes the most obvious characters and writes them down on a piece of paper. Then she matches it with the turtle divination incantation in the book. After struggling for a long time, she can only vaguely guess that Jingchun is safe and sound. As for whether this speculation is mainly based on the hexagram or her mood, only she knows. In any case, Yushu felt much more at ease. She put away the broken turtle shell, extinguished the stove, washed her hands, and went to bed. She thought to herself that she would buy another one the next day and calculate where Jingchun was, so that it would be easier to find him. In the morning, Yushu goes to Wangji Tower. Shuirui gives her a few detailed accounts and leaves in a hurry. Yushu spends half a day to check the accounts of Wangji Tower, including the price of food and drinks, the monthly purchasing quota, including taxes, and the expenses of a group of employees. Yushu had never been involved in business in her previous life, but she was not called the senior sister in the actuary industry for nothing. Especially in the insurance industry, she had developed a pair of sharp eyes. After flipping through the account book twice, she found a few loopholes. Firstly, the restaurant's monthly cash flow for purchases was 1,000 strings of coins. If it was insufficient, it could be made up for, and if it was excess, it would be handed over. Lin Fu was responsible for all of this. Purchasing was a lucrative job, and it was risky to hand it over to one person. In addition, there was no fixed price for the ingredients and pots and pans. It was up to one person to decide the price. If Lin Fu was not greedy, it would be fine. If he was slightly greedy, he could deduct 100 or 200 taels of silver a month. Nobody would be able to find out. Secondly, there were 3 types of taxes. The first was the land tax, the second was the head tax, and the third was the sales tax. The land tax depended on the land. For example, Shuirui chose this bustling street, so he had to pay 50 strings of coins every month. The head tax was the total number of employees in the restaurant. It was 1 tael per person, so it would be 15 taels per month. Lastly, there was the sales tax, which was the so-called transaction tax. According to the restaurant's account book, it would take 40% of the profit, which was about 13% of the tax. This was not a small amount. There was no problem with these. The problem was that Yushu found 2 accountants for questioning. She found out that they were responsible for the total monthly expenses and profits, but none of them was responsible for the clear accounts. The so-called clear accounts, to put it bluntly, were fake accounts. Usually businesses would have 2 accounts, one for the government, and the other for themselves. In ancient times, there were no invoices. How much profit was earned depended on the account book. Although it was convenient to make fake accounts, Yushu didn't believe that the ancient people were so stupid that they didn't know that there were 2 accounts. Presumably, many businessmen took advantage of this loophole. However, Shuirui had such a big business, but he didn't make any arrangements. How much more money would he have to pay in a month? Yushu sent the accountant out and put down the account book. She was wondering if Shuirui didn't plan to take advantage of the tax at all. He just wanted to do his business with a clean conscience, or he had other plans. "Miss, the meal is ready. Would you like to have your meal in the front room? Or would you like me to bring it upstairs? Lin Fu's voice came from outside the door. Yushu wasn't very hungry. She had been sitting here for the whole morning. Xiao Dai and Xiao Qing had brought tea and snacks at least 3 times. Because the food was too delicious and exquisite, she accidentally ate a few more pieces. However, the meal was ready. It would be a waste if she didn't eat it. It was good to take the opportunity to look at the dishes in this restaurant. Yushu got up to open the door and said to Lin Fu, "Don't bother. I will eat in the front room." The restaurant hadn't opened yet. It was closed for the new year. The front room was very quiet. On the east side, there was a big round table made of jujube wood. There were more than 16 dishes. There were all kinds of delicacies. There were chicken, duck, fish, shrimp, deer, raccoon, and the most eye-catching dish was a big turtle cooked in a white porcelain pot. Yushu grinned and said to Lin Fu, "Why did you cook so much? You overestimated my appetite." Lin Fu smiled. "Young master told me to cook all the signature dishes of the restaurant for you to try. It's just that the table is not big enough. The chef still has 7 to 8 dishes." In her previous life, Yushu was a person who had seen grand occasions. However, she didn't have the experience of enjoying such a sumptuous meal alone. Moreover, in the future, it was against the law to eat wild animals. It's not like in the ancient times where all kinds of animals could be eaten with wine. Moreover, this table was full of food. It must cost more than 100 taels of silver. It's such a waste. It's better to give it to her. Where are the others? Have they had lunch? Yushu turned her head and saw Lin Fu and Gui Luer. Lin Fu said, "Miss, please eat first." Yushu sat in front of the table and said, "Gui Lu, go and find the others. Let's have a taste together. Don't eat alone. I won't have an appetite." She wasn't being pretentious. She was just using the table as an excuse to test everyone's character. Gui Lu looked at Lin Fu. Lin Fu hesitated. "Miss, this is not a good idea." After glancing at him, Yushu straightened her chopsticks and placed them on the table. She picked up a piece of white bamboo shoot and tasted it. As expected, the taste was great. She knew that Xue Rui wouldn't just put up a show. Since he opened a restaurant with such a grand appearance, the food and wine would definitely not taste bad. Lin Fu is a smart person. Seeing that Yushu did not say anything, he knew that he did not say the right thing. He changed the topic and said to Gui Lu, "Go and get Gong Qinsher and his wife, you 2 brothers, Xiao Dai and Xiao Qing, to eat with Mississippi." Gui Lu ran to get the others. In a short while, there were 6 more people at the table. The accountant went home, and the 2 handymen could not sit at the table. Yushu asked them to sit down. Seeing that there are still some empty seats, she said to Gui Lu, "Go and get the chefs to come. Tell them to stop cooking. This table is enough for us." Gui Lu ran another errand and got 3 kitchen maids to return. Now the table was full. On Yushu's left sat Lin Fu, and on her right sat the cook Xiuqing. She picked up the wine pot and filled their cups first. Lin Fu hurriedly picked up his cup, but Xiuqing's expression was indifferent. She thanked Yushu in a neither humble nor humble manner. "Come, pour the wine. Let's drink a cup to celebrate today's gathering." Yushu stood up and raised her cup. Everyone gave him face, and they all stood up to raise their cups and clinked glasses with each other. Gui Luer giggled and said, "Thanks to Miss Lotus Room, I haven't had the chance to drink with so many people." He sit. Yushu put down her cup. Seeing that no one moved their chopsticks, everyone looked at her and waited for her to give orders. She was instantly happy. She realized that she was a leader now. This feeling was not bad. Don't just stand there. Start eating. The chefs are on the table. If you eat less, you will offend them. Huh? Yushu made a joke. There was laughter at the table and the atmosphere became more relaxed. As they ate, Yushu would raise her cup from time to time to get them to drink. After 3 rounds, someone showed signs of being drunk. She would test them and observe everyone's reactions. First of all, Lin Fu was a tactful person who knew how to read the situation. The cook, Xiuqing, didn't talk much. Gongwen was as gentle as his name suggested. His wife, Madame Bai, was shy. Gui 6 was quick with his words, while Gui 7 was simple and honest. The other 2 chefs seemed to follow the cook, Xiuqing's lead. In general, this group of people was quite interesting. They could be called elites of all walks of life. She did not know how Shui Rui managed to gather them. A single meal wasn't enough for Yushu to figure out their background and win over their hearts, but at least he had left a good impression on them and gained a temporary victory. After the meal, Yushu returned to her resting room. She tidied up the account books and locked them in the cabinet under the bookshelf. She took the key and went downstairs to say goodbye to Lin Fu. Then she left through the back door with a bunch of keys. Shui Rui not only gave her the account books this morning, but also gave her the keys to all the rooms in Wangji building, including the small treasury in the backyard, to show his trust. Yushu knew that Shui Rui was not stupid. He trusted her because he knew where her nest was. He would not abscond with the money. After all, the monk could run away, but the temple could not run away. On the 4th day of the new year, there were still not many people on the street, but everywhere was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Everyone wore new clothes and was full of joy. It was at least more festive than the new year 500 years later. Yushu drank 2 bowls of tortoise soup for lunch. At this moment, her body was full of warmth. She strolled around the nearby streets twice and found an open shop. She wanted to buy a turtle shell and burn it at night. She wanted to find out which direction Jingchen went and try her luck there tomorrow. After choosing a turtle shell, Yushu painfully took out a large banknote and secretly gritted her teeth. She regretted that she did not ask the old man Qingzheng to teach her a way to find people, especially to deal with people like Jingchen who ran around with long legs. It was in the afternoon when she returned home. Yifangji went out with Yu Xiaoxiu and was not there. Zhao Hui and the maidservants were warming the fire and playing with needlework. Shenma was also there. Yushu had not told her that she was going to help Shui Rui open the restaurant. Firstly, she did not know how to explain Shui Rui's identity. Secondly, she still wanted to enter Taishi's shoe garden. Chapter 249. In the living room in the front yard, there were 2 pairs of chairs draped with ordinary blue cloth. Ji Hyotani sat on one side while Yushu sat across from him. Shin Nanny quietly brought in a stove, added some charcoal, and quietly left. About 10 minutes ago, Yushu heard the servants say that there was a guest outside. She thought it was someone else, but when she went to the front yard, she was shocked. It was the 3rd son of the Ji family. Dr. He wasn't home, and Zhao Hui, a pregnant woman, couldn't see the male guest outside. Yushu had no choice. Since the guest had already entered, she couldn't kick him out. She could only dawdle and come to see him. When she saw Ji Hyotani again, Yushu felt like she was beating the drum and climbing the court in Yang to sue the Ji family not long ago. That day, she pointed at Ji Hyotani's nose and spat on him. She could still remember that scene, let alone Ji Hyotani. Yushu recalled how Ji Hyotani looked like he wanted to beat him to death, but now he was sitting in front of her expressionlessly. She wouldn't believe that he didn't want to teach her a lesson. Her guess was right. If Ji Hyotani hadn't ordered him not to touch Yushu, he wouldn't have allowed her to sit in front of him. He would have tied her up and left her hanging for a couple of days. Ji Hyotani took a deep breath and observed Yushu, who looked different from half a year ago. Then he said with a straight face, "Yesterday, I found out that you and your brother are living here. Why didn't you tell them you moved? Your mother went out to look for you too during the snowy days. When she came back, she fell sick and laid in bed for 7 to 8 days. She was in a daze every day and wanted to see you too. Hurry up and pack your luggage. Come back with me to take care of your mother's illness. Don't be an unfilial and unjust animal." Aunt Chui is sick? When Yushu heard his first sentence, she was sure that he was lying. Every once in a while she had to judge for the people around her, especially that troublesome mother. How could she not know if Aunt Chui was sick or not? She must have been pretending to be sick, and the real reason was to coax her back. Although Yushu knew what was going on, she still pretended to be alarmed. She got up and asked, "How is my mother's illness? Have you invited a doctor? Has she taken medicine?" Ji Hyotani wasn't going to let her interrupt him so easily. He snorted coldly and said, "Why don't you go and see for yourself? I only have one piece of advice for you. If I don't see you and your brother again, your mother's illness will be incurable." Yushu sneered inwardly. He had only said a few words, and he was already threatening her. Was he warning her that if she didn't go back with him obediently, Aunt Chui's life would be in danger? If it wasn't for Yu Xiaoxiu, Yu Shu definitely wouldn't care about Aunt Chui's life. She had already predicted that the Ji family would harm her. If she went there, she would put herself in danger. However, if something bad happened to Aunt Chui and Yu Xiaoxiu found out that she watched her die, she wouldn't blame him. She was afraid that he would be sad and blame himself. Aunt Chui was nothing. Yu Xiaoxiu was her weakness. It seemed that she had to go this time. Yu Shu got up and said with a serious face, "Third Master, you are too serious. Please wait for a moment. I will go to the backyard to tell them, and then I will go back with you to see my mother's illness." Ji Hyotani probably didn't expect that Yu Shu would be so obedient. When he came to his senses and wanted to say something, he had already hurriedly lifted the curtain and went to the back. As for why Yu Shu agreed so easily, the first thing she thought was that the Ji family wouldn't do anything to her for a while. After all, they were still waiting for her to learn the Luyao technique. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent Aunt Chui and Ji Hyotani to coax her, instead of directly taking her away to interrogate her. Moreover, she had been waiting for the Ji family to make a move since the beginning of the year. Anyway, she couldn't avoid it. Whether it was Yang or Yin, she had to see her so that she could think of a way to resolve it. When they arrived at the backyard, Yu Shu told Zhao Hui. She didn't mention other inside information. She only said that Aunt Chui was sick and she had to go to see her. She asked Zhao Hui not to tell Yu Xiaoxiu and to wait for her to come back. Zhao Ji was worried that the Ji family would make things difficult for Yu Shu, but he couldn't stop the daughter from going back to see her mother. He only let her go after reminding her. "Third Master, I have said it. Let's go." Yu Shu went back to the front yard to call Ji Hyotani. Ji Hyotani frowned. "Aren't you waiting for your brother to come back?" Yu Shu said impatiently. "He went to visit someone and will come back at night. How can I wait for him? I will go see my mother first and then pick him up later." What a joke. If she sent Yu Xiaoxiu to the Ji family, wouldn't it be the same as letting someone pinch her lifeblood? Ji Hyotani came here today mainly to take Yu Shu back. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, he didn't care whether Yu Xiaoxiu followed him or not. He immediately took her out of the door. They got on the 2 sedan chairs waiting by the street, and were carried back to the right magistrate's mansion. On the way, Yu Shu was swaying and throwing copper coins in the sedan chair, but she was still calm. As the right magistrate of the Celestial Commissioner, Ji Huaishan was a 4th-rank official, and had an official residence granted by the imperial court. He had been in business in Anling City for more than 10 years, and had some fame. But compared to the size and appearance of the ancestral home of the Ji family in Yang City, it was a few levels lower. It was the first time that Yu Shu came back, so she couldn't recognize the front door and the back door. She got off the sedan chair and followed behind Ji Hyotani. Along the way, she looked around and remembered the way she came. On the way, Ji Hyotani didn't say a word to Yu Shu. He directly led her to an arched flower door in the west courtyard. He stopped and said, "You go in and visit your mother first. I will go and report to your grandfather. Maybe he will want to see you in his home." Yu Shu scolded in her heart. Damn your grandfather, randomly recognizing relatives. No matter who the grandfather of the old man in the Ji family is, he won't be mine. Ji Hyotani then told the maidservant who was guarding the garden to lead Yu Shu in. He then turned and left. This courtyard looked small from the outside, but it was quite spacious inside. There was a row of rooms facing the south and north. There were carved railings and window decorations. There were also red spring lanterns hanging above the doors. It was a festive atmosphere for the spring festival. The maidservant led her to the innermost room. Outside, Yu Shu saw someone poking their head out of the 2 rooms facing the south. She thought that it was the other women in Ji Hyotani's room. The maidservant didn't go in to greet them. She directly opened the door and led Yu Shu in. Then she shouted, "Qiao Sui, your aunt's daughter is here. Why aren't you coming out?" Then, she heard clanking sounds coming from the bedroom. A young maidservant ran out. Yu Shu took a closer look and recognized that it was the maidservant who had been serving Aunt Chui. "Gu, Miss!" Qiao Sui screamed as if she was frightened. She left Yushu and turned around to go back into the room. Aunt Gu. Mrs. Back. The maidservant who led Jin Shuan pouted and said unpleasantly, "You're so careless." Yushu secretly sighed and walked in by herself. As soon as she arrived at the bedroom door, she heard coughing and talking. It was Aunt Chui's voice. She walked around the folding screen and saw Aunt Chui lying on the bed with a quilt covering her forehead. Her face was pale and her eyes were red. She stared at Yushu who came in. Huh. Yushu was puzzled. Why did she look like she was really sick? Did she miscalculate again? Before she could figure it out, Aunt Chui opened her mouth and scolded. "You heartless bastard. You said you'd come home after the exam, but in the end, you ran off to somewhere unknown. You even said you wanted me to wait and enjoy your happiness. I think you've really forgotten who gave birth to you, who raised you, and who raised you. You actually want to leave me alone. Cough cough cough, damn girl, damn lamb." Hearing her scolding happily, Yushu didn't feel angry. Instead, she found it funny. She looked around the room and took a stool under the window. She put it on the bed and sat down, calmly watching her scolding. With such a strong voice, it wouldn't be a big deal if she was sick. Concubine Chui grumbled a few more times. Seeing that Yushu wasn't embarrassed or annoyed, she probably thought it was pointless, so she snorted and stopped talking. Yushu then opened her mouth to explain. Her face was full of helplessness. "Mother, you also know that I was busy with the exam before the new year. How could I think so much? It's my fault that I forgot to inform you when I moved. You should calm down first. You were originally sick, and this anger made it worse." Cough cough. Aunt Chui held her chest and coughed twice. But after hearing Yushu's words, she calmed down a lot. She turned her head and glanced at the maid standing outside the door. She said hoarsely, "Qiao Sui, I want to say a few words to your Mississippi. You go outside and guard. Don't let those cats and dogs sneak in." "Yes." Qiao Sui bowed her head and closed the door. Only the mother and daughter were left in the room. When Yushu saw that Aunt Chui was no longer spitting, she left the stool and sat on the edge of the bed. She pulled her hand and reached out to touch her forehead. She said with concern, "How did you become so sick? Have you taken medicine? Have you seen a doctor?" Aunt Chui turned her head away awkwardly. Pulling down her hand, she nodded her head randomly. Then she asked with concern, "Did you pass the Deyan examination? How did it go? Did you do well?" Yushu said, "The results will be released after spring. I don't know if I did well or not." Aunt Chui said anxiously, "What do you mean? Didn't you say that you would definitely pass the Yishur exam and make mother proud? Now you're not sure?" Yushu completely lost her temper with this woman. She was probably thinking about herself all day long. She was really heartless. Fortunately, she was not her biological mother. Otherwise, she would definitely be sad with Yu Xiaoxiao. "Mother, don't be anxious. Although it's not the day the results are released, I think I did well and should be on the list." It was hard to say if she did well in the art of arcane arts, but in mathematics, she would definitely be on the list. Aunt Chui was coaxed by her, and her expression became slightly better. Yushu asked her again, "I heard from Third Master that you fell sick when you went out to look for me during the 2 days when it was snowing. What happened? Why did you look for me in a hurry?" "Oh, nothing. I just wanted to go and see you." When Yushu saw her stuttering, she knew that she was hiding something. Unexpectedly, Aunt Chui ran out to see how Yushu did in the exam that day. She said that she wanted to see how Yushu did in the exam, and then come back to annoy those bitches. In the end, she came back empty-handed. She was afraid that she would be scolded by Ji Hyotani, so she simply pretended to be sick. She applied cream and couldn't get out of bed. Coincidentally, Ji Hyotani used it as a ready-made excuse to find Yushu. Aunt Chui was afraid that she would ask again, so she quickly changed the topic. "Where is Xiaoxiao? Why didn't he come back with you?" Yushu was about to answer when she heard a maidservant outside reporting, "Master is here." Chapter 250. When Yushu was still in Yang City, she had heard of the name of the Ji family's old master. Everyone in the city knew the name of Ji Huaishan. He was a high-ranking official of the Celestial Commissioner's office in the capital. Yu Shu had never met Ji Huaishan, but if the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked. Looking at the Ji family's descendants, she knew that the old man was not much better. He was indeed an upright old man. He would not use his power for personal gain and steal the Dian examination questions. When you are in front of your grandfather, remember to speak respectfully. Don't be rude and offend the elders. Do you understand? On the way to see Ji Huaishan, Ji Hyotani reminded Yu Shu. Oh. Yu Shu looked at Ji Hyotani's back and wondered if Ji Laosan had told old Master Ji that she had accused the Ji family of forging the horoscope sticker to harm people and humiliated the Ji family in court. If Ji Huaishan told him about that, he would definitely hate her. If he mentioned it in front of him later, would she play dumb or pretend to be stupid? After crossing half of the house, they arrived in front of an independent pavilion behind the garden. Ji Huaishan stood outside the door and said, "Father, I have brought them." There was a low response from the door, and a page boy rolled up the curtain to let them in. Yu Shu followed Ji Hyotani in. The building was warm and there was a smell of tea. It was bitter. Yu Shu did not like it. She wrinkled her nose and heard a slow voice above her head. "Are you Yu Shu?" Yu Shu put her hands in her sleeves and raised her head. Not far away, there were 2 carved tables with all kinds of tea sets on them. Behind them, there was a majestic old man sitting on a majestic armchair. His eyes were full of spirit, his forehead was full, and his face was red. At first glance, she could tell that he was a knowledgeable person. It was completely different from the sinister old man she had imagined. Seeing that Yu Shu did not answer, Ji Hyotani pushed her shoulder. Yu Shu reacted and raised her hand to salute. She lowered her head and said, "Yu Shu greets old Master Ji." Since she was in someone else's territory, she had to show some respect. What she felt was one thing, but she had to keep up appearances. Ji Huaishan said, "Raise your head. Come to think of it, this old man has never seen you before." Aunt Chui had long remarried into the Ji family, but Yu Shu and her brother had been living outside. It was only 2 years ago that they moved under Ji Hyotani's name. Ji Huaishan lived in the capital for a long time. Due to the long journey, he only returned home once every 3 to 5 years. It was true that he had never seen Yu Shu. However, with his status, even if he returned home, it would not be Yu Shu's turn to see him. Hearing Ji Huaishan's words, Yu Shu raised her head. She did not know that the old man in front of her had come to a conclusion after reading her face. He thought that this girl's hair was uneven and her eyebrows were loose. She was not destined to be with her parents. Her nose was straight, her wings were short, and her mouth was wide. She was a clever person. It was a pity that she was too complacent. "I have lived in the capital for a long time. I have been busy with the government affairs and rarely took care of family affairs. I heard that your father had sent you and your brother away for several months. If Xingxuan had not seen you by chance, I would not have known that you had come to Anling. I could not bear to see you and your brother alone outside. I sent someone to pick you up before the new year, but you refused. I am asking if you are unwilling to go home, because you were chased out at that time." Ji Huaishan's words were dignified and his expression was gentle. If Yu Shu had not recognized the faces of the Ji family, she would have thought that he was a kind person. Yu Shu sneered in her heart. She could not stand this sanctimonious look. It was obvious that he was plotting something. That was why he pretended to be polite and spoke so casually. It turned out that the person who beat her and her brother up, threatened her to be a concubine, and then chased them away mercilessly was not a member of the Ji family. Thus she replied, "To be honest, I don't dare to hold a grudge. Xiaoxiao and I are outsiders. We are not part of your family. If you are happy, you can give us a meal. If you are not happy, you can beat or chase us away. We deserve it." As soon as she said this, Ji Huaishan and Ji Hyotani frowned at the same time. How could they not hear the sarcasm in Yu Shu's words? Ji Huaishan saw that she did not know what was good for her, so he did not have the mood to persuade her. He knocked on the lid of the purple tea in his hand. His brows suddenly became stern as he reprimanded. "Then why are you talking nonsense and slandering the reputation of the Ji family in public?" Seeing that the old man suddenly became hostile, Yushu was not frightened. On the way here, she had already expected this to happen. Without thinking, she played dumb and said, "What are you talking about, great elder? When did I slander the Ji family?" Looking at Ji Huaishan's expression, Ji Hyotani took advantage of the situation and said coldly, "Last year on the 9th day of the 6th month in Yang's County Yamen, the beggar who represented someone and accused the Ji family of deceiving the public. Isn't that you?" Yushu had a confused expression as she said, "On the 9th day of the 6th month, I had already taken a boat to the capital. Why would I go to court to complain? Third elder must have mistaken me for someone else." While playing dumb, she laughed inwardly. This was not a court case. So what if it was her? She would not admit it. Ji Hyotani saw that she would not admit it no matter what and suddenly remembered the scene of her pointing at his nose and cursing him in public. He could not suppress the anger in his heart and reprimanded her on the spot. "You ingrate. My Ji family provided for you and your brother to eat, live, and go to school. You are a scoundrel who can't be fed well. In the end, you bite back. I really regret being soft-hearted that day and bringing your brother and sister to our home. Even feeding 2 scoundrel dogs is better than feeding you." Hearing this insult, Yushu's face fell. If she was still living under the Ji family's charity, then it would be fine. But now that she was independent and had enough to eat and drink, she did not take advantage of the Ji family. Why should she suffer his grievances? She sneered and said, "I want to ask Third Elder Master, how much rice did my brother and I eat in your home? How much oil did we use? How many days did we go to school? My younger brother and I are not part of your family. I thank you for giving us a mouthful of food to eat. But the 2 of us are not servants either. Our food and lodging in your house are not even comparable to that of a servant. We even have to endure your beating and scolding, ignoring us no matter what. Aren't you treating us like dogs?" Hearing her words full of sarcasm, Ji Hyotani was furious. He glared at her. Based on his temper, he would have slapped her. But he still had some self-control. He knew that if the old man did not say anything, he could not do anything to her. What's more, Yushu changed the topic and mocked. "That time when you used a whip to hit my brother, didn't I settle it with you? I turned it all into banknotes and returned it to you. But you tore it up and didn't want it. Now you're angry. What, do you want me to calculate interest for you again?" Ji Hyotani flew into a rage out of humiliation. "You shut up." When they first entered the room, it was still peaceful. But in the blink of an eye, the 3 people in the room, old and young, all turned hostile. It had to be said that Yushu's firecracker was not a good one. After a moment of silence, Ji Huaishan's face darkened. He slammed the teacup in his hand on the table. Today he finally saw how disrespectful this little girl was. She had a sharp tongue and dared to shout in front of him. She was unmoved by force or persuasion. She really had no morals. Did she not know that Taoist Qingzheng was crazy? Why would he teach the art of hexagram diagrams to such a scoundrel of the marketplace? Don't be presumptuous. This old man asked you to come here to ask you a few questions, not to listen to your glib talk. Knowing when to stop, Yushu did not continue to discuss Ji Hyotani. She turned to face Ji Huaishan and said, "I wonder what Grand Elder Sire would like to ask." How could she not know what he wanted to ask? At most it would be those 2 things, Taoist Qingzheng and the art of hexagram diagrams. "Let me ask you. Answer me honestly and don't lie. When you were in the Ji family, you were punished to clean the Jingshang Hall. You came into contact with Taoist Qingzheng there. Did he teach you a set of money divination called the art of hexagram diagrams?" Without blinking, Yushu answered, "No." Ji Huaishan narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Whether he did or not, you better think carefully." No means no. Hearing this, Ji Huaishan did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and suddenly asked, "I know you participated in this year's Diyan examination. You have the heart to win. Do you want to be Master E?" Yushu asked in return, "Which one of those who studied E doesn't want to improve?" Ji Huaishan said, "Then do you know how to become a Master E?" Hearing him change the topic, Yushu was suspicious. But she still said, "Among the 6 subjects other than arithmetic, you can be promoted to Master E if you can get 100 yuan in any subject." Unexpectedly, Ji Huaishan shook his head and said with a deeper meaning, "Then do you know that in the De Yen examination, if you don't take a single subject of Yi Li, all 5 subjects will be useless?" Yu Shu frowned. She knew this clearly. Regardless of whether one was proficient in Qi Dunjia or divination or physiognomy, one must take the Yi Li examination. Otherwise, the other subjects would be useless. She had previously visited a master Yi with Lu Jiong's name card, and was repeatedly reminded. That was why she had been cramming the theory of Yi and practicing calligraphy every day. Ji Huaishan looked at her expression and knew that she knew. Without waiting for her to answer, he reached out and took the paper on the coffee table. He called out to her, "Come here." Yu Shu stepped forward and took the pieces of paper in confusion. She looked down and didn't think much of it at first, but then her face turned green. She didn't recognize the handwriting on the paper, but the content, every word and sentence, was clearly the answer to her Yi and Li class. "As you can see, this old man has the ability to have someone copy your paper, and I also have the ability to have someone draw your paper. Every year, in the Great Yen examination, there are always a few cases of Yi and Li being lost. This old man knows that you are skilled, and may be able to enter the rankings in this subject. I believe that you do not want to waste all your previous efforts. What do you think?" Yu Shu's face tightened. She clenched the paper in her hand. A ball of fire burned in her heart. She wanted to explode, but she suppressed it. She knew that this old man wasn't joking. He could really draw her paper. "Perhaps you want to go to the Yamen and complain again. I will say this clearly. The capital is not like the provinces. I am an official. If you go to the court to beat the drum, you will be hit with 50 iron rods. You will be lucky if you can still breathe." Ji Huaishan reminded Yu Shu with a calm expression. He picked up his teacup and took a sip to moisten his lungs. After a while, he felt that the time was right. He asked her again, "Now answer this old man. Did Qing Zheng teach you the art of 6 lines?" Chapter 251. In the tea room, Ji Huaishan looked at Yu Shu, who was standing in front of him with indignation but had to bow her head to him. He pinched his beard with satisfaction and softened his tone. "A wise man can adapt to circumstances. It's not that I want to force you, but do you know that Taoist Qingzheng has been worshipped by my Ji family for many years? 5 years ago, he traveled to the south and has been a guest in my Ji family. I treated him as an honored guest, and the whole family was respectful to him. That's why Taoist Qingzheng took care of my family. He also valued my granddaughter Xingxuan's aptitude, so he accepted her as an outer disciple and taught her the star study. Otherwise, how do you think I know that you have learned the Taoist Luyao sorcery?" Yu Shu's mind was racing at the moment, but she didn't say anything. She just listened to him with a straight face. To tell you the truth, the Taoist Luyao sorcery was supposed to be passed on to Xingxuan. But because she passed the Dian exam and was admitted to the Taisher library, she had to leave the capital city. So it was put aside for the time being. Who would have thought that after 3 years, Taoist Qingzheng couldn't wait, and left without saying goodbye and returned to the fairy woods. But before that, you got a lucky chance. It shouldn't have been you. You just picked up a ready-made bargain. I told you the reason for this today. I have no other intention. I just want you to do me a favor and pass on the Luyao sorcery to my granddaughter Xingxuan. On the one hand, it should be like this. On the other hand, it can fulfill the promise of Taoist Qingzheng that day. What do you think?" T. Yu Shu sneered in her heart. The old man Qingzheng did praise Ji Xingxuan's aptitude in front of her. But when did he accept her as an apprentice? When did he say that he would pass on the Luyao sorcery to Ji Xingxuan? According to the old man, he only had 2 apprentices. One was the eldest apprentice brother whose life or death was unknown, and the other was her. She was the one who formally kowtowed to him, but she became the one who secretly learned from him. It was as if she had spent money to buy a sesame seed cake on the street, but someone grabbed her by the collar and said that he had taken a fancy to it first, forcing her to spit it out. The Ji family was really reasonable. Ji Huaishan looked at her silence and knew that she was unwilling. He took a sip of tea and said, This old man guarantees that as long as you obediently teach my granddaughter the 6 symbols technique, I won't touch your E-Enly exam paper. Not only that, my G mansion will also treat you as a guest and allow you to temporarily live in our mansion. You won't be restricted from entering or leaving. When you finish learning the Star Jade technique, I will give you 500 taels of silver as a reward. In this situation, Yushu had no choice but to say no. She was too angry. Instead, she calmed down, analyzed the current situation, and thought about countermeasures. Ji Huaishan was determined to get the Luyao sorcery. Since he dared to threaten her with the Dian examination paper, he must not be afraid that she would report him. The Ji family might not be able to cover the sky with one hand in the capital, but it was easy for them to control a nobody like her. Unless she had a stronger background, she was not afraid that Ji Huaishan would play tricks and secretly take her paper. Yushu thought of asking Xue Rui for help, but she immediately got rid of this idea. There was a saying that one shouldn't do things out of one's position. Not to mention that Xue Rui was an official of the Supreme Court and had nothing to do with the Celestial Commissioner. Even if he could help her, he would have to go against the Ji family. What good would it do him? She was not so wicked as to drag an unrelated person into trouble when she was in trouble herself. In this way, she only had 2 choices now. Either she taught the Luyao sorcery to Ji Xingxuan and let the Ji family take advantage of it, or she fought with the Ji family to the end, giving up this year's Dian examination and waiting for another 3 years. However, no one knew what would happen after 3 years. Maybe by then, the Ji family would be even more powerful. Old Ji could still drag her in front of him and throw her paper to threaten her. 3 years after 3 years, just to take a gamble. Was it worth it? Yushu closed her eyes. Thinking like this, she quickly made a decision. Opening her eyes, Yushu didn't show any thoughts on her face. How do I know if what you said is true or false? What if I taught her, but you still destroyed my paper behind my back and made me fail? Wouldn't I be wronged? Ji Huaishan saw that she was about to let go. He laughed in his heart and shouted coldly, "How can I not keep my words?" Yushu put on a fake smile. "I don't know what kind of person old Master Tai is. Why don't you make an oath to the heaven now? I will promise you." Seeing that she insisted, Ji Huaishan frowned and sighed. "Well, since you are so suspicious, I will make an oath. I, Ji Huaishan, will do as you say today. If I break my promise in the future, I will repay you." Yushu snorted and shook her head. "You can't say that. How can you make an oath like that? Then how do you say it?" Yushu slowly retracted her hands into her sleeves, a sinister glint flashing across her eyes. She cleared her throat and said in a clear voice, "You Ji Huaishan, swear today that you will not obstruct me in the Grand Yin examination. If you go back on your word, when you die, you will be reincarnated into the path of a beast, and in your next life, you will be a bald, lame, and blind dog." There was silence in the tea room, but there was still a faint echo. Yushu looked at Ji Huaishan's face, which had turned from black to green in an instant, and felt a surge of satisfaction in her heart. Today, she had no choice but to take revenge. "How dare you? You evil creature!" Ji Hyotani had been listening for a while. Since his father was talking, it was not convenient for him to interrupt. Now that he heard Yushu's words, he finally couldn't help but curse. He strode forward with a fierce expression and raised his palm to hit. Yushu quickly dodged and circled behind Ji Huaishan. Bending down, she grabbed the expensive purple clay teapot on the table in front of the old man and threw it at Ji Xiaogu's feet. The teapot exploded, startling Ji Xiaogu and causing him to stop in his tracks. Pointing a finger at Ji Xiaogu's nose, Yushu spat. "Try and mess with me. If you dare to hurt even a strand of my hair, I won't teach you anymore. If worse comes to worst, I won't take the De Yin examination. I'll spend the rest of my life as a fortune teller. Don't even think about learning my 6 lines." Ji Hyotani has lived for half his life and has never seen such a shrewish girl. He was so angry that his mouth twisted. Ji Huaishan was also angry. He did not know that Yushu was insulting him. Ever since he was in his position, he has never been insulted like this. He wanted to tie her up, drag her out and beat her, but he couldn't. He wanted to force a dog to listen to him, not force it to do something desperate. A cold light flashed in Ji Huaishan's eyes and he scolded in a deep voice. Xiaogu, don't scare her. Ji Haotani glared at Yushu and retreated to the side. Yushu also glared at him and walked out from behind Ji Huaishan. She smiled and said, Great master, I know what I said just now was not pleasant to hear. If you don't want to repeat it, just agree in your heart. Do you think it's so easy to take advantage of her? If she doesn't feel good, none of them should be happy. Ji Huaishan did not fall into her trap. He was angry and did not give her any face. He said coldly, I always keep my promise. Yushu knew that she could not really provoke this old man. She knew when to stop. She cleared her throat and said, I still have 2 things. If you agree, I will move here tomorrow and start teaching Miss Ji the 6 lines. Ji Huaishan saw that she had something else to say and became impatient. He said, Speak. The first thing, 500 taels of silver is too little. It is more than that to buy a dragon horse river diagram, let alone a unique skill like the 6 lines. Ask someone to prepare 2,000 taels. I want it tomorrow. Hearing her demand, Ji Huaishan only hesitated for a moment before he agreed. So what if he gave it to her first? She was an Anling, where could she run? What about the other thing? As for the second matter, I will have to ask third master. Yushu turned her head and looked at Ji Xiaogu saying, I have just seen my mother and heard from her that third master does not like her at all. Moreover, he often harshly beats and scolds her. My mother is timid by nature and has the thought of leaving, but does not dare to bring it up. As his daughter, I am overstepping my bounds and asking third master for a favor. Please write a divorce letter and allow my mother to leave. This was what Yushu had planned. Keeping Aunt Cui in the Ji family would always be a weakness. She could use this opportunity to get her out and cut off all ties with the Ji family. Hearing her words, the father and son of the Ji family knew what she was planning. Ji Haotani snorted coldly. He said, How can you think of this? Your mother is a concubine that I formerly took home. If I divorce her, how can she live with dignity in the future? Yushu said, Third master does not need to worry about this. My mother has us as her children to be filial. To be honest, Yushu really didn't think about whether concubine Cui would be willing to leave the Ji family or not. However, with Yu Xiaoxiu around, she guaranteed that he would have a house full of children and grandchildren, and could enjoy his old age in peace. Wasn't it 100 times better than being a cowardly and unfavored concubine? Ji Haotani looked at Ji Huaishan. He does not want to let Aunt Cui go, but it depends on Master Ji's opinion. The old man was silent for a moment. He said, You have yet to teach my granddaughter anything and you are already raising these conditions. If I agree to all of them, wouldn't it be a joke? How about this? You move in tomorrow. When Xingxuan is almost done learning, then your mother can leave the residence. Yushu saw that he has no intention of stopping her. She thought that there was no hurry and nodded. Fine. I will move in tomorrow. This matter has finally been settled. Ji Huaishan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He looked a bit tired and didn't want to look at this annoying thing in front of him anymore. He waved his hand and said, Xiaogu, take her away. We will talk about the rest tomorrow. Yes. At this time, someone reported from outside the door. Milord, fourth young miss is outside. Ji Huaishan looked at the 2 people in the room and changed his mind. He thought that it would be better if he gave his orders in one go, so he said, Xingxuan, come in. Yushu stared at the door and saw the curtain move. A blue figure, the culprit who caused her to be trapped today, walked in. Grandfather, third uncle. Ji Xingxuan first bowed to the 2 elders. When she turned her head and saw Yushu, she was not surprised. Obviously, she knew that she was here. Miss you. Yushu smiled mockingly and didn't respond. She didn't have the air of a noble young lady and was too lazy to pretend. Grandson, you came at the right time. Ji Huaishan waved his hand and had Ji Xingxuan come to his side. He pointed at Yushu and said to her, Miss Yu has already agreed to return the hexagram symbols technique that your master passed down to you. Starting tomorrow, Miss Yu will be living in our estate. You must learn from her, understand? When she heard this, Ji Xingxuan revealed a bit of surprise. She looked at Yushu as if she didn't expect that the latter would agree. After that, her expression returned to normal, and she nodded. Her pair of glass-like eyes flickered a few times and she warmly said to Yushu, "Many thanks for Miss Yu's help." Chapter 252. Ji Hyotani left with Yushu, leaving only the grandfather and granddaughter in the tea room. Ji Xingxuan looked at the broken cups and tea on the carpet and furrowed her brows. She then looked at Ji Huaishan's expression and poured some hot tea for him. She asked, "Grandfather, what is going on?" Ji Huaishan did not want to say more. Using the exam paper to threaten a little girl was not a very honorable method. He took the tea and drank it. He sighed. "I promised her 2 things. Xingxuan, I can see that this woman is very cunning. You should learn from her and be careful that she deceives you. If you find anything wrong, tell me immediately and I will have another way to deal with her." Ji Xingxuan said, "Don't worry, I can still distinguish between the real and fake 6 lines technique." Ji Huaishan looked at his granddaughter, who was even more outstanding than a man, and felt relieved. He calmed down and said, "Tomorrow is the 5th day. I have asked the housekeeper to prepare a gift. You should go to the Xianyang Street guest house to visit Mr. Xiajiang, and then take the opportunity to check on Xiajiang's 5th Mississippi," Ji Xingxuan said. "I visited twice before the new year, but Xiajiang claimed to be ill and did not see her. She is still grieving over her sister's death. Tomorrow is the new year. Is it appropriate for me to visit her? Why don't we do it after the 15th day?" Ji Huaishan shook his head. "It'll be too late by then. You have to make a trip there. Help me take a look at her physiognomy." "Marriage?" Ji Huaishan saw that she did not understand and explained. Previously, the palace sent a celestial commissioner's 8 characters to check on women's fate. His Majesty wants to take advantage of the Mid-Autumn Festival to bestow several marriages. I secretly matched the names. Xiajiang's 5th miss is one of them. The 8 characters are sealed with a golden seal. 9 characters will be given to one of the princes. You can check on her face so that I can have an idea. In the future, if you make friends with her, it may not be a bad thing." Ji Liangxian suddenly understood and nodded. "In that case, your grandson will make a trip tomorrow." Ji Huaishan's anger had subsided. He spoke a few words to Ji Xingxuan and dismissed her. "It's not dinner time yet. Go and talk to your gugu. Don't be cooped up in your room all day. Dian has passed. You should be given some time to rest. Now we just have to wait for the 6 subjects' results to be announced." Ji Xingxuan smiled when she heard the old man's concern. "I heard that cousin got into trouble again yesterday. Aunt is still angry. I'd better go to the garden to take a stroll. I don't want to cause more trouble for her." Ji Huaishan said, "That child Weibo doesn't know any better. Your gugu only has 1 son. Right now, your uncle's family is temporarily staying in the Fu. As his older sister, you should teach him when you have the time. Don't let him run around randomly. After the new year, let your uncle choose a school to send him to." Ji Xingxuan agreed and left. At the door, a maidservant came forward to help her put on a woolen cloak. She also took a pottery hand warmer and carried it to the southern courtyard. Ji Hyotani led Yushu to the door of Aunt Chui's small courtyard. With a cold expression on his face, he instructed her to pack her luggage as soon as possible. The next morning, a horse carriage would be sent to pick her up. Ji Hyotani then left with a frown. Without Ji Huaishan in front of her, Yushu did not provoke third brother Ji. She entered the small courtyard. Just as she entered the room, she was called to the bed by Aunt Chui. She asked, "What did Master Ji want to talk to you about?" How could Yushu tell her the truth? She coaxed. "He asked me to stay in the Fu for a period of time to accompany you. Mother, I will go back and pack my clothes. I will come back tomorrow." Aunt Chui wanted to ask more details. Yushu stood up and said, "It's getting late. If I don't leave now, the sky will be dark. Mother, you should rest." She suddenly reached out and hugged her. While Aunt Chui was still in a daze, she left the room. When she went outside, there would be servants to escort her. But when she left the mansion, there wasn't even a sedan chair to send her off. Yushu sighed. She didn't have much hope for the Ji family's character. Forget it, She would just take it as a stroll home. As soon as she took a step, Yushu heard someone calling her from the other side of the street. "Miss." Yushu turned her head. She saw Lao Chue's carriage parked on the side of the road. She was surprised. She hurriedly ran forward and said, "Lao Chue, why are you here?" Lao Chue grinned and pointed at the car behind him. A hand opened the heavy leather curtain, revealing half of Master Shue's handsome figure. He slightly frowned and looked at her. "Come in first," Lao Chue said to Lao Chue. Yushu was confused. She got on the carriage. She thought, how did he find me here? As soon as they got on the carriage, Shui Rui didn't wait for Yushu to ask. He said, "I finished my business. I went to your house in the afternoon. I heard from Aunt Hui that you went to the G mansion, and your mother was sick. So, I came to see you. How is your mother's condition?" In fact, Shui Rui heard from Zhao Hui that the third master of the Ji family came to take Yushu away. He was worried that she would be detained by the Ji family. Yushu didn't know what Shui Rui was thinking. She was hesitating whether she should tell him about the Ji family. If she told him, he would be troubled with her. But if she didn't tell him, how could she explain to him that she would be living in the Ji family for a period of time? Shui Rui looked at her face. He knew that this girl was thinking of ways to fool him. He said, "You don't need to hide it from me. I heard from Dr. He that you helped Zhao Hui to go to the court and offended the Ji family. If they know about it, they won't let you go. Tell me the truth. Did they make things difficult for you?" Yushu muttered in her heart. They made things difficult, but it wasn't because of the complaint. Cough. There are a few things that aren't easy to explain. But if there's nothing else, don't ask. Yushu spoke vaguely. Her tone was slightly impatient. She still planned to hide the part about the Ji family threatening her with the Great Yin examination from Shui Rui. She wasn't a 3-year-old who would complain to her parents after being bullied. Moreover, Shui Rui wasn't her parent. Shui Rui's gaze flashed, and then he sneered right away and said, "I've known you for so long from Yang to Anling. Even if we can't be considered to be close friends, we can still be considered to be good friends. You usually address me as Big Brother Shui, and I'm willing to take care of you. So long as you're in trouble, I'll absolutely not say a single word if I'm able to help you. I treat you with sincerity, but you treat me like an outsider. Now I ask you the truth, but you refuse to tell me. I'm really disappointed. From now on, don't call me Big Brother Shui. It's so harsh." When Yushu heard this, she knew that Shui Rui was really angry. It made sense. Who would be happy to stick their warm face to someone else's cold butt? Caring for them would be disliked. Knowing that she had said something wrong, she immediately sat up straight and denied in a hurry. "Not at all. I'm just afraid that I'll upset you. I'm too lazy to tell you. Don't misunderstand." Shui Rui crossed his arms and looked at her. "I'm not upset. You say. I'm listening. If you still treat me as your big brother Shui, then tell me the truth." Yushu was depressed. It was rare for this man to lose his temper. She had to say it. Forget it. It's not a big deal to tell him. Ji family made her feel uncomfortable today. It's better to have someone to complain to than to swallow it all alone. Actually, it's like this. Yushu let out a sigh and said slowly, "It's a long story." Just this sentence. Shui Rui waited for a long time with his ears propped up, but she didn't continue. He raised his eyebrows angrily and said, "Say it. Why don't you say it again?" Yushu waved her hand and said, "Don't change the topic. It's a long story. You have to let me think about how to say it first." Shui Rui didn't urge her anymore. He hid the smile on the corner of his mouth and waited for her to think about it slowly. He thought that this little rascal couldn't always be good to her. Did she really think that he didn't have a temper? That's why she always looked down on him. Yushu organized her words and said, "There's a story in front of me. I won't go into details. Let's put it simply. A year ago, when I was still living in the old residence in Yiyang, there was an old Taoist priest in the Ji family. He coincidentally took a fancy to me and taught me Yishui skills. Among them, there was a strange skill that was very amazing. When I went to the Dingbo Hall with you to gamble, I used a copper coin to guess the wine cup. Its real name is 6 lines breaking law. It's a secret skill, but it was recognized by Ji Xingxuan. When she said this, Shuirui interrupted. If it's not a secret skill, how did she recognize it? Yu Shu curled her lips and said, that old Taoist priest taught Ji Xingxuan for a while. He must have shown this skill in front of her and mentioned it. She then suspected me. After that day, she came to Huixing Street to test whether I was real or not. She asked me to teach her and even offered something in exchange. I didn't agree at that time. Who would have thought that she went back and reported it to the great master of the Ji family? That old thing has been thinking about me ever since. Shuirui frowned. It wasn't because Yu Shu was disrespectful towards Ji Huaishan, but it was because this matter had actually arisen because of him. If it wasn't for her divining for him that day while gambling wine, she wouldn't have been exposed. And then, did they make things difficult for you when you went to the Ji family today? Shuirui asked. His eyes were looking at Yu Shu's expression to prevent her from fooling him again. Yu Shu sneered. It's not just difficult. In order to let his precious granddaughter learn this art, old man Ji, you definitely can't imagine what he used to threaten me. He had someone copy my Ili exam paper. If I didn't agree, he would take my exam paper and make me fail in this year's Diyan exam. Shuirui's expression changed instantly. He asked in a low voice, did he really threaten you like this? Yu Shu reached into her sleeve and took out a crumpled piece of paper. She handed it to him. It was the paper she stole from Ji Huaishan during the chaos. Ji Huaishan asked someone to copy her exam paper. After reading it, Shuirui knew whether it was true or not. He was really angry now. If the Ji family used other tricks, it would be fine. However, he was the one who encouraged Yu Shu to take the Dian examination. He was also the one who arranged the whole process of the examination. Now someone used it to threaten her and force her to submit. How could he not be angry? Did you agree? Shuirui held the crumpled paper and asked in a low voice. Seeing his dark expression, Yu Shu began to regret telling him. She mumbled, and bang! Shuirui fiercely smashed his fist onto the yellow pear wood tea table in front of him, and it shook the teacups and teapots to the point they jumped up, causing Yu Shu to shrink back in fright as well. She never expected that Shuirui would be so furious, so she gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said without thinking, even though I agreed, I didn't agree for nothing. I extorted a sum of money from them, and I even took the opportunity to make my mother leave the Ji clan. Don't be angry. Don't try to get justice for me. Shuirui's rage hadn't even subsided when she added fuel to the fire in his heart, and he glared at her and said coldly, if you told me about this earlier, then there wouldn't be so many problems. Yu Shu muttered, even if I told you earlier, you wouldn't be able to stop them. Old Master Ji can take my exam paper. You can't give it back to me. Chapter 253. After Shuirui lost his temper for a while, he calmed down again. Even though he was angry that Yu Shu didn't discuss such an important matter with him, he was similarly aware of her personality. Whenever something happened, she liked to stay by herself, and if she could solve it herself, she would rather die than ask for help from others. Now it was already not easy for her to tell him honestly. After thinking for a while, Shuirui asked Yu Shu, then what are you going to do next? Yu Shu saw that his face was better and told him her plan. The Ji family's old master asked me to pack my things and move over tomorrow. I am going to teach Ji Xingxuan slowly, until the Diyan examination results are released. Shuirui frowned. Are you really willing to teach others what you have learned? Those who learned the EE treasured their own knowledge. Even if it was a small trick, they would not easily reveal it unless it was passed down by someone from the same sect. Moreover, it was a secret skill that could not be exchanged for money. Yu Shu pinched her forehead and said, so what if I don't want to? If Ji Xingxuan is stupid and ignorant, I can take advantage of her ignorance and fool her. But she is very talented and has a deep understanding of the Book of Changes. If I try to coax her, she will find out after some time. I can only teach her some of my real skills, but I can't teach her everything I know. If she is not satisfied, I can find another way to refuse. The 6 lines divination method. In addition to the general outline of starting and getting the divinations, was divided into 4 chapters, in order: national affairs, natural disasters, future good or bad, marriage and harmony. Each chapter has a set of incantations. Only knowing the general chapter cannot solve the divination. Only the corresponding incantations can be used to pry into the mysteries of heaven. The last time she was at the Dingbo mansion, she used the exact method of determining whether her future was good or bad. Only then did she know which cup of wine she chose for Shui Rui to drink, and she herself would be safe and sound. Her luck that day was really good. Her usual 60% accuracy was right on target. That was why she was targeted by Ji Xingxuan. Since she knew about it, if he wanted to teach her, he could only teach her this. Otherwise, he could still use the marriage chapter to make up the numbers. Didn't he scare Xia Mingming like that back then? Shui Rui listened to her words. There was a hint of helplessness in her words, but she didn't mean to ask him for help at all. Shui Rui only treated him as an audience. He wanted to be angry, but he also wanted to laugh. Why bother? Just do what you have to do tomorrow. Don't worry about them. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee that no matter what you do, your papers will stay safely in the Celestial Commissioner's office. No one will be able to move them. Yushu lifted her eyelids and stared at him for a while. She noticed that there was still a trace of anger between his brows. Suddenly, she broke into laughter. The grievances she had suffered in the Ji family faded away. She said, I know you mean well to stand up for me, and perhaps you really do have the ability to do so, but I have other plans. To tell you the truth, I made a request to the Ji family. I want to take this chance to get my mother out of the Ji family. That's the most important thing. If it wasn't for this condition, she wouldn't have followed the wishes of the Ji family no matter what she said. If she kept Aunt Chui in the Ji family, she would always have a rope around her neck that she couldn't act rashly. If she had to break it this time, she had to do it cleanly. Come to think of it, this might be an opportunity that Ji Xingxuan deserved. Qing Zheng didn't teach her the 6 recombinant demon lines, but she still wanted to learn it. Today he had given her an advantage. In the future he would make her pay double. To Yushu, the 6 Yao lines was just to make up for the missing parts of the 8 characters. It wasn't of much use. Her real trump card was the law of algebra that had yet to be developed. When she thought of this, Yushu couldn't help thinking. She had perfected the law of clear rain, and the law of time of calamity day by day. So it was time for her to ponder, and come up with a new law. When Shui Rui heard Yushu's words, he was instantly surprised. He thought that she wouldn't be able to hold back her anger, but in reality, she was even calmer than him. Because of Yushu's attitude, Shui Rui couldn't help sinking his breath and pondering a little more. Thinking about it, it made sense. He didn't care about the threat of the Ji family, but Yushu couldn't. He was the eldest grandson of the Shui family, and the nephew of imperial consort Shui. He had a wide network of friends, so even the princes and royal descendants had to give him face. But that was his face. He was willing to protect her, but she still had to think about what she was relying on and what she wanted. She couldn't be fearless just because he was willing to help her. How could she do such a brainless thing? When Yushu saw that Shui Rui was distracted, she knew that he was still thinking about how to help her. It would be nonsense to say that she wasn't touched. It wasn't the first time that she made Shui Rui worry about her matters. No matter how thick her skin was, she couldn't bear it. She couldn't help but feel guilty. She suddenly thought about the night before he left the capital to bid farewell to her, and the words she said when she rejected him. At this moment, facing Shui Rui, she only felt uncomfortable all over. Ahem. When Shui Rui heard Yushu clearing her throat, he came back to his senses. He didn't notice the change in her mind and asked, Did you forget something when you made this decision? Yushu said, What did I forget? Shui Rui sneered and said, Did you forget that you signed a contract with me? You have to stay in my Wangji Tower before the Dian results are released. Now you are going to the Ji family to teach Ji Xingxuan's strange skill. Who will manage the restaurant? Yushu was stunned, and then she blushed. She secretly cursed. Damn Ji Xingxuan's grandfather, I really forgot about this matter. Seeing her expression, Shui Rui understood in his heart. He snorted and didn't say anything. Knowing that she was in the wrong, Yushu scratched her neck and hurriedly poured tea for him. She apologized. Brother Shui, don't be angry with me. I didn't forget on purpose. How about this? I will stay at the Li family's house in the morning to teach Ji Xingxuan's strange skill. In the afternoon, I will go to the restaurant to help. It's a win-win situation. Shui Rui looked at the tea she respectfully held in front of him. He had never seen her flattering him before. It was very fresh. He felt that in the future, he couldn't blindly follow her temper. He deliberately didn't smile at her, and didn't take the tea. He just talked to her expressionlessly. I don't care if you go back and forth like this. Anyway, you don't need to go to the Wangji Tower every day. But will the Ji family allow you to disappear every day? How about this? Tomorrow when you are ready, wait for me at home. I will wake up early and personally send you to the Ji mansion. I will let them know that you still have a big brother behind you. You can't be bullied by anyone. When Yushu heard him say this, her mind went blank, and she was muddle-headed. Shui Rui still wanted to stand up for her. This was something she understood, but what did he mean by big brother? Shui Rui saw her every move. He knew that she was confused, so he took the tea in her hand and said seriously, when you were sick before the new year, didn't I say that I would talk to you after the Great Yin test? I have been busy recently, and didn't have time to talk to you. Do you still remember what you said when I went to Huixing Street to find you the night before the exam? Yushu never thought that he would suddenly mention this. She hesitated for a moment and then said slowly, I remember. At that time, because she'd noticed that Shui Rui had other intentions towards her, she'd told him to stop wasting his time, and she'd even said that she had someone she liked, so she wanted to stop him from having any thoughts about her so that it wouldn't be difficult to deal with him in the future. Who knew that so many things would happen later on, and he'd never given her a reply. Up until now, she wasn't sure if he'd actually stopped having any thoughts about her. Shui Rui took a sip of tea and said indifferently, you don't have to guess. You guessed it right. I did have feelings for you at that time, but before I could open my mouth, you rejected me. Later, I thought about it and felt that it was meaningless. You have known me for so long, you should understand my character. Am I the kind of person who can't let go? Yushu shook her head. She knew a little about Shui Rui's character, and he really didn't have that kind of pettiness. No matter what he did it in a grand manner. He didn't bear grudges and he didn't take it seriously. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be in contact with her until now. He should have been angry because of those words she said a long time ago. Shui Rui continued. Since you don't have any intentions towards me, I don't have the intention to force you either. However, I admire your conduct, so I'm not willing to cut off all ties with you just because of this and waste our friendship. I'm telling you everything clearly today, because I don't want you to have any doubts in your heart and think that I'm plotting something against you. I know that you don't have an elder brother. This time, if you can let go of your grudge and call me elder brother again, I will recognize you as my younger sister. From now on, we will be brother and sister and won't be suspicious of each other. Yushu was stunned by his words. She thought that she heard it wrong. She couldn't believe that the trouble she had been worrying about for so many days was solved just like that. Yushu wasn't in a hurry to answer. She carefully observed Shui Rui's expression, and when she saw that his expression was calm and didn't seem to be fake, she pondered over his words twice and felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so she immediately believed half of it. If he was lying to her, then why bother? When she thought about it more deeply, she realized that she and Shui Rui did not have any true feelings for each other. They were also not like the feelings she and Jingchen had for each other every day. Even if Shui Rui was interested in her at that time, he was still too far away to reach the level of deep feelings. It was not difficult for him to say that he wanted to let it go. Everything should be left with an inch of doubt. Only if it was 80% true would it be believable. Yushu made up her mind. She felt like a heavy weight fell back to her heart. Then she heard Shui Rui asked, "What? You still don't want to?" "Yes." Yushu's face was glowing. She nodded heavily and grinned, "Brother." Shui Rui raised his thick eyebrows and restrained the short-sightedness in his eyes. He curled the corners of his mouth and showed a very natural and unrestrained smile. He poured another cup of tea from the table and handed it to her. He raised the cup and said, There's tea instead of wine. Don't worry about the red tape. If you have any difficulties in the future, just tell me. I won't be polite to you. Yushu's eyes lit up. She clinked the cup with his and drank it up with a smile. At this time, she felt carefree and the previous depression was swept away. She respected Shui Rui's character and was grateful to him. She really didn't want to be on bad terms with him. It couldn't be better that they could call each other brother and sister. After the conversation, the atmosphere in the carriage became relaxed. Shui Rui even mentioned that he would help her find Jing Chun. He comforted her not to be anxious and told her that he would inform her if there was any news. They arrived at the door of Zhao Hui's house. Lao Chui stopped the carriage. Before Yushu got off the carriage, Shui Rui told her to wait at home tomorrow morning. Yushu was also worried that the Ji family would restrict her freedom these days, and she couldn't work in the Wangji building. So she simply agreed and asked Lao Chui to go to the Wangji building for her tomorrow. Shui Rui leaned against the window rail and watched Yushu enter the door. He caressed the corners of his lips with his fingers and smiled in a profound manner. He gave an order in a happy mood. Chapter 254. As soon as Yushu entered the courtyard, she saw Yundo standing at the entrance of the living room. When she saw her, she hurriedly shouted, "Foreign Miss is back!" The sky was already dark. Yushu thought that Zhao Hui must be worried since she was gone for so long. So she took large strides and followed Yundo into the room. Zhao Hui had just stood up from the chair when she saw Yushu come back in one piece. She let out a sigh of relief and waved at her. "Quickly come and sit down. Is it cold outside?" Yushu helped her sit down and said, "It's not cold. Brother Chao sent me back." Zhao Hui touched her hand and felt that it was indeed warm. She said, "After you left for a while in the afternoon, shopkeeper Chao came looking for you and asked where you went. I was worried that they would make things difficult for you if you went to the Ji mansion, so I asked him to take a look. It seems that you met. How is it? Is your mother's illness serious?" Yushu had already prepared an excuse. "It's not a big problem, but I can't leave my side. So I packed my things tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the Ji mansion to stay for a while." Zhao Hui hesitated for a moment and said with a worried expression, "Your mother is sick. No matter what, you should stay by her side. But in my opinion, the Ji family isn't a good family. Before they beat you in Xiaoxiu like that, it's clear that they aren't good people. When you beat the drum for me, you confronted the third master of the Ji family in court. Although he didn't see through you at that time, if you go there, he might recognize you. Isn't this bad? What if they tried to take you away again? What should we do?" Zhao Hui didn't know that Ji Hyotani had already recognized Yushu. He knew that she was the one behind the case and scolded her for being an ungrateful wretch. Seeing Zhao Hui's worry, Yushu comforted her. "That won't happen. Don't worry, I participated in this year's Dian examination. Fortunately, I am still a guest and the title of a candidate is still there. Even if I have half a scholarly title, they won't dare to punish me. Moreover, I am not a member of the Ji family, so why would they punish me?" Zhao Hui was a bit relieved and asked, "Will Xiaoxiu go with you?" Yushu said, "There's no need for him to go. After the new year, he still has to go to Baichuan Academy to study. It's inconvenient to live with the Ji family. Let him stay with you. In a few days after I settle down with the Ji family, I'll let him go to visit." Speaking of this, she turned to look at the room and wondered, why haven't Godfather and Xiaoxiu come back yet? "No, I just sent someone back and said that I'll stay at an old friend's house for dinner with Xiaoxiu. It'll probably be dark." Zhao Hui was interrupted by her and forgot to ask her about Shui Rui. Seeing that it was getting late, she hurriedly asked Yundo to go to the kitchen to rush dinner. "Then let's eat early so that we can pack your luggage." After dinner, Zhao Hui sat in Yushu's room with her belly propped up. She instructed Yundo to help her pack things. "Put the books and ink separately. Wash the inkstone later. My daughter, are you packing a bag or stuffing a pillow? Fold the clothes and put them on top. Otherwise they'll wrinkle and won't be able to wear them." Zhao Hui looked at both sides and watched as Yushu dragged out the clothes from the cabinet. There were a few pitiful clothes. They were all men's clothes, but they were all gray and black. They didn't have the tenderness a young girl should have. Zhao Hui frowned and said, "There's no tailor to work during the new year. After the 7th day, I'll definitely find someone to make 2 decent clothes for you. Put these robes and shirts away for me. Don't take them out to wear." As she spoke, she stood up and went forward to pick out 2 pieces of clothing that were the ugliest in the pile, and stuff them back into the cabinet without any explanation. Coincidentally, she saw a bundle lying in the corner, which seemed to be filled with cloth. When she opened it, she saw a lake green dress. The material felt excellent, just in time for the early spring season. There was a pearl flower wrapped in the dress, which was carved with a vivid emerald dragonfly. Zhao Hui recognized the item, and saw that it didn't look fake. The craftsmanship was also very fine. She couldn't help but be shocked. She turned to ask Yushu, "When did you buy such an expensive item? Aren't you afraid of crushing it by randomly putting it in the cabinet?" Yushu raised her head and saw the faint green bead in Zhao Hui's hand with the help of the lamplight on the table. She recognized it as the one she picked up in a boutique on the way to the Dingbua dojo with Shui Rui. She said, "Oh, I forgot to keep it." Zhao Hui glared at her and took the pearl necklace to the side. She said, "The weather is getting warmer. If there's no wind tomorrow, wear this. Put on a cotton jacket inside, and the white rabbit fur waistcoat I made for you. Since you're going to the Ji family, dress up decently. Don't let them look down on you. Tomorrow, when the new clothes are ready, I'll have someone send them to you." Zhao Hui thought too much, but Yushu didn't care at all. When she went to the Ji family, she would have to face Ji Xingxuan every day. There was no point in dressing up in front of her. However, the new clothes still needed to be made. She didn't want to fight for her reputation in the Ji family. When Shui Rui opened his restaurant, she couldn't dress shabbily and let others see her as a joke. Well, when she got the 2,000 silvers from the Ji family tomorrow, she would have enough money in her pocket. Then she would decorate herself well. Yushu used the cloudy weather tomorrow as an excuse to put away the lake green dress. She couldn't refuse Zhao Hui, so she brought it with her in her luggage. Zhao Hui went back to her room to find a jewelry box. She put the dragonfly beads in it and gave it to Yushu. She nagged her for a while. When they were ready, Hifangji and Yu Xiaoxiu came back from outside. Hearing Yushu and Zhao Hui talking about what happened before and after, Hifangji didn't mind, but Yu Xiaoxiu was not happy. "Sister, I want to go with you." Yushu said, "Mother's health is not important. I will go over and live for a few days. You listen to godmother." "No, I want to go with you." Yu Xiaoxiu refused and quarreled with Yushu. This child wanted to see his mother, but he was afraid that his sister would be wronged in the Ji family. Ji Hyotani had him whipped, which left a big shadow in his heart. He felt uncomfortable all over when he mentioned the Ji family, let alone his sister living there. Hifangji saw that the siblings were in a deadlock, so she quietly pulled Zhao Hui out, leaving them time to talk in private. Alas! Yushu sighed and pulled the unhappy Yu Xiaoxiu to sit on the bed. She put her arm around his shoulder and coaxed. "You think the Ji family is a good place? You still want to go there? I'll tell you honestly, this time I went there, I thought of a way to get mother out, so that she wouldn't stay in their house and be bullied. You don't want to make trouble, and I have to take care of you. You are worried that sister will be wronged in their house, right? Then don't worry. Your brother Shui said that he will send me to the Ji family tomorrow. You know what your brother Shui's family background is. They will be afraid of Xiaoxiu. Be obedient. Sister knows you are the most sensible." After listening to her, Yu Xiaoxiu reluctantly said, "Then I will go see you in 2 days." Yushu only said, "All right." She pulled out a small chest from under the bed and opened it. She counted out a bag of broken silver and gave it to him. The rest were 4 big yuanbao and 2 50-taels banknotes. This was all her family's belongings to this day. It was all inside. "You can use this bag as pocket money. Buy whatever you like to eat. It's best to exchange it for copper coins. Remember not to take it with you, lest you lose it. I will accompany you to see academician Song in a few days when school starts. You can pay your tuition then." When Yu Xiaoxiu saw that Baiji gave him 7 or 8 silver coins as pocket money, he was dumbfounded, Sister, we still have to live in the future. Yushu snorted and stretched out her hand to scratch his nose. Then she smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? You can earn more money after you use it. Do you think we are poor?" She didn't get the money she extorted from the Ji family. This month, she will work in Shui Rui's restaurant. She will get 80 silver coins a month, and that's not including the bonus. It's more than enough to pay Yu Xiaoxiu's tuition fee. And with the Fuan escort agency's salary, she doesn't need to worry about money. Baiji didn't explain to Yu Xiaoxiu in detail. She took the rest of the money in the box and went to find Zhao Hui. Yushu has been living in Zhao Hui's house for a long time. She can see that Zhao Hui and her husband are not living an easy life because of the medical clinic. Zhao Hui treats her well. Today, she will make clothes for her, and tomorrow, she will buy jewelry for her. She is afraid that she has spent a lot of money on her dowry. Yushu had wanted to give the money she had saved to Zhao Hui for a long time, but she hadn't said anything. A few days ago on New Year's Eve, Zhao Hui acknowledged her godmother and became a family, which gave her an excuse. After a while, Yushu finally gave the money box to Zhao Hui. It was up to her whether she wanted to use it or not, so she decided to leave it with her first. As for the origin of the money, Yushu explained that it was a reward for a rich man's fortune-telling. In fact, the truth is almost the same. The money she got from helping Shui Rui to gamble, the rest was from Xia Zhang's family. It was because she saved Xia Mingming's life. After everything was settled, Yushu went back to her room to calm down and take a few deep breaths. She felt tired all over and her eyes were sore. She rummaged around in her bosom and took out the turtle shell she bought earlier that day. She gestured at the stove and put it away without burning it. This divination is very exhausting, especially with the help of divination tools. If one's spirit is not good, the accuracy will drop from 50% to 20%. She is really tired today, so it is not suitable for divination. Tomorrow, she will do it again to see which direction Jingchen is. Before making a divination, Yushu turned off the stove, took off her shoes, and went to bed. She covered herself with the quilt and rested her head on the cotton pillow with a rosin smell. She looked at the faint moonlight in front of the window and thought about what happened today. First, she was threatened by that old fellow from the Ji family, so she had to sullenly submit to him. Later on, she told Shui Rui about what happened from start to finish. He lost his temper for a while, and in the end, he actually proposed to address her as brother and sister, solving the problem that she had been troubled by all this time. This day is really a day full of surprises, grief, and anger. However, it is mixed, but it is not too bad. Chapter 255. On the morning of the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, as usual, they set off firecrackers. After breakfast, Yushu sits in the living room and waits for the Ji family to pick her up. Zhao Hui asks Shenma to bring the luggage she packed last night to the front. Yifangji does not go out today. He drinks his morning cup and talks to Yushu about the health of spring. For example, one can make winter sweet tea, jasmine tea, eat light food, exercise early in the morning, rub one's ears at sunset, etc. Yu Xiaoxiu listens with great interest. Kim Bao is lying on Yushu's lap lazily. His little ears tremble as Yushu gently scratches his back. After sunrise, people from the Ji family arrived. A horse carriage arrived at the door of Zhao Hui's house. A steward and a maidservant were there to receive her. When they arrived at the door, they did not enter. Instead, they asked the servant who was guarding the door to go in and tell Zhao Hui to come out. Yushu sees that it is still early and Shui Rui is not here yet. She asks the servant to go out and say that she is not ready yet. She asks the servant to wait outside and does not invite them in. Zhao Hui is puzzled and asks, "Why are you not leaving?" Yushu said, "Yesterday, I mentioned to Brother Chao that no one from the Ji family will come to pick us up. He said that he will ask Lao Chui to come. Wait a little longer. I will go with Lao Chui's carriage." When the steward hears that they still have to wait, he grumbles and sits in the carriage with the maidservant. Obviously, he is not happy to take this errand. After waiting for a while, they arrived at a corner. Yushu heard the servant running an errand telling her that the carriage had arrived. She bade farewell to her godmother and godfather. but Zhao Hui insisted on sending them to the door. Yin Do and Shen Nanny each helped her carry a bundle. When they arrive at the gate, they see two carriages parked side by side. They are not eye-catching, but it is easy to distinguish them because of the people standing beside the carriages. When Lao Chui sees Yushu, he jumps out of the front seat, grabs the rope with one hand, and pulls up the curtain with the other hand. He smiles and says, "Miss, please get in the carriage. I met a wedding party on the East Street, so I took a detour." Yushu noticed that Shui Rui was not sitting in the car. She muttered in her heart and turned to the Ji family. "I'll take this car. You can follow behind." The man from the Ji family was still unwilling and said, "Master has ordered us to pick you up. It's better for Miss to come with us. Otherwise, what if there's a fork in the road? Do we still have to turn back to look for you?" Yushu is too lazy to care about them. She asks Shen Ma to put the 2 bags of luggage on Lao Chui's carriage. Then she turns back and touches Zhao Hui's belly to remind her to take care of her 3 meals. Finally, she pats Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder and says, "Listen to your godmother. I'll take you to see your mother later." Yu Xiaoxiu nods his head and looks at her eagerly. Yushu almost can't bear to leave. She hands the warm ball of Kim Bao to him. However, the little guy hooks her sleeve with its claws and screams. She can't get rid of it. Yushu is amused. This little bastard is usually afraid of her, but today it is pestering her. She doesn't care if it understands or not. She strokes its fur and says, "I'm not going to a good place. You should live a good life here." The man from the Ji family sees her playing with a mouse. The maidservant almost screams. She is frightened and hides behind the steward. Yu Xiaoxiu sees Kim Bao hanging on her sleeve shamelessly. He can't help but laugh. He suggests, "Sister, you take it with you. At least it can be a companion." Yushu is worried that she can't get rid of Kim Bao. When she hears him say this, she smiles and says, "Okay." So she puts Kim Bao into her sleeve and gets on the carriage. She waves to Zhao Hui and the others. Lao Chui puts down the curtain and urges the horse to leave. The people from the Ji family have to follow. Lao Chui drives the carriage. He doesn't care where the people from the Ji family are going. He drives the carriage from the south of the city to Qianyuan Street. He stops in front of the gate and asks Yushu to get off the carriage. The Ji family's coachman saw this from afar and hurriedly told the people in the carriage. The steward stuck his head out to take a look and saw Yushu moving from one carriage to another. He was somewhat knowledgeable and recognized the newly arrived luxurious carriage with a vermilion crown. It was a carriage used by a court official. He was surprised and urged the coachman to catch up, wanting to see who it was. But before he could catch up, he was left behind again. As for Yushu, she changes the carriage and sees Shui Rui in the carriage. He is wearing an embroidered jade crown, his hair is neat, his brown coat is buttoned on his shoulders, his collar is spotless, and his waist is decorated with embroidered pouches, jade rings, green ribbons and gold tassels. From head to toe, he looks like a handsome and dignified young master. He is even more elegant than usual. She guesses that he is trying to support her image. She can't help but laugh. "Big brother, you don't need to dress like this. Just tell me your name. People will know that you are the young master of the Shui family. They won't dare to neglect you." She called him big brother very naturally, so Shui Rui smiled as well. He glanced at her and said, "This is my usual attire. It's only because you're a little girl who doesn't pay much attention to details that I keep everything simple when I'm interacting with you. Today is the 5th day of the new year, so it's time for me to wear new clothes and a new hat to celebrate the festival. Do you think that everyone is like you who doesn't follow the rules?" As he says this, he glances at what Yushu is wearing. It is still the same dress that he saw 2 days ago. Nothing has changed. Hearing the ridicule in his words, Yushu unhurriedly says, "I was about to say that I will buy some clothes in a few days so that I can dress decently in the future." When Shui Rui saw that she was actually in the mood to dress up, he came up with a plan. "Why do you need to wait for a few days? You can go to Wangji Lu tomorrow, and I'll look for 2 tailors to take your measurements with the cloth and picture books. We'll see what style you like, and we'll make them together." At first, Yushu wants to say that there is no need to trouble her. But on second thought, she just became brother and sister with him yesterday. It would be boring to be unreasonable. So she nods and says, okay. She remembers to bring enough money tomorrow so that he won't have to pay for her. At this moment, Jinbao chirped twice and peeked out from Yushu's sleeve. Shui Rui was not surprised when he saw that little Goldie. He already knew that the siblings were raising a little thing that looked like a mouse. He had heard Yu Xiaoxiu talk about its origins. Shui Rui was born in a wealthy family, so he had seen a lot of playthings since he was young. Flowers, birds, grass, and fishes were all common to him. There were even people who kept tigers and wolves in captivity, so it was not a big deal for a mouse. Moreover, he did not make a fuss when he saw that they had raised it cleanly. Yushu knows that Kim Bao smells the fragrance of the desserts on the tea table. It is hungry, so she breaks a little and feeds it. Seeing that Shui Rui is looking at it, she says, I will take it to be a companion. Otherwise, it won't be able to sleep at night. Shui Rui reminds her, be careful of being scratched by the cat. Yushu pokes Kim Bao's head and warns it. Did you hear that? Don't run around. If the cat catches you, it will swallow you in one bite. You won't even have time to call for help. Shui Rui sees that she is reasoning with the mouse. He just smiles and doesn't say a word. While they are talking, they arrive at the door of the right magistrate's mansion. The carriage that is chasing after them has been left behind. Shui Rui is not in a hurry to get down. First, he asks the servant outside the carriage to take the name card and hand it to the door. He asks to see Ji Huaishan in his name. He doesn't mention anything about Yushu. On the name card, it is written Shaoqing of the Supreme Court, Shui Rui. After a cup of tea, a housekeeper comes out of the carriage to invite them. Yushu and Shui Rui get off the carriage one after the other. The servant behind is carrying her luggage. The housekeeper doesn't know who Yushu is. He feels strange. However, because he is afraid of Shui Rui's identity, he doesn't ask. Mr. Shui, please come this way. Hearing the way of address, it is obvious that the housekeeper knows him. Otherwise, he should call him Lord, instead of young master. After all, the Shui family is so famous in Anling that everyone knows them. Entering someone else's garden, Shui Rui is not restrained at all, but he is less kind and more arrogant. Occasionally, he stops, points at the scenery in the garden and tells Yushu. This right magistrate's mansion was built in the Baotai period. At that time, the right magistrate who served as the celestial commissioner was the late Mr. Zhou Shaoxing. He was born in the 3 rankings of Dian in the early Baotai period. He was famous for his feng shui. The east tomb of the imperial mausoleum was built by him at that time. Look at the feng shui in this garden. It was also done by him. After several right magistrates moved in, they didn't dare to change it without authorization. Yushu nods and suddenly asks curiously, what is the current right magistrate good at? Shui Rui doesn't laugh at her for being ignorant. He answers, the current right magistrate is also a capable person who was born in the 3 rankings of Dian in the past. He is best at looking at stars, but it's a pity. He pauses. Yushu asks, what's a pity? Shui Rui smiles and continues to walk forward with her. It's a pity that Yunhua Yizi was still alive. No matter what kind of genius he is, he will lose his edge. There is only one person who can cover the whole court. The moon shines, but the stars don't know. Yushu heard the mockery in his words and laughed. She followed him, thinking that Ji Huaishan might be full of himself now, but there were times when he was suppressed to the point where he couldn't even lift his head. The housekeeper, who is leading the way, listens to the conversation between the two of them. He becomes more and more suspicious of Yushu's identity. He doesn't know why the eldest young master of the Shui family is visiting today. He escorts the two of them to the flower hall in the garden. There is already charcoal on the stove. Tea and fruits are served. The housekeeper bids farewell and says, our master will come back after changing his clothes. Mr. Shui, please wait for a while and drink some tea. On an idle day, Ji Xingxuan is in her room drawing a 2-color 9-plum blossom painting. 2 maids hold a brush and a handkerchief, waiting by her side. The parrot on the windowsill suddenly calls out, young mistress is lucky. Lucky. Hearing the sound, someone outside reports, young mistress, master wants you to tidy up and meet a guest in the garden. Ji Xingxuan picks up her brush and observes the color of the plum blossom. She asks, Who is the guest? He said it is the eldest son of Minister Shue's family. A drop of green juice drips from the tip of the brush, and colors appear on the blank space. Ji Xingxuan stares at the ruined painting and sighs softly. She doesn't feel like drawing anymore. She places the brush on the tray in the hands of the maid and says, "Tell grandfather that I will be there in a moment." She then washes her hands and lets the maid comb her hair. She changes her clothes and applies a thin layer of powder. She puts on a veil and a short green cloak by the door before heading to the front yard. In the middle of the courtyard, she sees Ji Huaishan, who is coming out from the study. Both grandfather and grandson walk towards the flower garden together. After dismissing the two maids, Ji Xingxuan asks, "Why is the master of the Shui family suddenly paying a visit?" With his hands clasped behind his back, Ji Huaishan slowly replies, "The invitation says that he wishes for this old man to help him with something. Hence, he wants you to come and listen." Ji Xingxuan mutters, "I have mentioned to you before that when Junju brought me to the Dingbo Hall to meet Prince Xiang, I met Mr. Shui, who brought you Shu with him. From this, it can be seen that the two of them are close friends. You just met her yesterday and allowed her to enter the residence today. Today he is here to visit. It is quite a coincidence. Do you think this Mr. Shui is here for someone else?" You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.